Hi, my name is Ada, and I'm from New York. Me and my twin sister Gia were born to two very chaotic parents who fought like Tom and Jerry all the time. And on the very day we were born, they picked up a twin each and decided to make us the best version of themselves.
Ada is hungry. She needs milk. Oh, since you chose her, why don't you feed her from your nipples?
Yep, Dad picked me, and growing up, he taught me the Turkish language because he was from Turkey. And Gia was Mom's favorite, so Mom taught her Italian because she was from Italy. Although we spoke English at home, that whole language thing kinda became the reason for all the chaos and misunderstandings in the family. Because of Mom and Dad's fights, I could never get close to Mom, and I hated that. So once when I was 8, I decided to make a card for Mom for the new year and asked Gia for help. When Mom saw it, she went ballistic. Sei una vaca grassa, which meant you're a fat cow.
God, you're so rude, Ada. Just like your jerk dad. I always knew I made the right choice by picking Gia.
I was furious. That witch made me do this. I ran to Gia and pulled her by her hair. Why did you do that to me? 'Cause Dad loves you more than me, and I hate it. So what? Mom loves you more than me. Just then, Mom came and separated us and said something to Gia in Italian. What did you say?
Not your freaking business. Go to your daddy and hug him.
But Gia glared at me and spit at my face, and another fight broke out. She beat me to it, and I got a black eye, but I was so gonna get back at her. The funny thing was about us, Gia and I were identical twins. We both looked so much alike that even our parents couldn't tell us apart. And I was gonna use that against her. The next day, I went to school and punched a kid straight in the face. I rule the school. No one dares mess with me. Remember my name. It's Gia. That would land Gia in detention for sure. But my plan kinda backfired when both Mom and Dad were called to the principal's office. And when they couldn't figure out who it was between us, they started blaming each other for it in front of the principal.
Sei stupido. Yeah, whatever. Same to you. Back at you. Così stupido tu animale.
The principal let us off without any punishment because she just wanted to get my parents out of her office. But it's not like they ever stopped. On Thanksgiving dinner, Mom served pizza and Dad went ballistic.
Where's the freaking turkey? Who even makes pizza on Thanksgiving? You stupid woman. Turkey, turkey. Go ask your mother to make you a turkey.
And saying that, Mom threw a plate at Dad, which he avoided, but then Dad grabbed the ketchup bottle and pointed it at Mom.
Don't you dare! This is a designer top. Watch me.
And he squeezed out all of the ketchup onto Mom's top. Mom shrieked, and soon our dinner table turned into a war zone. Gia and I felt terrible. Mom and Dad didn't even care about any happy occasion or us anymore. They just fought all the time. Then one day in the 7th grade, when Gia and I got back home after school, Mom and Dad finally dropped the bomb on us.
We are getting a divorce. Ada is going to live with her dad in Turkey, and Gia is going to live with me in Italy.
What? No way! You can't do that! No, Mom! No, Dad! I can't live without you guys! I want all of us together! Please, don't do this! But they didn't listen to us and said it was final. Later that night, I went to talk to Gia in her room. I thought she might not listen to me, but she hugged me as soon as she saw me. Oh, Ada, I'm so glad you're here. Even though we fight all the time, I can't live without you and Dad, sis. We have to do something. What can we do? Our parents just hate us. They're selfish and only think about themselves. Then let's just run away. They'll get busy looking for us, and then they'll forget all about this stupid divorce thing. They'll understand how much we need them. I won't let this happen. I won't let them ruin our lives. We have to stay together no matter what. But Mom and Dad had already filed for the divorce, and within a week, they even signed the final papers. But then, I had a brilliant idea. I could switch places with Gia and go with Mom to Italy. We would tell them about the swap after 6 months. And when they'd meet again to exchange us, maybe they'd be less angry and realize that they still loved each other. Yes, this was perfect. I immediately told Gia about it, and she happily agreed. Soon after, Mom and I flew off to Italy, and there, Mom had a huge place of her own. As soon as we got there, a maid came running and grabbed all our luggage.
Benvenuta, signorina.
And that's when it hit me. I could not understand a word of Italian. And this reminded me of Gia. She was also stuck in Turkey and didn't know a word of Turkish. God knows what kind of trouble she was going through. Marhaba birkaç erkek alabilir miyim?
What are you saying, kid? Are you out of your mind?
Soon after, Mom enrolled me in school, and my first day was a complete mess. The teacher asked me to introduce myself, and I said, Ciao, mi chiamo Gia, siete tutti brutti. Everyone gasped and looked at me like I'd cursed them. All I said was they were nice, but for some reason, none of them would talk to me now. The next day during lunchtime, pizza was being served in the cafeteria, but I noticed there wasn't enough cheese on top. Can I get more cheese on this? The server stared at me like I had asked for her kidney. And dude, this was a clear mistake. Asking for more cheese in Italy is considered super rude, but I didn't know that. Cheese? Vacca grassa? The lady glared at me and jumped over the food counter to attack me. She chased me for a mile around the school until the principal caught us both. She sternly told me off for being rude and said she was going to call my mom later. And I felt like a terrible kid. Mom was already dealing with the divorce, and now I was adding more to her troubles. I thought I'd apologize to her as soon as I got home, but what I saw next shocked me. Mom was having a pool party with her friends, and they were all having the time of their lives. What the crap? Mom, what's going on here? Oh, honey, I'm having so much fun. You should join us. If I knew life without your father would be so amazing, I'd have divorced him before the wedding. I feel like I'm 20 again. Woohoo! What? I thought she'd be missing Dad and me, but she was having a blast. This was so weird and not what I expected. I quickly went to my room and called Gia to tell her how Mom was going completely crazy. But what she told me shocked me even more. Dad was gonna get engaged within a week. This was insane. We had to get Mom and Dad back together soon, by any means possible. The next day, I was all set to break the news to Mom, but what I saw almost gave me a heart attack. She introduced me to a not-so-handsome man as her boyfriend.
Ciao, sono Roberto, signorina.
And before I could even say anything, they put me in a car and took me shopping with them. But I had to do something to get rid of all this Italian pasta sauce at all costs. When Mom went inside the changing room, I told him to leave her alone. Voglio che tu ami mia madre. Suddenly, he had tears in his eyes, and he hugged me. What was wrong? Then he took a rose from his pocket and proposed to my mom in the most romantic way possible.
Sarai mia, signorina.
Mom looked awestruck, and then she said the words that I dreaded the most. Si, lo farò. OMG, what the heck was happening? Our plan was literally falling apart. The next day, I stormed off to school in anger. But in the school corridor, a guy pulled my hand and started flirting with me.
Hi, beautiful. Want to go and get some cheese with me? I'll open factories for you.
Ew, he was so gross. And I was so done with kids making fun of me for not knowing the language. I knew a little Italian by now, so I told him to leave me alone. But he didn't, so I slapped him hard. He left and he went to tell the principal some lies that I forced him to kiss me. An hour later, Mom barged into the principal's office and she looked raging mad.
Your kid has been misbehaving with our staff and been doing inappropriate things to boys.
Mom, I didn't.
Oh, I know my daughter very well. It's the school that's stupid, and I'm putting her into a better one. We are done here.
Oh my God, she was so unpredictable. While driving me back home, I thought Mom would scold me, but instead, she said something that completely shocked me. It's okay, honey. If you're ever in a place where you're unhappy, then you can always move away. Just like I did, Ada. What? Did she just call me by my real name? Mom, you know?
Of course I know.
You're my child. Really?
Well, no. This morning after you left for school, I went to your room and I saw your pink-colored undies, which Gia hates.
But why did you do this, honey? Imagine everything Gia has been going through there. She doesn't even know the language. We want you guys to get back together. But Mom didn't say a word to that, and as soon as we reached home, she called Dad and told him everything. But Dad, like always, wouldn't believe her.
I'm not going to fall for your pranks, woman. Do you think I'm a fool? Of course I know it's my daughter. It's Ada.
But minutes later, he called her back saying he knew from the beginning it wasn't me. Mom immediately got on a plane with me. When we landed at the airport, I saw Gia and Dad waiting for us outside. I ran towards her and she hugged me as soon as she saw me. I missed you so much, sister. Minutes later, Mom asked Gia to follow her and Dad asked me to come with him, but I had to try one last time. Enough, you guys. We are not going anywhere. We want to live together like a family. Please, can't you do this for us? Yes, I want to live with Ada and Mom. Not like this, where I feel so empty and alone and unloved. I want to be happy. Mom and Dad looked at us in complete surprise.
Oh, honey, why would you ever think you're alone? No matter what happens between me and Mom, nothing could ever change the fact that we're your parents, and we love you so much. You'll always have both of us.
Then why can't we all live together? Because that won't make any of us happy. We wanted to raise you in a happy home with great memories, but living together, we could never give you any of that. And now look at us. We are happy and we can give you the best of the world only if you choose to accept it. Suddenly, I had tears in my eyes. Maybe Mom was right. She looked a lot happier and healthier than she ever used to be with Dad. And Dad, he looked like he was going to explode with joy. And now, the only people fighting against this happiness was me and Gia. This had to stop. I looked at her and she looked at me, and we knew what the right thing to do was. We agreed to Mom and Dad's plan, but we decided we weren't going to sacrifice our happiness either. So Gia and I decided to live with Mom, and both of us moved back to Italy with her. But we often visited Dad and his new family, and we were the happiest.
You know that part in a horror movie where you scream at the characters not to go after the monster? That scene where there's a blood-curdling scream and you know someone's about to die if they go after it? Well, that's how I felt about going after that noise in the woods. It's not some ghost or goblin out there, though. I'm pretty sure it's my mom, who just woke up from a coma. If you're feeling a little lost, you'll want to check out part 1 first. While you're there, don't forget to like these videos and subscribe to My Story Animated to listen to more crazy content. If you don't, you'll see a ghost the next time you look in the mirror. Trust me, you do not want to deal with that. In fact, you would probably scream at the top of your lungs, which is pretty much where you guys left me last time. That scream in the woods was ear-shattering. I fell down and was shaking. My dad and brother went up and decided to go and investigate the screams. I was too scared, so they told me to stay back and wait for them to come home. I sat there under my covers, crying from being so scared and alone. I know it's weird, but I actually felt the urge to call Lisa, even though the last time I saw her was pretty dramatic. I really missed her. When I thought about getting scared and running into my mom's arms, I only saw her. I was surprised when she actually picked up. I told her how scared and horrifying it was. Every shadow seemed like a monster, and I could not calm down. That's when I heard some noises coming from my living room. My dad and brother must be back. I'll hope I can see you soon. You will, she told me. She asked me to keep our conversation secret, and I agreed. I rushed out of my bed downstairs so that I didn't have to be by myself. But, to my horror, I was completely alone. The lights were all turned off. This was scarier than sitting in my room. I walked towards our lamp to try to brighten up the place. I turned on the light and walked over to sit down and wait for everyone to return. Something reached out under the couch and grabbed my ankle, pulling me to the ground. I looked around and saw that it was my mom. I screamed at the top of my lungs and kicked her in the face a few times. She hissed and covered her eyes, and I ran as fast as I could towards the door. You know the old TV show Tom and Jerry? Well, I felt like a little brown mouse being chased around by a giant gray cat. I probably would have found it funny if I wasn't so busy running for my life. Did you know a cheetah can run over 60 miles an hour? Well, it felt like my mom was about to break a world record. Even though I got a head start and my mom was weak, my mom caught up with me in a matter of seconds and pinned me down to the ground. I thought I was going to die, but in that moment, my dad and brother rushed to the scene and pulled her off of me. My dad told me to call the ambulance while he and my brother held her back. With tears in their eyes, they handed her over to the medical professionals who took her away to the psychiatric hospital. My mom was begging to stay, promising that she didn't remember anything, but my dad and brother had witnessed it. My father went to the hospital with her, and my brother just sat there and glared at me. She was literally trying to kill me. How was I still the bad guy here? My brother ran to his room without even saying goodnight, and my dad spent the whole night at the hospital with Mom. I tried to go to sleep, but tossed and turned all night. Every time I shut my eyes, I saw her staring back at me with an evil glint in her eyes. I got up to go to the bathroom and overheard my dad and brother fighting about Mom being in the hospital. My suspicions were confirmed. "This is all Emma's fault," my brother screamed. "We just got Mom back, and now she has to send her back to the hospital all over again?" I wanted to jump out and scream, but I just couldn't gather the strength. Deep down, I knew he was a little right. I ran up to my room and locked my door. I fell into my pillow and sobbed. My dad must have heard me because he was knocking on the door seconds later, but I didn't want to talk to anyone. I was a complete wreck and ignored all of my friends and family. I barely ate meals. My brother tried to apologize with gifts, and my dad tried to convince me to go out to my favorite stores. Nothing made the darkness inside of me go away. I know that they say time heals all wounds, but it didn't for me. Every day that I stayed like this, I just got a little worse. I was always crying alone in my room. My dreams were even evolving with my horrible state. Even though my mom was far away from me, I was just becoming more afraid of her. She was starting to take over me. I hate to admit it, but I wish she never woke up. The only thing that made me feel anything was talking to Lisa. She even secretly came by when my dad and brother weren't home. I never asked how she knew I was home alone, but maybe I should have. One day in particular before she came, my dad and brother knocked at my door a couple of weeks after this all happened. He told me that my mom was healthy enough to see people, and even doing quite better. She really wanted to see me, and it would mean a lot if we could all go there as a family. I promised Lisa I would go with them the first day my mom could receive visitors, but I wasn't feeling ready yet. I scoffed and brought up that he and my brother should go alone since that was the only family she wanted. They explained that they were going today no matter what, but I could process it all in my own time. He said they would be back only in a couple of hours, and he was leaving some money for takeout on the counter. Seeing my psychotic mother didn't appeal to me, but ordering a giant pizza to wash my sorrows away, that was my plan for the next few hours. I started walking down the stairs, but froze when I heard a click. This was way too early for them to come home, and I was pretty sure they would not have forgotten anything. Part of me panicked that my mom had somehow broken out of the hospital to attack me. I ducked behind the couch as fast as I could and peeked behind it slowly. I was only able to see that a person had come in with a dark hoodie, sunglasses, and high heels. I recognized it as Lisa. But why was she being so secretive? I was about to go and greet her until I heard something that made my blood run cold. "Yeah, I got in. Are you sure about this?" "Yeah, I'm completely alone. She is receiving visitors today." She? I thought to myself. It was obvious she meant my mom. What wasn't obvious is why she was scared. I followed her quietly like I was a spy, crawling on the ground and keeping myself out of sight. She went right into the bathroom in my parents' room. I decided to jump out and demand the woman leave at once. I startled her, knocking her sunglasses to the ground and things out of her hands. My suspicions were correct. "Lisa?" She explained that she thought I wasn't home and was just picking up stuff that she had to leave behind. I looked at the ground to see what she was picking up. I reached onto the floor and picked up a little orange medicine bottle and a bunch of loose pills. "Your stuff, huh?" I asked. Are you poisoning my mom?" I told her I knew she was bad, but a murderer? She shook her hands and said she could explain everything. Not poisoning her. I was helping her. I asked what kind of help she was giving. She said it was to be her true self. She told me that she knew my mom back before all of this happened, and she was not the kind and wonderful woman she wanted us all to believe. Lisa didn't want to lose her family to such a monster, so she started to sneak in and add some of these special pills to her medicine bottle. All this time, she had been living in a shed out in the woods. Coincidentally, it was her that screamed in the middle of the night, but only because a raccoon ran into her when she was coming back from breaking into our home. She had been slowly dosing my mom since right around the time she started to seem to hate me. I told her that it couldn't be true. How my mom had been so sweet and caring until all of that happened. The pills, they made her evil. No, you're wrong. See, these pills are just helping her be more open. She hates you. She wants you dead. Those are her true feelings. These pills only lower inhibition. She said it was better her true colors show now than in a couple of years. I was heartbroken by this response. I yelled at her and accused her of making it up because she was hurt that my dad loved someone else. Deep down, I didn't believe that. Lisa made sense. I guess I would kind of hate me too if I were my mom. Everyone blamed me for what happened. I cried saying I just wanted to be a happy family. And now I have to face my biggest fear, the truth that my own mother wished I was never born. Look, Lisa said, that's all I want to do. Think about how great we had it. You have to admit that things were a lot better before your mom woke up. She placed her hand on my shoulder and took out her wallet. She had a picture of me and her from our last vacation. Don't you miss this? She asked. She may have given birth to you, but I am the closest thing you ever had to a mom. Just stop it! I shouted, dropping to the floor. I feel so guilty even thinking about it. But she was kind of right. Even if my mom wasn't on these pills, she would always secretly hate me. Lisa, on the other hand, had proven time and time again that she loved me. I was left crying on the floor while Lisa slid past me. She handed me a piece of paper with her new number and told me to keep it away from my dad and brother. She then promised me that she would never be back and would never tamper with her pills ever again. But she would leave everything with me, and if I wanted to do it, well, I should give her a call and she would help me out. She had a plan to get our family back together, but it needed both of us to work. I needed to decide the mother I wanted, the one who actually raised me, or the stranger that gave birth to me. I went to flush the pills in the toilet, but something stopped me. I decided to put my mom's bottle back as it was and bring the bag of pills to my room. Why was I hesitating to call the police or toss the pills? Suddenly, my thoughts were interrupted by a click at the door. My dad and brother were home. I know this was stupid, but instead of telling them about Lisa immediately, I ran to greet them. They seemed, well, pretty happy. They explained that Mom could come home pretty soon, maybe even a week or two if we're lucky. I know I should have been happy, but this just sent me into tears. I ran into my room and locked the door. What if she would try to kill me again, or worse? What if she pretended everything was okay, but secretly hated me? I tried to collect myself and went out and told my dad and brother that they were just happy tears. I was overwhelmed. I insisted I was okay and understood, but deep down, I was pretty scared. I decided that I was just going to forget it all ever happened, to toss the pills and forget Lisa ever happened, at least until that night happened. See, I had so many nightmares. Every time I closed my eyes, there were new terrible twists of horror, all of them involving my mom as a monster saying she hated me, and Lisa being washed out to sea. After waking up every 20 minutes for a couple of hours, I decided to go get myself a glass of water. That's when I heard my dad crying. I peeked around the corner to see him sitting there in the kitchen, sobbing to himself while looking at a piece of paper. I walked in and asked if he was okay, and he quickly shoved the paper into the drawer, and I pretended not to notice. He just told me he was feeling overwhelmed right now. Everything had been a big adjustment for him. I asked him why he wasn't happy about Mom coming home. He said he was super excited. It was just adult stuff, and it was complicated. He left and said he was going to bed, giving me a kiss on the forehead and telling me he loved me. As soon as he left, I ran over to the drawer and dug through it. Crushed in the back of the forks and spoons was a picture of Lisa. He had been crying over her. He wasn't over her. It sounds harsh, but my mom kind of ruined everything when she woke up. I was so conflicted, but at the same time, I think this sealed the deal. All I ever wanted was my mom back in my life, but she really just hates me. With these pills, I could probably keep her out of my life forever. I don't know if I should tell anyone about Lisa's visit. When I got back to my room, I dug up that little paper Lisa gave me and sent the number a text. We need to talk. Tune in next time to hear what happened.
I'm the smart one. Or that's what my mother always told me. I'm one of 4 sisters. There's my older sister, Kathy and the twins, Debbie and Joy, and me, Stacy, stuck right in the middle. We were all born within a few years of each other, and honestly, I think my parents had trouble coping with so many little kids running around the house. When I was 4 or 5, my mom started to define us, and not in a good way. Kathy was the pretty one, I was the smart one, and the twins were special. As we got older, it only got more intense. My mom would always tell me that the world is harder on smart girls, so I should expect to fight for everything I wanted. You'll be a scientist and make a big discovery. No, Mama, I want to be a pilot one day. That would be a huge waste of time. The world has plenty of pilots. My mom would then predict the absolute opposite future for my sister Kathy. She would tell Kathy over and over how much the world loves a pretty girl. High school years were the worst. Kathy easily fell in with the cool crowd, and everything was working out for her pretty much as my mom had said. But not for me. Not so much. In the beginning, the smart kids let me hang with them, but after a while, I couldn't keep up. I mean, physics is just not my thing. Dissecting little animals in biology freaked me out, and I had no idea what Shakespeare was talking about most of the time. The smart kids figured out the truth and quit hanging out with me. It turns out that I wasn't any smarter than most of the kids in my class. I had to study really hard to ace a test and work long hours into the night on my homework. It didn't help that Kathy told all of her girlfriends that I was the smart one, and they started asking me to do their homework. At first, I said no, but these were mean girls on top of being popular girls, and they spread a nasty rumor about me. Even my sister spread the rumor around just to make me do her homework. The other kids believed the rumor, and I either got teased or ignored. High school is hard enough without that kind of pressure. I caved. I started doing my sister's homework and special project homework for her friends. They went around school and started taking back the rumor. It worked, and kids no longer whispered behind my back, but I still had no friends at all. It made me think that my mom had been right. My life was hard, and Kathy's was pretty sweet. But it also confused me because I wasn't off the charts smart, just your normal above-average student. The truly crazy smart kids weren't having a hard life. They were all looking at futures with fancy colleges and great jobs. I would just sit in my room and just get so angry about how unfair everything seemed. I tried. I really tried to be happy, but I wasn't. I was just lonely and overwhelmed. I tried to talk to my mother about it. I explained that I didn't feel that smart, and yet everyone was expecting me to perform at this really high academic level. I asked her if we couldn't bring those expectations down a notch because I felt like I was drowning. My mom barely heard me, and she certainly didn't understand. Oh, Stacy, I told you that your life would be hard because of your intellect. Just be patient. Things will get better when you're a grown-up. Don't you get it? I'm not super smart. The future you keep talking about isn't mine. Her eyes narrowed. She got really angry and grounded me for 2 weeks because I raised my voice. I never tried to talk to her about my troubles again, but I had to do something. My sister and her friends kept loading their homework onto my pile. I felt like I never slept, and I had big, dark bags under my eyes to prove it. To make matters even worse, my twin sisters were now in high school with Kathy and me. Whenever they got stuck on something in their homework, they'd go to Mom and ask for her help. Go ask Stacy to help you. She's the smart one. So they did, and I'd always help them because it was expected of me. I would always help them, even if it meant staying up really late to finish my own work, because that's what sisters do. One day, my dad was out working in the garage on one of his vintage cars. I slid onto a stool and watched him fiddle with the engine. Finally, I asked my big question. Dad, do you think I'm smart? Really, really smart?
Sure, Stacy. You're the smart one. You solved that puzzle before your sisters even got started when you were 5. You've always been the smart one.
I literally jumped off the stool. What? All of this smart one stuff because I solved a puzzle when I was 5? He looked at me for the first time, surprised, I guess, that I didn't know the puzzle story.
Well, yeah, Stacy. That's when your mom figured out how smart you are.
I stood there, stunned. All the pain and struggle of the past few years flooded through me. I ran out of the garage straight to my room and fell on my bed, crying. I wasn't super smart. My parents were super stupid. Okay, that's harsh, but still, my whole life had been shaped because of some silly kids puzzle. I changed that day. The next day, the twins came to my room with a project they wanted me to do for them at the last minute. Nope, I'm going to bed. They looked at me in shock, and then, "You can't go to bed," the other twin finished her sentence, "because we'll fail the class if you don't help us." I walked over and turned out the lights and crawled into bed. They went crazy and started jumping on me. Get up! You can't do this to us!" Watch me. The twins were furious and stormed out of the room. I heard them complaining to my mother, and she came into my room a few minutes later to take their side. "What's wrong with you, Stacy? Get up and help your sisters. They're your sisters and deserve your help. This is no time to be selfish and lazy." I ignored her too and dug deeper into the blankets. She finally left and slammed the door. I just lay there breathing heavily. It was scary to say no, but I'd done it. The twins barely spoke to me after that, just because I wouldn't do their homework. My mom never stood up for me, ever. Pretty much the same thing happened when I turned down my sister and her friends. They trapped me in one of the hallways at school. They threatened to start rumors again if I didn't get busy with their work. They were way more frightening than the twins. These girls had expected me to do their college applications and even do their final essays. They had a lot on the line and wanted me to make it all happen for them. Finally, I'd had enough. No. I won't do your work. My work is hard enough. Just leave me alone. I jerked free of my sister's grip and ran away from them. But I never got free. They did start telling horrible stories about me at school, and my sister was the worst of them. My whole time in high school was lonely and pretty horrible. But guys, don't feel sorry for me because I have good news for you. My Story Animated will give $1,000 to anyone who will subscribe in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, tell your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. When I got to college, I had a chance to make a fresh start. I made sure not to act too smart around anyone. Whenever the professor asked me a question in class, I always answered, "I don't know." But I ran into a big problem. I didn't really know who I was. I thought goth girls looked cool, so I tried being a goth girl. I started going to classes dressed in all black with black lipstick, black nail polish, and a spiked necklace. I even met a cool goth guy named Lizard. Not his real name, of course. He was my first boyfriend. It was cool for a while, but the real goth kids sensed I wasn't fully on board and started keeping their distance from me. Being goth wasn't really working out or even that fun for me. Besides, I was getting sick of wearing all black. So one day, I showed up in class wearing a pink sweater set and lavender capris. No more black lipstick or pointy jewelry. A couple of the kids didn't even recognize me. This was fun. People smiled at me more, and the teacher even called on me a couple of times. She didn't even look annoyed that I gave my standard, "I don't know" response to a question. A cute guy from class named Eric invited me to go get coffee with him afterward, and I said yes. I don't think he even realized that I'd been in the class with him all along. We had a great time talking about how hard the class was and just general life things. He asked me out to dinner, and I almost said yes until I remembered that I had a date that night with Lizard. I suggested another night, and we made a plan. All of a sudden, I was dating 2 guys. Of course, there was a catch. I dressed as a goth when I had a date with Lizard, and a preppy girl when I was out with Eric. It got a little crazy around my dorm room. One time, I was all dressed in my goth gear when I got a text from Eric saying that he was running a few minutes late. Oh my gosh, I thought the date was with Lizard. I had to change everything. I crazy fast switched my clothes, hair, and makeup and was literally out of breath when Eric arrived at the door 15 minutes later. It all came to a head when I was out at the club with Eric. We were dancing and having a fun time when I see Lizard come through the door. I freaked out and tried to stay out of Lizard's sight without Eric noticing that I was trying to hide behind him. For a while, it seemed to work. Lizard hung out with his friends and didn't really notice me. I almost had Eric convinced that I had a headache and we should leave the club when Lizard appeared in front of us. "You are the most fake girl I've ever met." I stood there not knowing what to say. Eric jumped to my defense. "Don't talk to my girlfriend that way." "Well, when she's my girlfriend, she dresses goth." "Is this true? Wait a minute. Are you the goth girl that used to be in class?" "I'm still in class. Look, I apologize for not being totally honest with both of you. too late. Too embarrassed to even look at Eric, I reached out for his hand and he jerked back.
Stay away from me. I don't even know you.
I ran to the bathroom and sobbed. They were right. I had become a fake. When I finally came out and made my way to the door, I felt people staring at me and saw them whispering behind their hands. The next time I went to class, I wore my old jeans and a t-shirt. When the professor called on me, I knew the answer, and so I just said it. I tracked down a small flight school and finally took my first flying lesson. It was magical and I was finally free. I finished college and kept up my training until I actually got my license to fly helicopters. All my mom could say was, "What a waste." I took a deep breath and just smiled at her. She'll never change, but I can. Now I fly rescue and recovery because I know how it feels to be lost. Learning how to fly is the smartest thing I've ever done. Hi, I'm Sarah from Paris. I live with my single mom, and unfortunately, my sister Zoa, who's always been my biggest rival and a pain in my butt. Like, when I was 5, a tutor would come to teach us, and one day, he praised me in front of my mom.
Ma'am, your Sarah is a brilliant child. She's a quick learner. She can understand a concept in just an hour. But for the same thing, Zoa takes 3 days.
Zoa couldn't tolerate this and hit me hard on my head with the notebook. Before I could react, Mom yelled at her and grounded her for a week. I never really understood why she was jealous of me for being smarter. I wasn't jealous of her for being prettier. Whenever we went out together, people noticed her first and gave her compliments, but she was still so insecure. But maybe the reason why she really hated me was because I was fearless. Once when I was 10, the 3 of us were out on a picnic when I noticed a man snatch a woman's purse and run away. I immediately stuck out my leg and he tripped and fell down hard. The thief was taken away by the police and everyone there clapped for me, except for Zoa. Mom was pretty freaked out too. Sarah, the thief could have had a weapon. He could have hurt you. Don't do that again. You're just a child. Yeah, dummy cow. This is not some movie where you pretend to be an action hero. This is real life. And I'm afraid one day someone might cut you down into pieces. I know what your actual concern is, Zoa, and it's not for my safety. You just can't stand it when I'm praised by people, can you? Oh, please. I get plenty of praise because I'm so pretty. Have you ever heard someone use that word for you? I bet you can't even spell it. It's P-R-E-T-Y. You forgot a T, dinosaur brains. And you forgot my hand, dinosaur face. And suddenly she slapped me and we broke into a huge fight right in the middle of the park. As we grew up, she became prettier and more popular in school. All the time, boys would roam around her, while her minions cracked jokes about how I must be adopted. But I never let Zoa or any of those bullies get to me. I was smarter and stronger than those idiots any day. Once in 9th grade, I was looking for a book in the library when I noticed a boy staring at me from a gap in the shelf. I just went back to my seat and started reading my book, but he sat down in front of me.
Hey, what's your name? You're very pretty.
No way. This was definitely a prank. If I was really pretty, why was he the first boy to say so? I just walked off without a reply. I was in no mood to be made fun of. But the next day when I was walking through the hallway, I suddenly tripped over something and went flying straight into someone's arms. It was the boy from the library. Oh, thank you so much.
If you want to thank me, just tell me your name, please.
I did, and it turned out his name was Henry and he was my senior. We became good friends and started hanging out together all of the time. One day when I went to the cafeteria, I found a large poster stuck to a wall. It was my picture with an ugly mustache and devil horns, and the caption, "Sarah, the ugly monster." As I saw Zoa and her friends cackling in the distance, I was about to tear it down when Henry walked in.
Wow, someone's really jealous of your beauty, Sarah.
And with that, he tore it in half. Then he turned to me and said in front of everyone,
I think you're the most beautiful girl here. And you're smart and funny. You're just amazing. Will you be my girlfriend, Sarah?
I was shocked, but I said yes. And what made me even happier was seeing Zoa burn with rage. The next few days, I felt like a princess in some fairy tale. I would roam around with Henry, he would bring me roses, and would lie with his head in my lap for hours. It was all so beautiful. Then one day, he asked me to go to a party with him. That evening, I was getting ready when Zoa came running into my room, all breathless. Sarah, my sister, I need to tell you something. Please, stay away from Henry because he is a cheater. He is dating 3 girls, including me and you. He just kissed me today, out of the blue. What? You're such a psycho liar. Get out of my room, Zoa. But then she showed me something that left me stunned. It was a picture where she and Henry were kissing. I couldn't believe it. I ran to the washroom and Zoa followed me. Sarah, why are you crying? So what if he found me more attractive than you and kissed me? At least now we know his true colors. Don't cry, sis. This is for the best. I angrily pushed her aside. I'm not crying. Something just went into my eye. And I don't care if he kissed you. He's still my boyfriend. Get out, now! I left home pretending to see Henry. But of course, I wasn't gonna meet that jerk. I went to a park and sat alone and kept rejecting his phone calls. When he kept messaging me, I sent him the picture Zoa showed me. He started giving me excuses, but I didn't believe a single word he said. After an hour, I went home as if everything was perfectly fine. The next day in school, I was sitting on the bleachers when someone tapped on my shoulder. It was Henry. Just as he began speaking, I grabbed him by his collar angrily. Listen, I told you yesterday. But then suddenly, I spotted Zoa looking at us, and I immediately pulled Henry close and kissed him. When Zoa left, I pushed him back hard. Listen, I told you yesterday to stay away from me. I don't want to see your face again. But Sarah, I swear I never cheated on you. I was just having my Coke when Zoa came out of nowhere and kissed me. I was really angry with her. It takes 2 people to kiss, and you were one of them. So just stop lying and leave me alone, cheater. I put my fingers in my ears and walked away from him. But that night, something really strange happened. We were all asleep when we heard Zoa screaming. We ran to her room to find a boy in Zoa's room, and she was beating his butt with a stick. The boy was from our school. Mom! I caught this thief. I caught him. Call the police. Call the media. I'm so brave. I'm a hero. I'm not a thief. I'm Zoa's freaking boyfriend. I just came to see her and she went bonkers on me. Crazy girl. Oh, also, Sarah, she kissed your boyfriend and told me to take pictures of her doing that. He was so mad at her. In case you didn't know, your sister's a psycho. Oh God, Henry was telling the truth and I hadn't believed him. The boy broke up with Zoa and jumped out the window while I turned around and pounced on her. I pulled her hair as hard as I could till Mom pulled me away. The next morning, I literally ran to school and found Henry and apologized to him. He opened his arms and we hugged each other really tight. Time passed and we graduated from school. Henry went abroad for his higher education and Zoe and I started college. Then one day, Mom suddenly felt some pain in her chest, and after the doctor's examination, it turned out that she needed a really expensive heart surgery. This was the first time in my life that I felt scared. We didn't have enough money, so I took up a part-time job to start saving. I asked Zoa too, but she flatly refused. Sorry, but a princess like me can't work. Look at my hands, so soft and delicate. I'm not spoiling them. No, you're the Tarzan of the family, the strong one. You got this, girl. And just like that, she walked off. Just a few days later, I heard Mom screaming. I ran to her room and she was standing in front of some empty drawers, asking me where all her jewelry had gone. I had no idea, and we marched straight to Zoa's room. She wasn't there, but a note was lying on her bed. Mom, Sarah, my journey with you people ends here. I can't live with poor, depressed people like you anymore. Mom, please make Sarah the heir of this damaged house because I like mansions only. I'm taking all the jewelry as memories of you, Mom. Love ya, but don't look for me. Mom was completely devastated. I took her to her room and put her to sleep, but I was in despair. We were left with nothing. My salary wasn't enough for the treatment. I left home to contact some charity organization, and on my way, it started raining. Just then, I saw a huge crowd gathered around on a bridge. I looked down and saw a small kitten hanging onto a log in the strong river current, and people were just standing around making videos and doing nothing. Luckily, I found a piece of rope tied to the bridge. Without another thought, I climbed down the rope and reached out for the kitten. Some people started helping me then by pulling us up, and we both landed safely. I was completely drenched in the rain, so I decided to go back home. That evening, someone rang our doorbell, and when I opened the door, I found a bunch of people with cameras and mics standing outside.
You saved a little kitten today without caring about your own life. What would you like to say?
This girl, people, she's a hero. She makes us believe that good people truly exist. She's restored my faith in humanity. Wait, what? What was going on? And I soon found out that people had been making videos of me saving the cat, and they'd gone viral. And before I knew it, I had become quite famous. I was in newspapers and giving interviews on news channels. I was honored by the government with a bravery award and also given $30,000. And of course, the first thing I did was get my mom's heart surgery. It was successful and she recovered fully in a few months. Soon after, I got an offer to participate in a really famous reality stunt show, and I accepted. Within no time, I'd become a celebrity. And now, Mom and I were rich. We were living a great life until one day, someone knocked on the door. When I opened it, I was shocked to see Zoa. As she tried to step inside, I blocked her path. Where's Mom? I need her help. My boyfriend cheated on me. He made me pregnant and ran away with all my money and jewelry. I've got nothing to eat. Are you so fat because you're pregnant again? Oh, no. Luckily, I had a miscarriage, but I had lots of cravings while I was pregnant, so I gained some weight. It's nothing. I'll be back to my old shape in no time, you'll see. Are you sure you're not pregnant? Of course, I said so already. Then I kicked her so hard she fell back on her butt. How dare you call her mom? You left her when she was fighting for her life. No, you robbed her first and then left her. You're just a blood-sucking leech, Zoa, and you deserve whatever bad things come your way. Now get lost and don't show up here again. And I slammed the door on her face. Half an hour later, the bell rang again. Oh God, this Zoa. Maybe I needed to kick her harder this time. But when I opened the door, I was shocked. It was Henry. He opened his arms and I jumped to hug him. Oh, I can't believe it's you, Henry. I've missed you so much.
I've missed you too, sweetheart. And I have a really important question for you. Sarah, will you marry me?
Oh my God, yes, 100 times yes. And then we kissed.
Some people say that the Brits couldn't start their day without drinking tea. Not me. I don't drink tea, especially when I'm nervous. Like right now. I just wanted to have fun in my old school in London, you know? But when my parents found out that I got detention every week, they decided to send me away to this international high school in Dubai to become disciplined. On my way to the interview, I bumped into a girl who looked exactly like me. She looked like she'd seen a ghost as I picked up our papers on the floor. She quickly took hers and ran away like crazy. The principal finally came out, and I handed him my papers. Mashallah, Mabrok, Habibi. What did he say? The very reason we accepted you is that you also speak Arabic. We have a lot of students here from the Middle East, so it's very helpful. What was he talking about? I didn't know how to speak Arabic. I was about to clear things up when he handed me my transferee handbook before leaving like there was a fire in the building. I looked down the paper and saw one teeny tiny problem. The name written on the top was Layla. That wasn't my name. Apparently, I got my papers mixed up with that girl I bumped into. What should I do now? Hi, my name is Lara, and this is my story of how this little misunderstanding almost ruined me. But before that, please like and subscribe. As soon as I stepped out of the office, a beautiful girl suddenly dragged me to the janitor's closet, and before I could even blink, she started kissing me. On the lips? Excuse me? God, I miss you so much it hurts. I love you, babe. Oh, so now I have a girlfriend? Let's go to our dorms. I have been waiting for this moment. What are we going to do there? Suddenly, her face turned serious. Wait a minute. There's something different about you, Layla. Must be the hair color. Oh, shoot. Layla's hair was black. Well, thank God for hair dyes. New school, new look. Your nose. What happened to your nose? I got a nose job. You look better with it. I like it. Before she could do another inappropriate thing to me, I excused myself to the bathroom, but unfortunately, she came in here too. So, now that you're finally here, when are you going to get rid of Ali? Ali? Who is she? Nice joke, babe. You mean he. Oh, so I have a she and a he now? You're so funny, babe. And she was about to kiss me when I finally said, yeah, of course. Ali! Oh, that boy! Gosh, he is annoying! I hate him to the core. Well, it's not easy to get rid of your future husband who was chosen by your parents, so... My what? Oh, yes, we need a plan. Arranged marriages are the worst. That's my girl. Okay, so I had to act like a girl who had a girlfriend and an already planned husband who she hated. Sounded easy enough. I had to find Layla. I spent the whole day looking for her everywhere, but the girl seemed to be suddenly erased from history, leaving me with no choice. On my first day, I was in my locker with my girlfriend when all the girls went crazy all of a sudden. I turned around and my world stopped when I saw the most handsome boy I have ever seen in my life. And oh boy, he was giving me that heart-stopping smile. Habibi, skip school and hang out with me? I didn't understand a word he said because I was practically drooling. My girlfriend whispered, Babe, what are you doing? You hate him, remember? Huh? So this was Ali? My future husband? Get a grip, Lara. He's Layla's future husband, not yours. Dream on, Ali. I hate you. Mashallah, you look even more beautiful than the last time we saw each other. My girlfriend looked like she was about to spit out fire when Ali tried to hold my hand, but in order to avoid chaos, I immediately slapped it away. No touching before marriage. My parents would kill me. Ali just gave me a grin and whispered, But we already did things more than that, remember? We did what? Oh my God. Who was this Layla? It was so difficult to act like I was in love with my supposed girlfriend. I still didn't get a chance to know her name, by the way, and to hate this charming boy. One time, I was in our drama class when I got partnered with Ali. The teacher asked, Who was the first actor in the world? Thespies of Icaria was the first ever to appear on stage as an actor playing a character. Oh, since when did you become this smart? I was always this smart. I was just shy. The play started, and it was so awkward because we had to act like lovers. Girlfriend was nearby and kept giving me death glares. I was literally hugging and kissing the air instead of him. After the play, Ali looked so sad, so I made a note through a paper airplane and flew it towards him. He smiled widely as soon as he read the note and threw me a flying kiss. I swear I almost fainted. The next following days were even crazier. One time, after all our classes, I went straight to our dorm, and girlfriend was already waiting on my bed, looking really excited. I've been waiting for you. Let's play a game. What game? She suddenly took out a chessboard. She looked horrified when I checkmated her in 3 moves. How did you become an expert in just a month? Practice makes perfect, babe. Oh, I think I have fallen in love with you more. She jumped onto me and was about to kiss me again when the door suddenly barged open and poured in Ali. Girlfriend immediately pretended to braid my hair. Marlish, I forgot to knock. I'm just wondering if Layla is free? No, can't you see we're having a girly time here? I got totally disappointed when Ali left. Poor boy. That guy is getting weird. He literally told your parents that you're not his type, but he's extra sweet to you nowadays. So, Ali also hated Layla? Oh, babe, you're just overthinking. Come on, let's sleep already. I couldn't sleep. I'm having nightmares lately. Can we share beds tonight? Why not? You're my girlfriend. She immediately jumped next to me, and I swear I wasn't able to sleep that night. She thought my tiny body was a giant teddy bear, and she was literally breathing next to my face. One night, I received a message from Ali. It seemed like an emergency, so I sneaked out to the rooftop, only to see him standing on the ledge. Come, I will show you the world, my Layla. You have a magic carpet? An upgraded one. I was stunned when a helicopter appeared from behind him. He offered me his hand, but I still chose to not touch him, just in case girlfriend was watching. The next thing I knew, Ali was already touring me around the beautiful city, and it was one of the best nights of my life. I got really dizzy when he brought me to his palace-like house and saw his pets. I never thought that I'd actually be in love with you. I felt lost in his eyes when he tried to touch my face, but he changed his mind and withdrew his hand. Poor guy thought I was going to slap him. I was still having a great time with him when I saw 58 missed calls on my phone. I thought they were from girlfriend, but no, they were from Thomas, my ex-boyfriend. That guy was a cheater and a gold digger. But what does he want? Ali walked me back to my dorm building, and I froze upon seeing someone who was waiting for me.
Babe, finally! You're home!
I panicked when Ali's smile disappeared.
Who is he, Layla?
No. Think, Lara, think. He's Jazim. He's the cousin of the sister of the wife of my brother, and you met him in a family reunion a year ago. Remember?
Hamdullah. I thought he was a suitor or something. I'm relieved.
I threw a warning glare at Thomas, and thank God he understood it.
Hello, brother. I'm the cousin of the sister of the wife of her. Yeah, I heard it the first time, brother.
Ali seemed to have bought it, and as soon as he left, I immediately confronted Thomas. You came all your way here to get back together with me?
Ew, girl. Dream on. I just need some money. I'm dating this awesome chick in this town, you know?
Then don't ever call me babe again. I gave him some bills, but the jerk didn't leave yet.
I need more. I pretended to be your relative, so there's a talent fee for that.
Was he for real?
Your new Arab boyfriend looked very rich. Maybe he can give me a gold bar?
I took off my shoes and threw it at him, finally sending him away. When I came back to my room, girlfriend was crying, and the sight broke my heart. I felt like I cheated on her. Babe, I just went on a walk with Ali. I swear there was no touching. You promised me that you will never be swayed by Ali's charms and gestures. You can't even tell me you love me anymore. I'm not Layla. Huh? I'm not your girlfriend. I'm a different person. Yes, you're a different person for sure. No, I mean for real. I will show you my ID. It's crazy, but trust me, we are not related. She's like my Arabian version. I told her everything from the start, and her crying intensified. Then where's my Layla? That's what we're going to find out. But first, could you please tell me your name? Girlfriend suddenly burst out laughing. I'm Rosie. And you? Lara. It was nice to finally meet you, Rosie. We went to Layla's favorite places, but she wasn't there. She even called Layla's family and friends, and they all thought Layla was doing fine in school. She also started looking for clues Layla might have left for her, but she found nothing aside from Layla's bra in her bag. Sorry, we used to borrow each other's stuff, you know? Yeah, I know. It's cool, babe. She told me to continue my act until we found Layla. Everything seemed fine until the homecoming dance. Me and Rosie spent the night together, and Ali was just looking at us like a sad little puppy in one corner. I felt really bad. Suddenly, a familiar voice talked to the mic on stage.
Laura, babe, where are you? I need you.
Oh my God! What was he doing? I was about to escape when he called out my name.
There you are. Why does he keep on calling you babe? I thought he was a relative.
Thomas walked up to us and answered Ali.
Sorry, dude. I'm actually her boyfriend.
No, he's my ex. What do you want, Thomas? Everyone was watching us, and I swear I wanted to cry from the embarrassment.
That chick dumped me, and my money's not enough to go home. You have extra cash?
Oh my God! Leave me alone, Thomas! Ali suddenly called his bodyguards and told them to bring Thomas back to London using his private jet.
Don't ever come back and mess with her again. Whatever.
Ali turned to me with a furious look on his face.
He just called you Laura. Who really are you, woman?
I guess my act was finally over. Suddenly, everyone gasped as they turned to someone who just showed up. It was the real Layla. Now there were two of us. I'm the real Layla, and that girl is Lara. We unintentionally switched places because our papers got mixed up. So she was also here the whole time pretending to be me?
I'm so confused right now.
Layla walked up to Rosie and held her hand. I'm sorry, Ali,
but I have finally decided. I'm in love with Rosie. We have been together for 3 years now. You can tell my family if you want. I'm ready for the consequences. So, you're into girls. It's fine. I didn't love you anyway.
Ali walked up to me and gave me a loving look.
Until this woman took your place.
I think I just fainted inside. Go get him, babe.
It's nice to meet you, Lara. Will you be my date tonight? I mean, will you be my future wife instead?
Ali, it's too early, isn't it? We're only 17. The boy looked like he was about to cry, but I'm not complaining. He suddenly smiled like a happy schoolboy.
So, can I touch you now?
His question made me laugh out so loud. Oh, come here, sweetheart. When I was 4 years old, Dad started taking me out for walks every day, and I loved them at first because we'd play a really fun game.
Keep an eye out for change on the ground. Whoever collects the most coins wins.
But one day, we came across a nickel that was stuck to the pavement, and Dad just wouldn't let it go. We spent an hour trying to scrape it off and screaming.
Come off, you stupid jerk! Help me, Elena.
I soon realized that Dad wasn't crazy. He was just cheap. And we weren't poor. Mom and Dad owned a large shoe business, but that didn't stop him from pinching pennies. On my 6th birthday, no one came because the birthday invites Dad had emailed to my classmates said, bring cash presents only and your own food. One time when I was 7, he took me to a McDonald's and handed me a coupon.
Go place your order while I grab the mustard and ketchup sachets, and then you stuff as many as you can in your pockets.
But instead, I went to the counter and told the guy that some lunatic was stealing their stuff. Dad was thrown out immediately, and I skipped out a minute later with my Happy Meal. His cheapskate ways made me really angry, but one day, I totally lost it. Dad was really weird about tissue paper. He kept all the paper rolls in his cupboard, and Mom and I had to ask his permission to take them. I was in the 3rd grade when I had a friend over, and she accidentally knocked over some juice. I quickly ran to Dad's room, snuck out a roll, and started cleaning up. But just then, Dad walked in. And he screamed at me till he turned blue. My friend started to cry and said, Sir, I'll pay for the roll. Take this $1. Please forgive me. And Dad actually took it. Oh my God, Dad, why are you so cheap? But just then, Mom walked in looking really excited. I've got some great news. We're going to have a baby. Dad looked like he was having a stroke.
This is too much. She used a whole paper roll, and you got yourself pregnant, and I can't deal with this.
He took his car keys and left, while I ran to Mom and hugged her. Sadly, he came back, and he kept talking nonstop about how expensive another kid would be. When little Macy arrived, we were psyched, but then we found out something sad. Macy was born with partial blindness. To be honest, I didn't think it was really a big deal. I took Macy in my arms and started loving her right away. Once at the dinner table, 3-year-old Macy grabbed a fork and started waving it about. It hit Dad's nose and he started bleeding. Dad had to wrap a Band-Aid across his nose for a few days. He looked hilarious. Since Mom and Dad were really busy with their business, they often made me miss after-school activities and parties to take care of Macy, and I usually didn't mind at all. But when I was in 8th grade, my best friend had planned an amazing birthday bash, and I was really excited to go. When I told my parents, though, they said I couldn't, because they had something really important. It wasn't fair I'd be missing my best friend's birthday. I love my sister, but I really wanted to go this time, so I came up with a plan. As soon as Macy fell asleep, I wore my favorite outfit and ran out the door. I'd be back before my parents were. I completely lost track of time, and when I saw my watch, I knew I was in so much trouble. But something much worse than getting caught was waiting for me. An ambulance was parked outside our house. I rushed towards it to find Macy on a stretcher, her head bleeding. She'd woken up and had fallen off the stairs looking for me. The doctor told us that Macy's head would be okay, but she had lost her eyesight completely. What? I couldn't believe it. To make things worse, Dad turned to me and started shouting.
So, Elena, was it worth going to this party that has cost your sister her eyesight? And do you have any idea what this is going to cost me in medical bills? You're so selfish!
I felt like my heart was about to explode. But just then, Mom hugged me tight and glared at Dad.
We're the parents, not Elena. We're responsible for both our kids. Don't blame her.
But Dad just wouldn't stop making me feel guilty. One day when I was about to go meet my friends, he suddenly stopped me.
After everything you've done, how can you even think about fun? Think about poor Macy, who can't have any fun, and it's all your fault.
Dad, that's not really fair.
Don't you talk about what's fair. Do you think it's fair that I have to pay for 2 daughters? One selfish and one blind? I turned away and ran up to my room, slamming the door behind me and crying tears of anger and guilt. Mom always made me feel better, though, and she told me to just ignore Dad and do my own things. But it got harder to take care of Macy as she grew older. She was the naughtiest little kid. My parents hired a nanny for her. But one day, when Macy accidentally sent some food flying on Dad's shirt, he threw his napkin down. That's it! I don't think that nanny's teaching Macy any manners. I think we should send her to some institution. Mom and I were horrified, and I covered Macy's ears. Send her away? How can you even say that? Well, I'm not paying for that nanny anymore. No, I'll take care of her. She's not going anywhere. So after that, I canceled all my after-school activities to stay home with Macy more. Well, except one. I joined the Young Doctors Club, where we were introduced to medical professionals and taught about health sciences. I found it super interesting and fun. But I got home a bit late one day, and Dad was furious. You wanted to be Mother Teresa and take care of the burden? You do it now. Forget about your stupid club and find something to do at home. Take up writing. An idiot can write stories. I did take up writing, and I wrote funny little stories that made Macy laugh. But I'd also research different biology topics and write about them. I'd even discuss them with Macy, who, as it turns out, was quite the little genius. She actually gave me some ideas that helped me with my research. One day, when I took Macy to a park, she said she wanted some ice cream. As I paid the guy and turned around, I saw that she was gone. I looked around in panic, when suddenly I heard her giggling. I ran towards the sound and found her talking to a boy around my age. Hey, you! Get away from her! Is that how you thank someone who just saved your little sister? The boy explained that Macy was running towards the busy road and he'd stopped her. I immediately apologized and thanked him, and he just smiled and left. A few days later, my biology teacher came across me in the school library and saw the notes I was writing. She looked completely stunned. This is brilliant, Elena! You wrote this yourself? She said my research was on a topic scientists had been struggling with for ages, and I was really onto something. Research a bit more on the areas I've highlighted, and let's meet in a week. When she left, I was floating through the bookshelves with joy, and I crashed into someone. Ouch! It was the guy from the park. Apparently, he was my senior at school, and his name was Kevin. I'm so sorry I didn't see you. I'm just so excited about something. I couldn't hold it in, so I told him all about my research. Turns out, the bio teacher was his aunt. He said he loved biology too, and could probably help me. For the next few days, we met in the library and discussed ways to improve my work. It would sometimes get hard to focus because Kevin was just so darn cute. One day when I got home after our session, all my happiness vanished suddenly. Dad was waiting for me at the front door, holding my research papers in his hand. He threw them in the air and screamed loudly enough for the entire neighborhood to hear. So this is what you've been doing all this time? This stupid research? What a waste of paper! And you think you'll go off and be a scientist one day? You can't, because you have a sister to take care of, who was blind because of you. Remember? Why did Dad have to be such a jerk? I turned around and ran away, and the only place I could think of was Kevin's home. His aunt was there too and was rather surprised to see me. He quickly took me up to his room and told me something shocking. I think my aunt is trying to steal your research and publish it under her name. Turns out, some papers had fallen out from her bag, and when Kevin saw them, he realized she'd copied all my notes and written her name on them. How can she do this? As angry tears poured down my face, Kevin suddenly pulled me close. Don't be upset, Elena. We won't let her get away with it. And then he kissed me. I forgot all about my troubles for a moment and kissed him back. The next day, we went to the principal and exposed the biology teacher. She got fired on the spot, and the principal made sure I got my research back. After that, I didn't care anymore about what Dad said. With Kevin's help, I worked hard on my research proposal and submitted it along with my university application. And to my shock, I actually got accepted on full scholarship. Guys, would you listen to this? Harvard Medical School thinks I'll be a really valuable addition to their university. Mom and Macy gave me a big hug as they cried tears of joy. But Dad, well, he looked livid. Congratulations, Elena! You can finally pursue your dreams and only think about yourself. Go live your selfish life. That's when all the years of anger came bubbling out, and I snapped. I'm selfish? I want to be a doctor so I can help people like Macy. But you are the world's worst dad and a cheap little man. I will chase my dreams, and without taking another penny from you. And that doesn't make me selfish. I love Macy, and nothing will ever change that. A month later,
I packed my bags, kissed Macy goodbye, and left. After years of hard work, I finally became a practicing neurosurgeon. Kevin helped me through everything and was the best boyfriend ever. Mom and I kept in touch, and I was so happy to see Macy growing so big. But one day, Mom told me that Dad had made some stupid investments and lost the business. I started sending her money and decided that as soon as I was financially stable, I'd move Mom and Macy in with me. A few weeks later, I was shocked to see both my parents at the hospital looking really upset.
Oh, Elena, Macy has a blood clot in her brain and needs surgery immediately. We didn't know where else to go. How will we even afford it? My baby sister was in danger? Mom, don't even think about it. I'll take care of all the expenses, and I will do her surgery myself. During the surgery, I also discovered a tiny tumor pressing on her optic nerve, and I removed it along with the clot. And now we could only wait for her to wake up. When Macy finally opened her eyes and I called her name, she looked at me directly and said,
Elena? I can see you. I can see you all.
It turned out that the tumor I'd removed had restored most of her vision. It was truly a miracle. I hugged her tightly, and so did Mom and Dad. This was the first time we'd ever had a family group hug, and I thought maybe he changed. But then he turned to me and said, "Oh, my darling Elena, I always knew you were a selfless angel. You will take care of us all. How soon can we move in with you?" I looked him straight in the eye. "I'll take care of you, Dad, and I'll be much more generous than you ever were. But you will not be living with us." Well, long story short, Dad moved in with his sister, and I sent him an allowance every month. Fast forward a few years, and I've published several groundbreaking research papers and became a well-renowned neurosurgeon.
One day, I was doing homework in the living room when someone knocked on the front door. I opened it and found a strange man standing there. He had a creepy smile on his face, and he smelled really weird.
"Hi, I'm Roger. I'm looking for your mom. Is she home?"
No, she's at her stupid job and she won't be back until midnight. I was starting to close the door in his face when he suddenly pushed it back open. I screamed. I thought he was going to hurt me, but then he pulled out a wallet from his back pocket and gave me a $100 bill. He said he'd give me the money if I let him wait inside, so I let him in. The man sat on the couch and said,
"I know you don't remember me, but I know you, Emily."
This was so weird. But before I could ask how he knew me, he closed his eyes and fell asleep on the couch. A few hours later, my sister Olivia came home. All my sisters hate me because I'm smarter than all of them combined, but I don't care about their stupid opinions. When Olivia saw the man on the couch, she screamed, "Who is that?" She threw water on the man's face to wake him up. How dumb is that? The man stood up and said,
"Olivia, is that you? Oh my God, you were only 7 when I left. I'm your father, remember?"
What was he talking about? Our father was in the Navy. He left years ago. A few months after he was deployed, we got a letter saying that he'd passed away. But my dumb sister ran towards him and gave him a hug. Olivia said, "Dad, I can't believe you're back!" Olivia whipped out her phone and started recording. "What's up, guys? You won't believe what just happened. My dad came back from the dead!" Just then, the phone rang. I answered it. It was my high school principal, and she was looking for our mom. Since she wasn't home, I let Dad answer the phone. He frowned while the principal talked to him. They talked for a while. After he hung up the phone, he said,
"Olivia, did you really call your teacher a stupid cow? You can't talk to your teacher like that."
Olivia said, "Dad, can you stop? I already got earfuls from Mom. Ugh, I thought you were better." Olivia stood up and left. Dad asked me where she was going, and I said, she'll probably go and meet up with her shallow boyfriend, who only cares about her money and pretty face. Dad scratched his head, then asked me where the bathroom was. Inside the bathroom, doing her makeup, was Isabel. Being the oldest sister, she recognized Dad immediately. She said, "Dad?" Because of the shocking sight, Isabel almost passed out. Dad asked me what was wrong with her, so I said, "Oh, nothing. It's probably just her hormones. She's pregnant, you know." Dad was happy when he heard the news. He said,
"Your mom and I got married when we were 19 too."
"Oh, Dad," I said, "Isabel's not married. She just got knocked up by her boyfriend." Isabel woke up and got back on her feet. She said,
"Dad's home? What if Mom finds out? She'll send him away."
Isabel was right. Mom shouldn't know because she had a new boyfriend. So Isabel and I thought of a plan. We would hide Dad in the basement in the meantime. Isabel told him, "You can stay in the basement with Brad." Dad asked who Brad was, so I told him that Brad was Isabel's boyfriend. He was an artist, or so he said. Truthfully, he was just a wannabe musician who played dumb gigs at bars for dumb people. I took Dad to the basement. When we got there, Isabel and Brad were shouting at each other. Brad said,
"Your dad can't stay here. This place is cramped enough for just me."
Olivia replied, "Well, this isn't your house, is it? You have no choice." Brad said,
"Look, it's either him or me. If he stays, I'm leaving."
Dad couldn't take it anymore. He kicked the door totally open and walked over to Brad. Then he shouted, "You can't talk to my daughter like that!" It was awesome. See, Brad had anger issues, but he was also very immature. Every time he and my sister fought, he would stay up all night and play his guitar really loudly, and he wasn't even any good at it. One day, they got into a fight, and I couldn't study for a test and got an A-. I was so mad at him. I told him off, but he called me a brat and said music was so much more important than education. Yeah, like I'm going to take life advice from a loser living in my basement. This was the first time that someone had put Brad in his place. I was so glad that we finally had a dad at home, but Isabel wasn't happy. No matter how many times she and Brad fought, she always defended him. She screamed at Dad, "Get out! You can't treat the father of my child like this!" Dad tried to explain, but she said, "He's better than you. At least Brad is here to watch his child grow up, unlike you." Even though he didn't say anything, Isabel clearly hurt his feelings. I could see the pain in his eyes. So I said, "Come on, Dad. You can stay in the attic instead." We made our way upstairs. Outside, I saw headlights coming into the driveway. Mom was home. I panicked. I said, "Hurry up, Dad." It was Tuesday, so Henry would be staying over tonight. Dad and I ran up the stairs just in time. I gave him some pillows and a blanket, some food and water, and a phone so he could text me if he needed anything. Dad asked, "How long do I need to stay here?" I didn't know, so I explained the situation to him. When we were told that Dad had passed away during deployment, Mom had taken it really hard. She was sad all the time and got fired from several jobs. Then, she had to give up 4 of my sisters for adoption because she didn't have the money to take care of all of us. She was really lonely until she met Henry. I said, "Dad, Mom is dating someone. His name is Henry. You know, your best friend." Dad was shocked and said, "Oh God, how could they do that to me?" I told Dad to calm down because Sophia was sleeping downstairs. She was always a sleepyhead. She was my youngest sister, and if she found out about all this, she might tell Mom. Dad said he understood and that he would wait until we were ready to tell Mom about him. Days passed, and it was getting harder and harder to hide Dad in the attic. My sisters were still mad at him, so they were no help. And Isabel's chatty boyfriend made it even harder to keep it secret. One day, we were eating breakfast with Mom and Henry, and Brad said, "Hey, what happened to your dad?" Luckily, Mom didn't understand what he was trying to say. She said, "He passed away years ago. Didn't Isabel tell you?" I kicked him under the table so he would stop talking, and he grinned at me, teasing me. I wanted to punch him. Ugh, so annoying! Suddenly, Henry stood up. He told us that he had an announcement to make. Uh-oh. Henry said, "Girls, your mother and I are getting married." Mom looked so excited. She was finally happy after so many years. But my sisters and I were looking at each other. I knew we were all thinking the same thing. This wedding can't happen. After Mom and Henry left for work, my sisters and I went to the attic to talk to Dad. Isabel and Olivia were still mad at him, so I had to break the news. He said, "What? This can't be happening. She's still married to me. Girls, we need to stop the engagement." Isabel said, "And why would we help you? We had to be separated from our 4 sisters because you left. I will never, ever forget." Dad tried to explain that it wasn't his choice, but my sisters weren't listening. Olivia said, "It doesn't matter what happened to you. You can't come here after everything and pretend like nothing happened. You abandoned us, so we're abandoning you." Isabel and Olivia left me and our youngest sister Sophia in the attic. Of all my sisters, she was the only one who was nice to me. But that was only because I did all her homework for her, so she wouldn't flunk out like Olivia did. Because I was helping her with school, she promised she wouldn't tell Mom and Henry about Dad. But she also said, "Henry's a great guy. To be honest, I would rather have him as a dad. But whatever, what's your plan?" Dad and I talked, and we decided to find dirt on Henry. I never liked that guy. I always thought there was something fishy about how much money he had. The next day, I didn't go to school so that I could have enough time to discuss the plan with Dad. It was only me and him at home. Then I got a text from Jeremy. Jeremy was my boyfriend. But my sisters didn't know about him. I didn't want them to know that I was so into boys, too. I wouldn't be like Olivia, who always got cheated on, and Isabel, who got pregnant so early. No, I'm smarter than that. I read Jeremy's text. "I'm coming over. Let's eat pizza and watch a movie in your room." I ran to the door just in time to see Jeremy walking up the drive. He called out, "Hey babe, let's watch a movie, but only if you're done with my homework. I need to get an A or my mom's going to kill me." I told him that I wasn't done with it yet because I'd been busy with some family stuff. I added, "But I'll finish it tonight. Come in, I want you to meet someone." I took him to the attic to meet my dad. Thankfully, my dad was cool about me having a boyfriend. I think it was because we had bigger fish to fry. We told Jeremy what was going on. He said that if our hunch about Henry was true, he didn't want me to spy on him because it would be too dangerous. He said that he'd do it instead, and I agreed. That night, Dad and Jeremy hid in the bushes outside the house to watch Henry through the windows. I found this out later, but they saw Henry carrying boxes to the basement where Brad was staying. Dad and Jeremy went down to the basement. They could hear what Henry and Brad were saying. Henry said, "Did the new shipment come in yet?" Brad said,
"Yeah, bunch of fake LVs are in boxes in the closet. They're gonna make us at least 20 grand, man. By the way, Isabel brought a guy here a few days ago. She said it was her dad. She wanted to hide him here."
Henry said,
"That's impossible. Their dad's my best friend, and he passed away while serving in the Navy."
After hearing this conversation, Jeremy got scared, so he ran up the stairs and left. From the attic, I watched him run down the street like he was being chased. Dad came back up to the attic and told me everything that had happened. Then, I received a text from Jeremy. It said,
"Your family's weird. We should break up."
I was so surprised when I read this message. I thought Jeremy really loved me. So I texted him back to ask him if he ever loved me, and he replied,
"Nah, man. I just needed you to get good grades."
It broke my heart. I started crying. So Dad hugged me and said that everything was going to be okay. While I was crying, the front door slammed downstairs. We heard Mom and Olivia shouting at each other. Mom screamed, "You're useless!" And Olivia screamed back, "That's funny. I didn't hear you say that when I was giving you money." I wiped my tears dry and went downstairs. Everyone was there while Mom and Olivia were fighting. My sister said, "I make a lot of money now. I don't need to stay here anymore." Mom said,
"Well, you're still a minor. I'm your legal guardian, so whatever you have, it's mine too."
Olivia said, "Not for long. I'm going to make Dad my legal guardian." Mom said,
"Well, Henry isn't your birth father, so that's not going to happen."
Before Olivia could say anything else, I pulled her aside and told her to calm down. But she got mad at me instead. She ran to her room and slammed the door behind her. When everyone had gone, Sophia said to me, "You should tell Mom that Dad's here before things get out of hand." I told her to stay out of the grown-ups' business, and she said, "Listen, you little..." But before she could continue, she fell asleep on the couch. I realized that Jeremy was right. My family is weird, but I wanted to fix everything. A few days later, when no one was home, I went to the basement to see what Henry and Brad were hiding. I opened the closet and found 10 huge boxes filled with fake designer clothes. For that many counterfeit items, a person could get at least a few years in prison. Suddenly, I heard footsteps coming into the basement. I hid behind the boxes in the closet, heart racing. But then, I heard Olivia and Isabel talking. I sighed in relief. I was going to leave my hiding place when Olivia said, "I'm looking for my old suitcase. I'm moving out, and Dad's coming with me." What? I couldn't believe that Dad was leaving with Olivia without telling me. Isabel said,
"I want to break up with Brad because he's such a good-for-nothing loser. Can I come with you?"
Olivia said, "Of course, sis. You know what? We should take Sophia with us, too." Isabel asked if they should take me, too, and Olivia replied, "We'll leave her here. She's useless anyway." They laughed like evil stepsisters as they schemed to leave me behind. Weeks later, my sisters had completely moved out. After they left, Brad had no reason to stay in the house anymore. One night, I overheard him and Henry talking about moving the boxes somewhere else. I couldn't let them get away, so I called the police and told them about the boxes. They went to the house with a search warrant. While the police searched, Brad and Henry kept looking at me like they wanted to punish me for snitching on them. But I didn't care. I was happy to finally get rid of them. The police found the boxes and arrested Brad and Henry. When the police questioned Henry, he also confessed that he planned my dad's kidnapping so he could get rid of Dad, date Mom, and use our house for his business. Everything finally made sense. When Mom and I got back from the police station, we had some visitors waiting for us. Mom looked like she'd seen a ghost. She just stood there staring at Dad, speechless. Dad said,
"Hey, babe, I've missed you."
She finally managed to whisper,
"Is that really you, my love? How is this possible?"
Dad took her in his arms, and she sobbed and laughed as he explained everything. Isabel said,
"We heard what happened. Are you okay?"
I was shocked to see her worried about me. I was even more shocked to see that she'd given birth to a beautiful baby girl. My sisters apologized for treating me badly and thanked me for being brave enough to call the police. Then Olivia said, "Let's leave this place and start fresh. We can be a complete family now." So Mom and I packed our things and moved in with Olivia, Isabel, Sophia, and Dad. We sold the house and used that money to start a new life. The best part of it all? We reunited with our 4 other sisters, and our parents are back together now. This is the family I've always wanted. I'm so happy with how things turned out.
I turned over in bed and reached for my phone. Hello? Is this Stephanie? Yes. Do you have any idea what time it is? Sorry. This is an emergency. See, your uncle has vanished and left you everything. I hung up immediately. It was obviously a prank call. I didn't even have an uncle. I didn't have any family at all. Me being an orphan is why I was so surprised that a visitor asked for me at the orphanage the next day. I looked over at a tall butler with a stern face. We need to talk about your inheritance, child. I followed him into a limo parked outside to meet with a lawyer. And just like that, I went from a poor orphan to a billionaire. Is this an airport? No, child. This is your new house. House was a bit of an understatement. The manor had over 400 rooms. I had to use a GPS just to get around the place. Luckily, I wasn't alone. My 5 cousins, my uncle's children, were there to help me out. The food was actually the hardest thing to get used to. At my first meal with the whole family, I was so hungry. I finished an entire bowl of what I thought was soup. When I looked up, everyone stared at me with disgust and horror. Stephanie, that was the fancy food for my kitten. I ran to the bathroom, and when I came back, I heard them talking about me. That's the girl Daddy gave his inheritance to? She smells like a peasant. Must be nice. She's the one who pays the bills around here now. I nearly cried. I was so excited to have a family, but to them, I was just a cash cow. They weren't the only ones who treated me differently because of my new money. My phone was blowing up with texts from the orphanage asking if the rumors were true. Ever since people had seen me set foot in the limo, they were spamming me with favors asking for new TVs and video games. Not a single person bothered to ask me what had actually happened. In fact, there was only one person who seemed to care about me at all. What's wrong, young mistress? Why did my uncle do this to me? He did it for you. He didn't even know me. Miles led me up a dark corridor to a giant room with a huge canopy bed and a large portrait of a woman who looked just like me. After your mother's disappearance, he couldn't bring himself to see you. You had a hard life. You having all this money is what he would have wanted. Well, I was happy with my old life. You never had to leave it, miss. Just like that, I was on a train back to the orphanage. Despite all the Gucci jackets and Coach bags I now had at home, I decided to just be me. All the other orphans were waiting to greet me. Once I stepped out and they saw that I was wearing poor clothes, the crowd disappeared. Hey, where are you all going? We thought you were rich. I'd never felt so alone. I decided I would never trust anyone again and I'd keep my wealth a secret. Plus, I didn't want anyone to take advantage of me. So hiding my wealth was the best thing to do. Are you sure you don't want to go to a private high school? I know of a great prep school in London. No, thank you, Miles. I just want to be normal. Plus, I can visit you every week. Oh no, I'm late for school. Oh no, you're not. Okay, so getting dropped off at school on my first day in a helicopter wasn't the best way to hide my money. By second period, everyone was asking me questions. No one was more intrigued than Eric. Those oil tycoon guys use that helicopter. How do you know them? Oh, I'm actually the maid. Yeah, the maid. Well, you must be a great maid for that kind of special treatment. Oh, I don't know about that. Wow, pretty and modest. I blushed so hard. We had every class together and we hung out nearly every day. Turns out, my uncle and Eric's father were old buddies. One time, I even ran into him at the steps of the mansion. Stephanie, what a surprise. They let the help use the front door? Oh, yes, very kind. He pulled me in with a serious face. Look, you know I like you, but if my father finds out, well, we need to keep us a secret. He talked about how romantic it was for him to be dating a maid, just like in a love story. Honestly, he was kind of right. It was thrilling to run around and hide, and I was grateful enough that my family played along with my charade. But my secret wasn't going to stay quiet for long. One day, I heard a loud noise while I was sitting in class. I saw Miles with 2 bodyguards. Miles was screaming and calling my name. He said to the teacher that I needed to leave class now. I left feeling really embarrassed, and everyone was staring at me. What are you doing? Miss, we checked your calendar, and it's about to be that time of the month, and we do believe you are ill-prepared. What? Let go of me. We just want to save you from embarrassment. He handed me a small box and said, Everything is under control now, ma'am. What the?
When I got back to the classroom, I panicked and told them it was maid work. Oh, it was just an emergency kidnapping drill we do. The time I met Eric for lunch, there were already some other rumors.
Steph, what happened? They say you stole a Da Vinci painting from the mansion. That's why you were arrested in class.
It was just a drill, and that painting isn't even that beautiful.
A drill for a maid?
Eric wasn't dumb, and that's why I decided to show him my mansion. So, at the front door, I said, "Eric, there's something I need to tell you."
Anything, my love.
I leaned over and kissed him. "We don't have to be a secret anymore." He pushed me away.
Yeah, and while I'm flattered you're obsessed with me, dating a maid isn't really good for my image.
He told me not to mistake my need for money and his desperation for a fling with love. What? Just then, Miles opened the door.
Oh, hello, mistress. Mistress?
The look of shock and surprise on Eric's face was crazy. Yeah, Eric, I don't think you understand. This place is mine. Consider us done. Miles slammed the door right in his shocked face. I was heartbroken and cried for hours. Little did I know, the worst was yet to come. Eric didn't take the rejection so well. Or at all, really.
Hey, babe.
Eric, we're done. Everyone was staring at us. I dragged Eric into the hallway for some privacy.
We should get back together, or maybe everyone will find out the truth, rich girl.
My mouth dropped open in shock. Was he blackmailing me?
Look, I already told my dad we were dating, and he was thrilled. This is how rich people do their business. Now everyone is happy. I get the perfect wife, and you get the romance you were so desperate for yesterday.
Let me assure you, there was nothing romantic about us being together. I couldn't believe I agreed to it. How stupid. He made us hold hands in public and wear matching clothes. He made me get him an internship at my cousin's firm and everything. After all his criticizing and telling me to smile and not embarrass him, I found out he was dating one of the other girls at school. She texted him, "I love you, babe, call me tonight," while he was at my house. Wait, you're seeing other girls? I thought I was your perfect wife.
For my father, maybe. But you're not being passionate at all.
What if I dated another guy?
Well, I'm the one with the dirt on you, so I guess you're stuck with me.
The next day at recess, a pretty blonde girl came over and sat next to him after kissing him on the cheek with a, "Hey, you." Then she looked at me like I was a cockroach. Who is she and what is she doing here?
Oh, don't mind her. She's just a loser who's drooling over me all the time. I think she's a bit of a gold digger.
How could he just humiliate me like that in front of everybody? I was so sick of all of this. I went home and ran out into the garden and cried because I felt so hopeless. I stuffed my face with comfort food and sobbed under the little bridge. Soon after, Eric found me there and started yelling at me.
This is all your fault, you know. If you want me to stop dating other girls, maybe you should be a better girlfriend.
He leaned in for a kiss and I was struggling to pull away.
I don't think the lady wants a kiss.
I looked up to see the most handsome guy in the whole world. Without warning, the guy punched Eric right in the jaw.
I said, the lady doesn't seem like she wants a kiss.
Eric charged at him, and before I knew it, the two were tackling each other on the bridge. The stranger managed to push Eric off, but not before Eric had ripped off his shirt sleeve.
You'll be hearing from my lawyer.
Eric fell over a couple of times as he ran away like a scared little mouse. Thank you. Who are you?
I'm just the gardener here. I just get a little defensive when I see pretty girls dealing with jerks.
I hope you're not hurt.
Nah, I'm fine. Ruined my favorite t-shirt, though.
I got so caught up in the moment that I leaned in for a kiss. He pushed me away and I fell into the mud. Then he ran away. Great move, Steph. Now that Eric was running around my family home, I spent most of my time at the orphanage. One day when I was studying hard in my room, I heard a knock on the door. It was Adam. How did you find me?
Oh, I asked Miles for your info, and he graciously told me your address.
Did he tell you anything else?
Only that you seemed like a sweet girl, and I should apologize.
So he didn't know anything about me being rich. I thought I messed everything up. I'm so sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just shy. Here, I brought you something to eat as an apology.
What? This place is expensive.
It's nothing. I would do anything for you to forgive me.
He blushed super hard and looked away. He was so cute and shy. The best part? He thought I was the poor one. I know it's lying, but I just didn't want to take the chance that everything would change. Before our date one evening, Adam came by and said there was something he wanted to tell me.
There's something I haven't been honest about. See, I'm an orphan too. That's why I never talk about my parents. It's very hard for me.
As we sat and talked about it, I felt even closer to him because of this thing we had in common. After a while, he took something out from his coat pocket and said he had a present for me. He asked me to turn around and clasped a beautiful antique necklace around my neck. I gasped when I looked at it. I'd admired it in the window of an antique shop the other day when we were walking by, and he'd just gone and bought it. It must have cost him a fortune. You shouldn't have.
Why not? You deserve pretty things, Steph. And I'll always keep the other half of this pendant with me.
I had a mansion full of pretty things, but nothing was as special as this. Well, I've got something for you too. I offered him a few t-shirts my cousin had helped me pick out the other day. I smiled and said it was to make up for the one that was ruined in the fight.
Steph, these seem like really expensive brands. Where did you get the money to buy them?
Oh, God, I hadn't seen this coming. I shouldn't have shopped from the same store as my spoiled cousins do. I guess there's something I haven't been totally honest about either. I told him all about how I was poor, but now I was actually super rich. I just didn't want people to know and take advantage of me. I just wanted to be me. Adam looked betrayed. He just looked at me and said,
"And you thought I'd take advantage of you?"
He seemed really hurt. Well, maybe.
I thought you knew I loved you.
Adam got up and said,
"Please, just take care of yourself. I don't think you should contact me anymore."
And he left, just like that. I was devastated. I cried all night and decided to go back to the mansion and mourn my relationship luxuriously. Miles insisted it would be better that way. Miles had also had some devastating news that was going to bring my pain to a new level. I have to get married?
It was in the legal documents. I'm surprised you missed them.
But I just broke up with Adam.
Well, better now before you needed to.
What's that supposed to mean? Miles explained how, as a rich person, marriage was not about love. My cousins were already making plans to break Adam and I up. He wasn't husband material. In fact, my suitor was planning to arrive today. When do I have to get married? Suddenly, I heard Adam's broken voice.
I should have known. I'm quitting, Miles.
I looked up to see Adam crying. He'd overheard what I'd said, but he didn't understand the whole thing. I ran after him as he dashed out of the room. I begged him to wait, but he said,
"No, Steph, we aren't meant to be with each other. I should have known. I'm not good enough for you. Have a great life."
As he turned to leave, he threw something on the floor. It was the other half of my necklace. He just ran away, and I couldn't stop crying my heart out. Just then, Eric appeared and handed me a tissue.
"Miss me, babe?"
I just glared at him.
"That's why I don't interact with commoners. They're brutes."
"What are you doing here?"
"Didn't your cousins tell you? I'm your fiancé."
I tried to run away from him, but he grabbed my arm. He told me he was sorry, and if he knew who I was, he would have treated me better.
You don't get it, do you? I'm under a lot of pressure from my parents to marry someone wealthy.
I was not hearing it, at first at least. My wounds were fresh from the breakup, but he didn't make it easy to reject him.
"I brought you a present, my turtle dove."
"Is that?"
"Of course. A baby elephant."
A baby elephant wasn't even the most extravagant gift he gave me. He bought me a private Justin Bieber concert, a solid gold statue of instant noodles, and my very own village. I felt bad, but the whole time he was courting me, I was spamming Adam's phone. I left him about 1,000 messages, and he didn't respond to me on anything. It was time I moved on. If I wanted my inheritance, well, there are worse guys I could be in an arranged marriage with.
Will you marry me?
Yes. Our wedding was not a private affair. Every TV network, newspaper, and billboard in town had a story about my wedding. It was all happening less than a week after the official proposal. It really was a fairy tale wedding. I should have been happy, right? When everyone saw me walking down the aisle, they made comments about my happy tears. In reality, I was crying because I was devastated.
"You look stunning, Stephanie. I love you."
I guess I'll learn to love you. Right when we were about to say I do and lean in for a kiss, the unthinkable happened.
"Stop the wedding." "You?"
"Oh, Adam." He ran up and kissed me while we were on live TV. Eric and all my cousins positively fainted.
"Look, I'm sorry.
Shut up and kiss me again. There was a wedding that day, but it wasn't between an heiress and a spoiled brat. It was between two best friends. Hi, I'm Greta. I live with my single mom on a busy Miami street. Please like and subscribe. I've always been a late bloomer. Born 2 weeks after mom's due date, took 2 years to speak my first word, and growing up, I wasn't a very social person. But my mom was so talkative. She could blabber nonstop about a burnt omelet for a whole day. But whenever I was around, I was her subject. Once when I was 4, we had a family gathering and all my aunt's sons were playing with me. Suddenly, Mom went bonkers with their parents. Look at your boys. I don't even know why they like her. You know, she still wears diapers at night. One night, I tried to train her to sleep without diapers. That was it. When I woke up, there was poop all over the room. On the floor, on the bed, on the door, on the closet, on her toys.
Ew, that's a factory of poop.
Yeah, but that's nothing. Yesterday at the grocery store,
Mama, stop. Stop this right now.
everyone was laughing and I burst into tears and ran away. But Mom continued her story again like nothing happened. On my first day of school, Mom walked with me. As we were about to enter, she grabbed my bag from behind and there started my first class. You're a careless, stupid little girl, so keep this in mind. Stay away from making friends, cause you never know who's good or bad inside, especially no boys. Focus on studying, that's why you're going to school. Hear me?
Mom, let me go. If you keep talking, I'll be late for my first day at class.
I ran off, and guess what's the first thing I did in class? I made friends with Kathy, who also happened to be my neighbor. One day, I asked Kathy to join us for dinner without telling Mom, but when she turned up at our door, Mom couldn't refuse. I was so happy to have my friend over, but soon I realized what a big mistake I'd made. Hey, what's up with the ew face, madame? You only eat lobsters and caviar for dinner? So, our food isn't good enough for you? Thank God you're not beautiful, or you'd think you're the queen of the world.
Mom, she didn't say anything. Let her eat, please.
Eat? No. I can see from her rich dress and her entitled look, you don't belong with her. Just go away, ugly girl. Kathy freaked out and ran away. That felt horrible. I ran after her on the road when suddenly a bus came charging straight at me. I stood frozen in horror, but Mom pulled me back just in time. Are you crazy? You could have gotten hit and gone into a coma.
At least that would feel better, Mom. You embarrassed me so much. See, I'm gonna run off somewhere. If you don't let us be friends, I swear.
Oh, you heartless girl. Do whatever you want. I just want you to be careful, 'cause you're my daughter. Ugh, I don't know if all moms are the same or if it's just her. Years went by and Kathy and I became the closest. On her 10th birthday, they had a party and I attended it with my mom. When she heard Kathy say the price of their cake was $900, she lost it. Woo-wee! Why spend so much money on a cake while she can use it for her daughter's plastic surgery? Man, Kathy is ugly.
Mom, quiet. What can Kathy do about it? She didn't create herself.
Well, she can, actually. It's the 21st century, not a big deal. I saw Kathy looking really upset as some people laughed, and her mom asked us to leave. It was so embarrassing.
Mom, stop. Are you crazy?
You hurt Kathy's feelings. And does it make you mad that her mom is a single woman like you, but she's done so well for herself? Oh, shut up, Greta. I can tell from the looks of that lady, she's not honest. And listen, I don't want you to visit their house any longer. I don't have a good feeling about them. But I couldn't dump my best friend for no good reason. The next day, I went to Kathy's house and I apologized to her for my mom's annoying behavior. Kathy was such a sweet friend that she didn't hate me for my mom, and she forgave me. Just then, I saw her mom dancing. Kathy said her mom was a famous dancer in town, and she ran a dance studio too. That's so cool, Kathy. I've always wanted to be a dancer, but you know my mom. She'd never pay for it. What if you don't need to pay? I'll speak to my mom. She'll teach you for free. That was amazing. I started going for weekend dance classes, telling Mom I was just hanging out with Kathy. Kathy's mom was teaching me some really different moves I'd never seen before, and she said it was the new trend. I was practicing at home one night when Mom came into my room and she burst out laughing.
Where did you learn that from? That's insane! OMG, I can't stop laughing.
What's so funny, Mom? Clearly you have no idea about the hot trend. And I learned this from a professional dancer.
Professional? What? Oh no. These moves with claps and snaps? That's not dancing, really.
Enough, Mom. I'm sick of this. Just leave me alone. I pushed her out of my room and closed the door. God. Weeks later, we had a talent show. All the parents and teachers were going to be there, and I was freaking confident. I was going to get some big applause for my dance and prove my mom wrong. The moment I got on the stage and the music started, there was so much noise from the audience. Wow, they were loving it. But seconds later, they started throwing paper balls and shouting, "Out, out, 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 out." I stood frozen in shock. What? Just then I heard Mom yelling from the crowd.
I warned you about these foolish dance moves, Greta. I told you, but no, you didn't listen. See now? Why don't you ever listen to your mommy?
Seriously, Mom? I couldn't be more embarrassed. I ran home angrily. I was super mad at both my mom and Kathy's mom. How could she teach me this stupid dance? I didn't talk to my mom for days, and I stayed inside my blanket house. I'd only let my hand out of the bed to grab food from Mom. I wasn't gonna forgive any of them. One morning, when I let out my hand to get food, Mom held my hand and wouldn't let go. Just let go of my hand, Mom. I don't wanna. Kathy? What are you doing here? I'm so mad at you and your mom. You guys made me a fool out there. I'm so sorry, Greta. But why are you mad at me? I didn't do anything. Who knows what my mom teaches her students? But please, don't hate me for my mom. I never hated you for yours. She sounded so true. After all, it's not her fault, and she apologized too. I called her inside my blanket house, and we started talking and laughing, and I started feeling better. Hey, I've got good news. The baseball team captain, your long-term crush, he's hosting a Halloween party tonight, and he's invited everyone at school. That includes you and me too? OMG, that's amazing. But I don't have any costumes. Well, that's why I'm here. We have to go shopping. Come on. We both got up happily and found Mom standing there with flared nostrils.
What's this little devil doing here? And what's all this about going to some stupid boy's party?
Kathy was about to run away, but I held her hand. Mom, were you eavesdropping? That's awesome. But listen, I'm done with all your doubts and questions. You're making me feel like I'm dumb, but I'm not. So just back off, please.
Okay, fine. I'm always looking out for you, but if you think you can take care of things by yourself, I'll back off.
She stormed off, and Kathy and I had a blast shopping for costumes. Later that evening, I went to the party dressed up as Wonder Woman. I was sure to impress my crush, but when I walked into his house, I stared around in horror as everyone stared at me. No one was dressed in costumes. Everyone was just dressed in their regular clothes. As everyone started laughing, the ground under my feet started to burn. I looked around for Kathy, and just then, she came laughing with the baseball team captain, and then she kissed him in front of everyone. What the what? How could my best friend do this to me? Oh, looks like some poor kitty wanted to impress my boyfriend by wearing that costume. Gosh, Greta, talk about being desperate. Does Wonder Woman have a cape? Because now would be a good time for you to fly out of this really embarrassing situation. I got so mad. I gave her a hard slap on her face and ran out with tears. When Mom saw me upset, she totally lost it.
Now you're crying, huh? See? I warned you about your stupid friendship and this stupid party and stupid boys. This is what you get for choosing that stranger over your mama.
Mom, shut up. Just shut up. Of course, she couldn't. She kept blabbering while I walked sadly to my room. I couldn't sleep that night thinking of what Kathy had done to me all along. I didn't go to school for days, but Mom's torture was increasing, so I had to move on. But I wouldn't even look at that witch Kathy. Then one day, the teacher announced there was going to be a food sales day where we had to cook and sell food on campus. And Kathy and I were on the same team. We were given small cooking stations, and I started cooking on my own. Kathy was standing opposite to me, staring with devil eyes. Suddenly, I looked up to see that she was gone. Where'd she go? And seconds later, someone pushed me out of my station. Mom, what are you doing here? And why are you attacking me? Before she could answer, my whole tent burst into flames. Had my mom just saved me? I hugged her and saw Kathy smiling from afar. So it's her doing again? I marched straight up to her. Did you just try to hurt me, you psycho? Why? What did I ever do to you, other than being your friend? Friend? Oh, save it. I never wanted to be your friend. It's you who wanted me by your side, so you could look prettier than what you freaking are. And I'm sick of being in your shadow. I'm tired of being the ugly one. I don't want to be ugly. I can't be ugly. Ugly? I never saw you like that. I always thought you were a sweet, nice girl. What are you talking about? Why didn't you tell me about this before? You were never in my shadow. I loved you, Kathy. Oh, shut up. I don't need your sympathy anymore. You might be prettier than me, but I'm richer. With all the money I have, I'm just a queen myself. And you will see. Oh, I doubt that last part. I must say, you're very confident for a prisoner's daughter. Yeah, babe, your mom was arrested in the morning today for a major theft. Now we know how you people were living like millionaires. You must be ashamed. What? That was unbelievable. Kathy instantly started crying and screaming and ran out of the school like crazy. I then turned to Mom. Mom, I'm so sorry. I feel like such a brat. I never really listened to you, but turns out you were right about everything. With Kathy, her mom, the dance, the party, everything. I don't know why I always took you the wrong way. I guess it's my fault too. After hearing you say that I'm making you feel dumb, I understood. Yes, that's what I've been doing. I should express myself more wisely. Some parents aren't good at expressing their emotions at times. I'm sorry too, Greta. I hugged her and we both went home. That night, we had dinner inside my blanket house after so long, and Mom started talking again about how she burnt the toast today.
I never knew why, but I always seemed to annoy my parents. It wasn't as if they didn't like kids. They absolutely adored my brother John. He was always being showered with expensive gifts. In my case, they never even remembered my birthday. On my 10th birthday, I came downstairs and saw a tiny wrapped box on the kitchen table. I ripped it open, only to have Mom walk in and snatch it away from me. "That's not for you! Look, she's torn the wrapping!" Just then, John walked in, and they were all smiles. They handed the box to him, and inside was a key to a Porsche. He screamed in delight and followed them outside. He jumped into his new car. "Mom, Dad, let me take you around the block with this baby." And they were all off together. John was failing high school and was mostly just partying with girls, but that never seemed to bother my parents. Last Christmas, he brought 2 gorgeous girls home, and my parents looked like they couldn't be prouder. I had the duty of serving everyone drinks and food. I pretended to trip up and spilled an entire tray of drinks on John and his guests. Mom sent me to my room, and I was more than happy having dinner on my own. A couple of weeks later, he turned up with another girl, Alina, and said they were in a serious relationship and she was moving in with us. I wasn't even allowed to have friends over to study with. If I ever wanted to ask someone, Mom would say, "Are you too stupid to do your work on your own?" And here my parents were, welcoming Alina with open arms. To my horror, I heard Mom say, "Oh, John probably doesn't have enough closet space. Why don't you put your things in Gwen's closet? She can put her clothes under her bed." As I started cleaning out my closet, I said, "You know, this is Whisker's favorite sleeping spot. I hope he doesn't scratch all your pretty clothes." Alina shrieked
picked up all her dresses and ran off. Later that year, my brother and his dumb girlfriend became proud parents to little Mike. My parents practically sobbed with joy at being grandparents, and I became the official babysitter. Anytime they were heading out to a party, they'd dump the baby on me and tell me they'd be late, which usually meant I'd be staying up till 2 trying to juggle schoolwork and diapers. To make matters worse, Alina was a mess. Mom ordered me to do everything she asked, and she had me running around constantly because, as she said, taking care of little Mikey is so exhausting. One time, she sent me to get her favorite Chinese takeout, and suddenly the paper bag ripped and all the food boxes fell out. I stood there staring at the mess for a minute, and then I just scooped up the noodles from the pavement and put them right back in the box. She didn't have to know. She popped into my room one day to try on one of her designer dresses, and she started crying when she couldn't get the zipper up because she'd gotten so fat. I helped her out of it, but inside, I felt so happy. Served her right for stuffing her face all day. One day, while Alina was taking one of her many naps, I was watching over Mike, and he just wouldn't stop crying. John barged into my room and snatched him from me. Seriously, why are you so useless? You can't even get a baby to be quiet. That was it. I was done with the thankless job and these selfish people. I decided that things had to change now. Anytime they tried to leave Mike with me, I would say I was too busy with exams and projects and lock myself in my room. I started having my friends over too. One time, while a friend called Stella and I were working on a project, Mom walked in and said rudely, "It's getting late. It's time for Stella to go home." I took Stella's hand and walked up to my room, slammed the door, and started playing loud music. And guess what? My parents said they'd had enough of me. They sent me off to live with one of my aunts. She was in her late 20s. I thought anywhere was better than my house, and I was almost looking forward to it. But I was so wrong. My aunt's ex-husband had been in the army, and I guess that's where she got her military discipline from. She had stupid rules for everything. I turned up for dinner 2 minutes later than 8 on the first night, and she said I could only eat salad. She had a list of chores I had to manage with school every day. I had to obey her rules, otherwise I'd be homeless. The only good thing about being there was that her stepson, Paul, lived with her. He was just a couple of years older than me, and boy was he handsome. He seemed glad to have my company, and we became friends pretty quickly. He would ask me to join his buddies whenever they were over. I totally wanted us to be more than just friends, of course, and it was so exciting to live in the room next to my crush. Stella was over at my place one day, and I told her I'd written a song for Paul. I sang it for her, and she absolutely loved it. Well, at least someone got to hear it. The next day at school, people seemed to be looking at me a lot more than usual. A girl from my class said, "Wow, I had no idea you had such an amazing voice." Another said, "Oh my god, why haven't you auditioned for American Idol already?" Wait, what? Another girl pulled out her phone and said, "Have you seen the views on your video yet?" I looked in horror at myself singing in my room. I couldn't believe Stella had recorded me and uploaded the video to YouTube. And it looked like everyone was loving it. The video went viral. Suddenly, every girl wanted to be me, and every boy wanted to be with me. I could see the admiration in Paul's eyes, too. If only he knew he was the inspiration. Jacob, one of the most popular jocks in school, came up to me one lunch. He leaned on the table and said, "Want to go out with me sometime?" I said casually, "You're going to have to impress me first." I made a dare, and the next thing I knew, Jacob had jumped up on the table and was taking his jersey off. Everyone in the cafeteria had turned around, and there were loud cheers and claps from the audience. Boy, he was totally ripped. But I looked at him and said, "Nah, I've seen better." And with that, I walked away. Jacob hadn't even noticed my existence till I became popular. He totally deserved it. Soon enough, though, I got a call to go to the principal's office. The principal glared at me as I walked in. I knew she only liked the nerds. She called my parents, and of course, they had nothing nice to say about me. She warned me that if I wanted to stay in the school, I'd better follow the rules and be a good little girl. I felt so angry. I was so tired of everyone's rules. I got up from my chair and said, "Please don't talk to me like I'm a kid. I'm literally the most popular girl in this stupid high school right now." The principal looked absolutely furious. She said, "This is my last warning. Behave or you'll be expelled." This wasn't over. The principal needed to treat me with respect. I was going to find a way to bring her down. The chance came sooner than I could have hoped for. And it was so much better than any of my original ideas. My aunt had sent me to get food from her favorite restaurant one evening, and I stopped short when I looked in through the window and saw two women kissing. It was the principal and our science teacher. Last time I checked, that was definitely against the rules. I quickly whipped out my phone and made a video of the two. That video was an overnight sensation. The principal and the teacher were both forced to quit, and everyone was ecstatic that we were rid of the horrible principal. And I was the one who made it happen. I was crazy popular now. One day in the science lab, I caught Alexa staring right at me. She smiled at me when our eyes met. Alexa was really popular. The lab instructor told us to pair up, and she quickly came to my side. We became friends and started hanging out a lot. At one of her parties, I told her she looked really good, and she blushed. She took my hand and led me to the dance floor. I could tell she was really into me, and to my shock, I realized that I might be a little into her too. I invited her to my aunt's one day. Paul and some of his friends were watching the game and asked us to join them. My aunt walked in with some snacks, and she instantly seemed to warm up to Alexa. I had never seen her look so affectionately at anyone. Alexa and Paul really seemed to hit it off too. And after a while, I felt a little bit left out of their conversation. Soon after that, Alexa started hanging out with me less, and whenever I'd call, she'd say she was busy. Paul seemed to be home less often too. I wondered if the two were hanging out together without me. One day, when I got home from school, I heard laughter from the lounge. It was Alexa and my aunt. Alexa said, hi, Gwen. I was just here to see Paul. I didn't care if my aunt liked Alexa better. I just couldn't afford to lose Paul. I decided to tell him how I felt about him. The next evening, I texted Paul to meet me in the garden after dinner. He seemed really surprised to see me all dressed up. He said, "Hey, Gwen, what's going on?" I took his hand, looked deeply in his eyes, and said, "I'm just a girl, standing in front of a boy, asking him to love her." I closed my eyes and leaned in to kiss him, but I suddenly felt him gently push me back. Paul looked completely shocked. He slowly said, Gwen, I'm a boy who's into other boys. I thought you would have figured that out. I have a boyfriend, actually." I ran away from the scene as fast as I could. High school was about to end, and I didn't want to live with my aunt anymore. Things were really awkward with Paul since that night. And besides, I was making enough from my YouTube singing videos to afford a small apartment on my own. One afternoon, the doorbell rang, and I was really surprised to see that it was Alina. She'd lost a ton of weight and looked fab. She said she needed my help, so I reluctantly let her in. She said, "Your jerk brother cheated on me." She and John had broken up, and my parents had sent him away to join the army. They were taking care of Mike. Since Alina's parents had stopped talking to her after she got pregnant, she had nowhere to go. She begged me to let her crash at my place till she could figure something out. I could hardly say no to that beautiful face, so I agreed. I thought I'd hate having her around, but I guess not being with my brother made her less of a jerk. In fact, she was going out of her way to cook my favorite meals and kept the house clean. I realized she was really good company. She was great at styling and helped me look amazing for my videos. One evening, I came home to a candlelit dinner for two. Alina looked stunning. Suddenly, she pulled me in for a kiss, and I kissed her back. We were super happy together. Our video series became more and more popular, and we were now a famous YouTube couple. We were making really good money, and we moved into a bigger house. Alina asked me one day if I'd have dinner with her sister. I knew she really missed her family, so I happily agreed. When her sister arrived at our table, I almost fell off my chair. It was Alexa, and she was with someone. It was my aunt. Needless to say, that was one awkward dinner. I just wanted to put the past and these people behind me already. I spoke too soon. Just a few days later, I got a text from my brother saying he wanted to come see us. I was curious about what he wanted, so I invited him over. The next day when he turned up, he looked around the house and said, "Wow, Gwenny, you've done really well for yourself." Just then, Alina walked in and sat down next to me. John looked a bit angry. I said, "Yes, as you can see, I have a much better life than you. I have everything you could possibly want." He forced a smile and said, "Well, yes. So here's the thing. I have a great business plan. I need $100,000 for it though. Can you lend me the money? Why was I not surprised? I said, I'd rather throw the money in the gutter than give it to someone as selfish as you. That seemed to be too much for him. He jumped to his feet and shouted, no matter how rich or famous you get, Mom and Dad will always like me more. You will always be alone, no matter what you do. With that, he stormed out. I smiled at Alina and pointed to the camera that had been running the whole time. I uploaded the video to my channel and told my viewers all about how my family had mistreated me. A few weeks later, my parents showed up with Mike. Turned out, John had sunk all their money in a stupid business investment and had come to ask me for money to pay his debts. He couldn't get a loan from anywhere, and they had to sell their house. They cut ties with him completely now and begged me to help them. I couldn't forget how they treated me, but I was better than them. Plus, they had looked after Mike all these years. I forgave them, and Alina and I moved them into a separate wing of our mansion. At our grand New Year's party, Alexa came by looking absolutely stunning. Apparently, she was no longer with my aunt. She kept flirting with me all evening and was conveniently by my side when it struck 12. She said, I guess I'll have to kiss you now. I pushed her aside and walked off. I joined Alina on the balcony and took her hand. I said, the best thing to happen to me is you. She smiled and said, my life with you is just perfect. And we kissed under the stars.
Hi, my name is Iris, and till I was 10 years old, I had a perfectly normal childhood with perfectly normal parents. Then one day, Mom suddenly decided to become religious, and she went completely insane. Suddenly, I wasn't allowed to read anything with the word magic in it, so I snuck Harry Potter books from the library and hid them under my pillows. But one day in the 6th grade, I came home to find Mom lighting up a fire, and to my horror, I saw my books on the ground. I told you I don't want you reading these devilish scripts. Come here and throw them in the fire. Are you crazy, Mom? I'm not burning them. Then I'll just have to save your soul. And with that, she shoved them all into the fire. I had to use all my saved up allowance to buy new ones for the library. But in the 7th grade, Mom went completely nuts. Dad had taken us for a party at his boss's house, and sometime later, I noticed that Mom wasn't in the room. I went looking for her and found her in the study, slashing a painting with a paper cutter. Mom, what are you doing? This painting is evil. I can feel the devil's presence in it. It turned out that the evil painting was worth a fortune. Not only did Dad get fired, he also got sued. He said he couldn't stand Mom any longer and left for good. I was furious at Mom, but I couldn't be for too long because the next day, she announced that she was pregnant. Dad was unreachable, so I was all she had now. And 8 months later, it was me calling 911 when she went into labor. At the hospital, Mom threw a huge tantrum because there were no female doctors available. There's no way a male doctor is touching me. I made a vow to God, get me a woman, or I'm keeping this baby inside. Just then, a handsome young doctor walked in and Mom screamed, I'll take him. She made me reapply her lipstick before I was shoved out of the room. Mom was acting weird. Mom gave birth to a baby girl and I fell in love with her instantly. She's beautiful, isn't she? Yeah, he's an angel. Oh, you're talking about the baby. Well, she looks like a boiled potato. Mom got busy again with her church meetings, and I became Maddie's babysitter after school. But I adored her and didn't mind at all. One night, as I was tucking her into bed, Maddie said sleepily, Can you tell me a story of ghosts and witches on flying broomsticks? Shh! Where did you learn about that, Maddie? I saw a cartoon on TV. It was so funny. I wish I could fly. I love magic things. And with that, she dozed off. But I was still thinking about what she'd said. I loved reading the Harry Potter books as a kid. Only a crazy person wouldn't. I sat down and started writing a story I'd had in my head since forever. On the first day of high school, a cute boy came and sat next to me during recess. I'm Lori. Want to see something really cool? And then he started wiggling his ears. For the next hour, He kept talking about how he gave ear-wiggling lessons on his YouTube channel, Learn Useless Talents. And just like that, I'd made a new friend. He started coming over to play video games when Mom was away. One time, she came back home earlier than I'd thought, and poor Lori had to hide for 2 hours before he could leave. Mom would have gone nuts if she'd found a boy at home. One evening, I had dinner plans with Lori, but I couldn't find a babysitter, so I took Maddie with me. As she sat in her high chair, she suddenly pointed to someone. "Look, Mommy!" I turned around to see a couple at a table, and I laughed. "That's not your mommy, silly. It's my mommy." I turned again, and this time, I saw the woman's face clearly. What the heck? That leggy woman feeding some guys strawberries was Mom.
Oh, you know that guy with her? He's our chemistry teacher.
After putting Maddie to bed that night, I waited up for Mom. She jumped out of her skin when she saw me. "Holy peace! Why are you still up, Iris?" "Mom, take off your coat." "What? Why are you acting so weird?" "I said, take off your coat. Don't use that tone with me. The Lord hates rude children. Now go to bed. He also hates liars." And with that, I started pulling off her coat. She pushed me away and we landed in a heap on the ground. "You were on a date with my teacher. I saw you. So you just lie about going to church, neglect your kids, and go on dates instead? You're such a hypocrite, Mom. How dare you accuse me?" Just then, Maddie walked in and stared at us. "Mommy, you look mad, like the evil witch from the book. Remember, Iris?" "The what?" I was grounded for a week for reading such books again. But if Mom thought I was buying her lies, she was so wrong. I was going to catch her again, and this time, I was going to take pictures. 2 nights later, as I was scribbling away my story, I heard a sharp tap on my window. It was Lori, and I let him in.
It's been 2 days since I last saw you, and I was going crazy. Look what I got you.
I nearly screamed when I saw his gift. It was a brain in a jar with a tag, "You've been on my mind." Lori, what are you saying?
I'm saying, I think I'm in love with you, Iris.
And then he kissed me. Lori, I thought we were just friends. I had no idea you felt this way.
Are you freaking kidding me? I hid for hours from your whack job mom. You brought your bratty sister on our date, and I didn't say anything. Why would I put up with your crazy family if I didn't love you?
Because we're friends. I didn't even know that it was a date. And my sister isn't bratty. I think you should just leave now. But before he could, the door suddenly flew open and Mom barged in. She chased Lori out the window with a broom. "You shameless child. As soon as you graduate high school, I'm sending you to a convent to become a nun. Now take these beads and pray for forgiveness." I haven't done anything wrong, so no thank you. Please get out of my room, Mom. What a crazy night. I felt bad about the way I'd left things with Lori, so when I went back to school, I looked for him everywhere. I finally found him in the cafeteria with a girl in his lap. There was a group of kids around them, and they were all watching something on their phones. "Hey, Lori, can we talk?" "No, you can't talk to him, witch." But he was just telling us that the woman in this video is your mom? I stared at the phone, horrified. It was a video of Mom and the chemistry teacher, and a woman was attacking them while screaming, "You stole my husband, and you're such a cheater!" Some students saw this crazy drama at the restaurant last night and recorded it. Gosh, it must be so embarrassing to have a mom like that.
Yeah, look what your mom is up to, and you're not even allowed to have a boyfriend. I'm so happy I came to my senses. And now, I'm with my future wife.
As the two started kissing loudly, I threw a glass of juice at their faces. "You're only with this girl because I rejected you, loser. And I'm glad you're out of my life because you're a terrible friend." And with that, I stormed off. As if things weren't bad enough, the chemistry teacher burst into tears during class and went down on his knees.
"Iris, can I please come live with you and your mom? My wife kicked me out and I'm homeless. I'll do all your homework, I promise."
Mom was ruining my life. When I went home that day to confront her, I found her in the study. "You want to explain what happened at your date last night, Mom?" She turned around looking half crazy. I'm your mother. I don't have to explain anything to you. But do you want to explain why you've been writing this nonsense under my roof? To my horror, I saw a pile of shredded paper on the table behind her. Mom, did you just shred my novel? I've been working on it for 2 years. I don't have another copy. I'm sending you to a Catholic boarding school. I'll wash my hands of you. Right back at you, Mom. God, you're crazy. I'll be happy to go far away from you. But there was no way I was going to some boarding school. I had to run away from there, and I was going to take Maddie with me. One evening when Mom wasn't home, I sneaked into her room and started searching the drawers for any money I could find. Suddenly, I came across a paper under her clothes, and when I read it, I was shook. It was Maddie's birth certificate, and the father's name was not my father's name. Oh my God, my dad wasn't Maddie's dad. I delayed my plans to run away and decided to look for Maddie's father. I searched for him online, and it turned out that he was some millionaire businessman. I made an appointment with his secretary, pretending to be a journalist who wanted to write an article on him. Maddie's dad welcomed me into his office, but his smile vanished when I dropped the truth bomb on him. I showed him Mom's picture and Maddie's birth certificate, and it looked like he was having a stroke.
This woman, your mom, she used to work for me as a secretary a long time ago, but she just disappeared. I had no idea she was married or that I had a kid.
He asked if he could meet Maddie, and I invited him to our house. When he came the next evening, his eyes teared up when he saw her. Maddie, this nice guy's your dad. Go say hello, sweetie. As she sat down next to him and gave her some gifts he'd brought, Mom walked in, and when she saw him, she turned paper white. What are you doing here? I found him, Mom. Maddie deserves to know her dad, and he deserved to know about her. But you don't care about anyone, do you? Maddie's dad got up.
You've kept her from me all this time, but now I want my daughter to come live with me. I wasn't a very rich man when we met, but I'm a millionaire now, and I can give her an amazing life.
A millionaire? Oh, darling, I'm single, and I'll be...
Just Maddie, please.
Mom agreed to let Maddie go with her dad, but for a monthly allowance. It was breaking my heart inside that Maddie would leave, but I was really happy for her. I bent down next to her. You'll go live with your dad now, but I'll come see you every week. No, you come with me. Maddie's dad was more than happy to have me too, and I was overjoyed. As we were leaving, I turned back to Mom. You haven't been a really good mom to either of us, but I want you to know I forgive you. Oh, and a question before I leave. Is Dad my real dad? She looked straight into my eyes, and with a cold tone, she whispered, no. I attacked her. You psycho, crazy woman! Maddie's dad pulled me away, and to him I said, just take me away. Now Maddie and I are living our best life. I've also started writing my zombie novel again, and I'm sure it's gonna be a bestseller one day.
I was born on the 1st of January at exactly 12 a.m. Mom says I was looking directly at her and smiled the first time she held me. I was sitting up by the time I was 4 months, walking when I was only 7 months, and talking by the time I was 10 months old. Growing up, I heard people telling my parents that I was special, but I always felt like I wasn't smart enough. That's why I read a new book every day. By the time I was 10 years old, I'd read everything from Shakespeare to Stephen Hawking. Dad, who was a brilliant scientist, always challenged me to do more. But Mom would take my books away at 10 p.m. sharp and switched off the lights. I'd sometimes read by torchlight after she left. But things got out of hand sometimes. I became obsessed with being the best at everything, which is why, in the 8th grade, I couldn't believe it when I found out I was the runner-up in the science fair. I tried smiling for the camera, but I felt so disappointed in myself that I just burst into tears and ran off the stage. As we walked out of the school, Mom said, "What was that all about? You're still second best, and that's amazing." Dad looked over at her.
There's no such thing as second best. You're either the best or you're not.
I was sure Dad was right. Or at least, that's what he says. Yeah, I'm such a loser. Why can't I be smarter? As I sulked in the car on the drive home, Mom pulled over in front of my favorite ice cream place.
Well, I think being second deserves some celebration.
Why don't you go get your favorite sundae, honey? I grinned reluctantly and got out. Just then, I stepped right into an ice cream cone melting on the footpath. I slipped and went flying in the air, landing on the ground with a thud. My head hit the hard concrete and everything went black. Hi, I'm Eleanor, and this is the crazy story of how I went into a coma and woke up a genius. Before I continue, click like and subscribe. As soon as I opened my eyes, Mom hugged me and started crying, while Dad quickly called the doctor. Apparently, I'd been unconscious for 3 days. After examining me, the doctor said I seemed perfectly fine and could go home, but I just felt different.
Honey, is everything okay?
You seem a bit lost. Oh yeah, nothing. I was just thinking about string theory.
String theory?
Yeah. I was just thinking that if we express the string theory in 11 dimensions, it leads us to Einstein's relativity equations. Isn't that really cool? Everybody looked at me like I'd gone crazy. The doctor said I was probably babbling because of the blow to my head.
Babbling? What she said makes complete sense. How do you know that, Eleanor?
Oh, I don't know. I just know. Mom, can we buy some ice cream on the way back home? The next day at lunch, as I looked for a place to sit, I found my math teacher and another professor arguing over something.
I'm telling you, I've tried every calculus method in the book. I don't know how to integrate x squared times e to the minus x.
Have you tried differentiation under the integral sign? The two turned to look at me in shock.
That's brilliant! Do you actually know how to use this technique, Eleanor?
I can give it a try. And with that, I joined their table and started solving the problem. When I was done, the two teachers stared at me with their mouths open. Next thing I knew, my parents were called to the principal's office, and the math teacher was going on and on about how gifted I was. After a series of tests, we found out that I had an IQ of 160, the same as Albert Einstein's. I was immediately bumped up a few grades. Becoming a genius was like turning into a whole new person overnight. I only had to read something once, and I understood it perfectly. Complex physics concepts and math theorems just all started making sense, and I was fascinated by everything I was learning. I could solve all sorts of problems at warp speed, and it felt amazing. One day, the guidance counselor told my parents to apply to a great school for gifted students in Finland. I applied and was accepted within a week on full scholarship. And before I knew it, I was flying over to Finland. My mouth dropped open as the cab drove up to the huge castle-like school building. Waiting at the main entrance was a jolly-looking man who smiled at me as I stepped out.
Well, it's nice to finally meet the little genius from Chicago. I'm the principal, Mr. Aaron, and we're very excited to have you here. An IQ of 160? Amazing!
He was really kind and welcoming. The next day, as I went to my first class, I noticed the other kids looking at me curiously, but there was one girl who did not look happy to see me. I instantly recognized her as the mean girl of the class. Just then, the math teacher walked in with the principal right behind him, who quickly slipped to the back of the classroom. The teacher announced an oral quiz, and I was on the edge of my seat. Turns out, things weren't that easy in a class where everyone was a genius. As the questions got harder though, it was clear that my main competitor was the mean girl, Janice. We were both neck to neck with our scores.
Well done, girls. Now here's a tough one to break the tie. Give me a number that when divided by the product of its digits, the quotient is 3. And if you were to add 18 to this number, the digits would be inverted.
There was a short pause. 24.
And we have a winner!
As the class broke into applause, I turned back to see the principal beaming at me. But Janice looked like she wanted to eat me alive. Later that day in the cafeteria, I joined some kids from my class and was having a really good time when suddenly Janice came over and slammed down her tray. So, just because you got one more question right, you think you're the smartest girl in the universe now? I didn't even say, well, you're not. And I challenge you to a game of speed chess. Challenge accepted. She instantly set up a chessboard at the lunch table, and before I knew it, we were in the middle of a really intense match, with half the school watching us. After Janice made another move, she looked at me, and I smiled. You lose. What? The game isn't over yet? Yeah, it is. My knight to e7, your king to h8, bishop blocks, queen to h5. Checkmate. I could see her working out the moves in her head, and then suddenly, she screamed and knocked the board right off the table. As she stormed off angrily, a girl leaned in and whispered, "She's the principal's daughter. I wouldn't mess with her if I were you." A few weeks had gone by, and I was loving everything here, except for the death glares I kept getting from Janice. One evening, I was called into the principal's office. When I got close to the door, I heard voices from inside. "But Daddy, I want to take a shot at it too. I have an IQ of 140. Why do you treat me like I'm dumb?"
Because you're not the best. The only place that matters is the #1 spot. Now stop wasting my time and go away.
Just then, the door burst open, and Janice stormed out, crying. She just looked at me and spat out, "I hate you," and went running down the hallway. When I walked into the office, the principal greeted me with his usual broad smile.
Eleanor, I have an amazing opportunity for you. There's a famous mathematical problem that's gone unsolved for decades. It has $1 million prize for the person who solves it. I really believe that could be you. Wouldn't you love that? You can use my private study to work in peace, and you can have anything you want. You just name it.
I'd really love some Doritos.
I have no idea what those are, but I will search all of Finland and get them for you. You just work on this and make us proud.
I pored over the problem for days, barely leaving the study. I became obsessed. I started missing my classes, but the principal said I didn't have to worry about that right now. One night, I'd fallen asleep at the desk when I woke up with a start. Of course! I couldn't believe the answer had been in front of me all this time. The next morning, I was up early waiting for the principal outside his office. I think I solved it! He settled in his chair, and as his eyes scanned the pages, they grew wider. And 10 minutes later, he looked up at me in shock.
Unbelievable! I really think you've done it.
Then suddenly, I saw an expression on his face I'd never seen before.
Now, get out of my office, please.
Wait, what? Aren't we going to submit the solution, sir?
Oh yes, but not we. Just me. What does a little girl like you need $1 million and all that credit for?
Oh my god! You're an evil jerk! You can't steal my work!
I can! Watch me!
And with that, he shoved me out of the office and slammed the door in my face. I couldn't believe he'd made such a fool out of me with his nice guy act. That evening, as I paced my room furiously thinking about what to do, Janice suddenly walked in. "What do you want?" "I know what he did, Eleanor. I know what he's really like. We can't let him get away with this." For the first time, I realized we were a lot alike. We both just wanted to be the best, and our dads had always made us believe we just weren't smart enough. "I'm listening." A few days later, the principal was planning to make a presentation in front of his colleagues and board members. Janice and I snuck into the conference room as everyone gathered there. The principal stepped up in front of the mic.
Before I start, I just want to say that I'm so excited to present the solution to a problem that has baffled so many brilliant minds. This will do wonders for the reputation of our school.
With that, he switched on the projector. Everybody stared at it, looking unamused, while Janice and I nearly burst out laughing. Mr. Aaron looked at the slide in horror and quickly shut the laptop off.
Clearly, there's been some mistake here. No matter. Let me distribute copies of my solution.
As everyone opened up the pages, they stared at him angrily.
Is this some kind of joke, Mr. Aaron? Why are you wasting our time?
And with that, everyone got up and started leaving, looking really displeased. When the room was empty, we came out of our hiding place, and the principal turned purple.
You! You stole my paper and changed the slides!
No, you stole my paper, and we just took it back. and it's already on its way to be reviewed by the country's mathematics board under my name. And he screamed in rage. Janice and I walked out arm in arm. At the door, Janice turned around. Daddy, put a password on your laptop next time. I know your IQ is only 126, but that was kind of dumb, even for you. Fast forward a few weeks, and I was invited to a ceremony in Belgium to receive my prize for solving one of the greatest math problems of our times. Mr. Aaron quit and left, and no one knows where he is now. I'm graduating school next month and heading off to university soon. With the prize money, I have big plans to open a school where all sorts of kids feel valued. Janice and I have become really good friends, and I sometimes let her beat me at chess.
Hi, I'm Aisha, and I live in India. My dad passed away when I was 4, so I don't really remember him. But since then, my mom has been obsessed with only one thing, my marriage.
Oh, my poor baby doesn't have a father. The only way you can do well in life now is to get married.
She started looking for potential husbands everywhere. We couldn't go to the grocery store without her distributing my picture. At the park, she'd take the numbers of all the moms who had boys my age. I'm only 5, Mommy.
I know that. You'll get married when you're 18, but we have to start looking now, or all the good ones will be gone.
Mom was crazy and had a marriage fever. I wished she was normal. But one day when I was 11, I came home to find a necklace on the table with a note. You're a lost cause, Aisha, but I found myself a husband and he doesn't want kids, so leaving you with Aunt Pinky. P.S. This necklace is for your dowry. Don't touch it till you're married. What? Mom had just left me for some strange guy? I just put the necklace away when suddenly the kitchen door flew open and a woman barged in. I recognized Aunt Pinky because we'd met once. She was my mom's older sister, and I knew she and Mom hated each other. Behind her was my cousin, who came running to me and knelt down on all fours. I'm Maya, remember me? I'll be your sister and we'll be BFFs for life. Come on, it's going to be our friendship game. Auntie Pinky pushed Maya away.
Just get up, you idiot.
Then she pushed Maya's bags into my hands.
Take these to your room and take your stuff to the attic. And hurry back. I'm hungry.
I don't want to move to the attic, and I don't know how to cook.
Your mom said you could. Stop lying.
Mom, Aisha and I can share her room. Right, sis? Auntie Pinky glared at me and walked away. Phew, at least Maya had my back. Over the next few years, life was horrible. Auntie Pinky was always making me do chores around the house and wouldn't even let me hang out with my friends unless Maya begged for me. This one time, we had to get our school trip permission slips signed by Auntie, but as soon as she signed Maya's, she threw the pen on the ground and clutched her chest.
Oh, my poor heart. I can't breathe. I'm dying. Leave my room, you two.
But my slip.
That's what you're worried about? You heartless child. Get out.
Of course, I missed the trip, but that night, I added sugar instead of salt to dinner, and seeing the look on Auntie Pinky's face, I had to admit, revenge was sweet. Maybe Mom was right. Marriage was the only solution for an orphan like me. I just had to wait a little longer to leave, for good. But things really got to my head on my 16th birthday. It was the first time that Auntie agreed to let me have a party. But when I got to the lounge all dressed up, I saw all the banners had been changed to Happy Pre-Birthday, Maya. Just then, Auntie Pinky pushed me into the kitchen.
Dinner won't cook itself. We can't keep Maya's guests waiting.
I was furious. Suddenly, I knocked over a bottle of juice by accident, and it went spilling everywhere. The door flung open just then, and AJ, our super rich neighbor's son, walked in.
Hey, let me help you with that.
And before I knew it, he'd taken off his shirt and was mopping up the mess with it. I was having trouble not drooling because, boy, he was ripped. But I quickly reminded myself that Maya had a huge crush on him.
Aisha, isn't it your birthday? Why are you always doing chores?
Oh, I'll do lots of fun stuff once I'm out of this stupid place. You know, once I'm married.
That's your exit plan? It sounds terrible.
Okay, do you have a better idea? He stepped closer and pushed a strand of hair behind my ear, making my heart skip a beat.
Yeah, actually, I do.
Right at that moment, Maya and Aunt Pinky barged in and they looked livid. We were just cleaning up some mess. Aisha, how could you make AJ work? You should have told me.
Look at that boy's expensive shirt. Why do you always act like a helpless princess? Go to your room, now. No, it's not her fault, I promise.
You're just making things worse. Please, stay out of it. And I stormed off to my room angrily. Worst birthday ever. When Maya came to bed later that night, she looked super mad. What's the deal with you and AJ? He just left after you came upstairs. Maya, I don't care about him. He's all yours. Listen, I've just decided something. I gotta find a boy now so I can get married soon. I can't live with your mom much longer. She looked thrilled and promised to help me. My plan was simple. Find a boy, marry the boy. At first, it wasn't tough. All I had to do was comb my hair and put on some makeup, and every boy in school was practically fighting for my attention. My first date was a dream. The guy was totally into me.
You're so beautiful. I think I want to marry you someday.
I immediately plopped my ring onto the table. Why wait? I have my great-great-grandmother's ring right here. For a second, he looked shocked and then excused himself to go to the restroom, and he never came back. After that, it was a new date every night, and always the same thing. They were all declaring love at first sight, but the minute I brought up marriage, they were gone. Soon enough, everyone stopped asking me out. I was so bummed out. Until one day, as I was walking down the hallway, someone grabbed my arm and pulled me into the janitor's closet. It was AJ. What are you doing?
Me? What are you doing? Are you crazy?
Listen, I've no idea what you're talking about, but let me go.
It's crazy how you're chasing every guy at school, but you run away from me when I...
He stopped mid-sentence, and suddenly I realized his face was just inches from mine. You what, AJ? He leaned in closer. Oh my God, was he going to kiss me? But instead, he pushed me away.
When I'm only looking out for you, there's rumors that you're desperate to get married because you're pregnant.
What? I'm not pregnant. I've never even kissed anyone.
Really? Well, in that case.
He stepped close to me again, but just then, Maya opened the door and she was staring daggers at me. Oh, Maya, AJ was just telling me about the worst rumor. Everyone thinks I'm pregnant. This will ruin my chances of finding a boy. What? That's horrible. I promise I'll find out who's spreading that rubbish and make them pay. For the next few weeks, all I did was avoid AJ and try to find a decent guy. And then one day, the school's biggest jock, Zane, slid next to me during recess.
Say you'll go out with me? Not leaving until you do.
I grinned back at him and whispered, I do. We started dating, and he was sweet and romantic. A week later, I decided to bring up the marriage issue soon. But instead, Zane marched up to me in the cafeteria during recess and got down on one knee.
Will you marry me, Aisha?
Of course! Zane twirled me around and kissed me. It was my first kiss ever, and it was not that great. Where were the freaking fireworks? Later that day, I was looking at my ring. I heard someone behind me.
That's a really ugly ring.
What's your problem, AJ?
My problem is that you're being stupid and getting married for all the wrong reasons. You think marriage will solve your problems, but it will only give you new problems.
Hey, you don't get to judge me because you don't know what it's like to be in my shoes. You're a millionaire's spoiled son, and I'm an orphan. Now I'm about to get everything I've ever wanted, so why are you trying to ruin it for me? Suddenly, he took my hand and looked into my eyes.
Because I think you're amazing, Aisha, and you deserve so much more. I hope you realize that before it's too late.
And with that, he left. Ugh, the stupid boy. The next few months were crazy. Zane was even more excited about our marriage than me. One day, he was taking me out to hunt for the perfect dress. Another day, he was picking up card designs. He even brought his parents over to meet Aunt Pinky. Hey, Zane, take it easy, will you? We've still got 2 years to go before we can get married.
Oh, babe, I'm just so excited because I love you so much. I'll try to be cool, okay?
As he kissed me, all I could think was, geez, even being near AJ was more exciting than kissing this guy. And soon enough, I found out why. One day after school, I was looking everywhere for Zane when I suddenly stopped short in my tracks. I spotted him under the bleachers kissing another dude. Wait, what? I stormed over to them. The other guy ran off, but Zane looked completely calm.
Oh, it's just you. Okay, you caught me. I'm gay. Of course, I was gonna tell you, eventually.
You're gay? Then why are you pretending to be in love with me?
Because, sweetie, this is perfect. I want to hide that I'm gay, and you just want to get married. We both get what we want. Maya suggested it. The girl's a genius.
Maya? I threw Zane's ring at him and ran home to confront that witch. Oh, you found out already? Boo-hoo. What are you so angry about, Aisha? I was only helping you get what you want. I suddenly snapped. I always knew Aunt Pinky hated me, but I never knew you were such a snake. Did you spread that rumor about me too? Duh. I wanted AJ to think you were just a desperate loser. And it's not even a lie. Listen, Aisha, you're just a poor orphan, and Zane is your ticket out of here, so don't mess it up. No, I'm my own ticket out of here. Someone once told me I deserve more, and he was so right. I packed my bags and marched out. And I sold the necklace Mom had left me and moved to a hostel. I started studying harder at school and trying to show AJ that I had changed. The next few months flew by and the end of the year party came around. I was standing by myself in the corner when suddenly someone took my hand.
What have you done, Aisha?
What did I do? I swear, whatever it wasn't me. And then suddenly he pulled me close and kissed me.
I haven't been able to stop thinking about you, and I can't avoid you any longer. I'll marry you if that's what it takes to be with you. So, Aisha, will you marry me?
By then, everyone around us had stopped to stare as AJ went down on one knee. But I pulled him up. No, you were right about everything. And I'm done with all that silly marriage nonsense. But AJ, will you be my boyfriend? He laughed and twirled me around, and Maya screamed and passed out. We graduated high school and went to different universities. And then on our 5th anniversary, he popped the question again. And this time, I said yes. Hi, I'm Natalie, and I'm the only child of a rich couple of tech entrepreneurs. They developed some apps that became super popular overnight, and they became millionaires. Sounds cool, right? Well, it wasn't that great for me. My parents were always working or traveling, so I hardly ever saw them. I was practically raised by my nanny, and my best friend was my chauffeur, Thomas. I really wanted to have friends my age to play with. So when I was 5 and starting school, I was thrilled. I put on my new uniform and cleaned my thick glasses. Oh yeah, I have a huge eyesight problem. I'm almost blind without them. When we arrived, I noticed that everyone in the parking lot was looking at me. Just then, I spotted a girl my age standing close by and saw that she was wearing the exact same shoes as me. I walked up to her excitedly and put my foot next to hers. Look, we have the same shoes. We could be best friends. The girl stomped on my foot. Don't think you'll be popular here just because you came in a fancy car, Four Eyes. But I didn't ask, and I don't care. Don't talk to me. And with that, she flicked her hair and left, and her minions followed. I soon discovered that her name was Cynthia, and she was in my class. She told everyone I was a loser who'd begged to be her best friend, and I instantly became a laughing stock. For the next few years, I just kept my head down and ate my lunch alone in the janitor's closet. In the 2nd grade, I saw a sign-up sheet on the board for dance auditions. I'd been having dance lessons at home since I was a kid, and I loved it. So I immediately put my name down. But just then, I heard Cynthia laughing behind me. There's no place for you here. Only talented dancers can join the class. The ones who don't wear stupid glasses. I was so tired of her walking all over me. I am a talented dancer. You don't get to decide what my place is. With that heavy equipment in front of your eyes? I don't think so. That joke about my glasses is now older than my grandma, and I'm bored. Come up with something better already. Her eyes went wide in surprise, and I walked off feeling proud of myself. Maybe she'd let me be now, but I was so wrong. On the day of the audition, she got to dance first. She wasn't bad, but I was better. But when she finished dancing, all the judges got up and clapped for her. Immediately, a woman in the jury said, That was brilliant. We have the person here for the lead role. Wait, what? I climbed onto the stage immediately. Excuse me, ma'am, but she was only the first dancer. You haven't even seen the rest yet. The woman looked at me with disgust. I can tell simply by looking at someone if they're talented, and you are not. Someone take her away, please. Next. That was so unfair. After the audition, I saw Cynthia hugging that woman and calling her mom. Now it made sense why the judge was so nasty. Well, I couldn't even do the one thing I loved, and Cynthia still kept making my life miserable over the next few years. She spread a rumor that I had a contagious eye disease, and anyone who hung out with me would go blind, and everyone actually believed her. Another time, I'd taken my glasses off during an exam to clean them, and I didn't notice her slipping a cheat sheet on my desk. I nearly got suspended. I spent most of my time denying all these stupid rumors, and it was exhausting. One day in 7th grade, as I was walking down the corridor, Cynthia pushed me and my glasses fell off. I started to crawl, feeling the floor with my hands. As I vaguely spotted the glasses and reached out for them, Cynthia stepped forward and crushed them with her foot. That was it. I attacked her blurry figure, knocking her to the ground. We were wrestling and pulling each other's hair when a teacher intervened, and we both ended up in the principal's office. Cynthia looked totally chilled out, and her mom landed 2 minutes later to defend her.
Oh, I know this child. She's a troublemaker.
Her mom was on the school board, and the principal seemed to believe her instantly.
Where are your parents? Your father said he'd be here right away.
Before I could answer, Thomas opened the door. Oh, that's not her father. That's her chauffeur.
Clearly, she's not on her parents' priority list. They sent the chauffeur to deal with her.
I blinked away my tears furiously and ran off to the empty school auditorium, one of my usual hiding spots. I put on my headphones and started dancing in the dark. It was the only thing that kept me sane. When I finished, I heard someone clapping. As I looked towards the audience, I saw a boy sitting in the dark. It was Clayton. Clayton was popular and hot, and every girl in school wanted to date him, including Cynthia. And that was reason enough for me to stay away from him. What do you want?
I was just watching you dance. You're really good.
Please, just stay away from me. I stepped down from the stage, and as I was walking past him, he gently took my arm.
Wait a second, okay? I just want to talk.
I stopped, my heart beating a little faster. He removed my glasses.
You're really pretty.
As he pulled me closer, I shut my eyes, waiting for my very first kiss. But before anything happened, he started to laugh and ran away with my glasses. Hey, wait! I started panting and sweating. Everything was dark and blurry. I heard laughs coming from every corner. Loser. Four-eyed dork. I covered my ears and started to cry. Suddenly, Thomas opened the door and shouted,
Natalie, where are you?
Oh, here comes the superhero to the rescue. Or should we say, super chauffeur? Cynthia and her tribe skipped out laughing as Thomas took my hand and then drove me home. I didn't go to school for a few days and stayed in bed, but the more I thought about it, the angrier I felt. I was alone, and my parents weren't going to come bail me out. I had to stand up for myself. It was the only way to deal with these bullies. But when I went back to school, suddenly everyone and everything had changed. Cynthia ran towards me and hugged me like a best friend. Hi, Nat. We were so worried about you.
Yes, where have you been? We missed you.
Even Clayton was there smiling at me. What on earth was happening? What are you up to? Don't touch me. And then I heard a voice behind me. It was my mom.
Natalie, what are you doing?
What am I doing? What are you doing here? Nat, how come you never told us that your mother is the founder of the most successful fashion app in the world? She just gave us a ton of discount coupons for the most awesome brands. And why did I need to tell you that? I don't even use it. You're hilarious, Nat. That's why we're best friends. No, we're not. You're a psycho.
Natalie, you're being so rude. I didn't teach you those manners.
You're right. You didn't teach me any manners. You didn't teach me anything. So go back to making your apps, Mom, and take these psychos with you. Well, maybe having a famous mom would finally help get Cynthia off my back, but that was wishful thinking. Because from that day on, I not only had to deal with her at school, but also in my own home. Since Cynthia had convinced my mother that we were best friends, Mom had a brilliant idea of inviting her home every day and to come with me in the limo. Cynthia and her minions were really enjoying the limo ride, touching every button. Knock it off, you're going to break something. Poor Four Eyes. Her mom likes me more than she likes her. Ugh, I wanted to punch her stupid face. This went on for weeks, but one day, just when I was at the edge of losing my mind, something unexpected happened. As I was coming out of class, I saw Cynthia and her mom arguing. You need to train for nationals, Cynthia. You seem really distracted. Don't worry, Mom. I'm practicing at the studio every day. I know how important the competition is. Okay, just checking. You have to win every competition to get a university scholarship. Your stupid father has left me with no money, and you have to go to Juilliard. It's important for my reputation. I know, Mom. I realized Cynthia had been lying to her mom about going for practice because she was always at my place. Now was my chance to get rid of her once and for all. That afternoon, when Cynthia was at my place as usual, I stole her cell phone, took her mom's number, and called her, acting as a secretary from the dance studio. Hi, I wanted to tell you that your daughter had an accident at the studio and you're her emergency contact. Can you please come over immediately? Oh my God, is she okay? Yes, she's fine, but she's asking for you. I'm sending you the address. I'll be right there. Okay, that was a bit dramatic, I know. When I heard a car screech to a halt outside my house, I went running out. Cynthia's mom was shocked to see me. You? What is this? Some kind of prank? Oh, no, please believe me. You have to come see Cynthia. As her mom looked at me suspiciously, I led her to my bedroom where Cynthia and her minions were reading magazines lying on my bed. Gosh, I think I'll just run away and become a teen model. Or marry some rich billionaire. I don't want to dance and go to stupid college. Mom is really annoying. No wonder Dad left her. You ungrateful brat. Mom, I was just kidding. Shut up. You're coming with me right now. You're grounded for life. She took Cynthia by the ear, like a 5-year-old rascal caught doing something bad by her mommy. It was heaven, and I'd been recording the whole thing on my phone. It was an Oscar-worthy film I could watch on repeat, and then I shared it with the whole school. By the next day, Cynthia was the laughingstock, and that was the end of her popularity. But when I got home that day, Mom was waiting for me with her phone in her hand. You made this and circulated it everywhere? How could you do this to that nice girl? You're a terrible person. I'm glad at least this made you pay some attention to me, Mom. Did you know Cynthia has bullied me from the day I started school? Do you know she's knocked me down, broken my glasses, spread rumors about me, and humiliated me in front of everyone? You wouldn't know because you were never here. Her mom always came to defend her, but mine never showed up for me. I'm sorry, Natalie. I didn't know. I was so busy all these years to build a great future for you. This app, this company, this money, it's all yours. Well, you know what, Mom? I always thought I was angry at you for never having any time for me. But now I think what's been bothering me all along is that I'll grow up to run your company one day and I'll become someone like you. And I don't want to be like you. I don't want to ignore the people who love me the most for some company or money. Oh, I didn't know you hated me this much. Mom, I don't hate you. I hate the fact that I might turn out to be a mother like you. Please, forgive me. Please, give me a chance. I wasn't ready to forgive her right away, and I didn't talk to her for months. But it seemed like my words had really moved her, and she kept trying to make up for all the lost time. And eventually, I decided to give her a chance again. And, well, Cynthia, she never bothered me again. She was now a prisoner of her mother, who didn't take her eyes off her and forced her to dance every single day.
When I was 5 years old, someone gifted me a 3,000-piece puzzle on my birthday. My parents thought it was too hard for me and put it away, but I snuck into their room when they were asleep and took it. I stayed up all night piecing it together, and when they saw it the next morning, they were totally amazed. "Laura, you're a genius! We're gonna send you to the best schools, the best classes! You're going to be the best child in the world!" In an instant, my life changed. My parents shifted us to a new city, got me into a fancy new school, and signed me up for 6 hours of tutoring daily. But the problem was that I had ADHD as a kid, and it was really tough for me to focus the way my mom wanted me to. Once, Mom even tried to give me pills to control my behavior. "You should take these, Laura. They will help you focus on your studies." "Okay, Mom." When she left, I threw the pills in the trash. What if she wanted to poison me? My mom made me hate studying, so I had no choice but to start sneaking out when my parents weren't looking. My little escapades were awesome. I got to play soccer with the other kids and eat all the junk food I liked. It was all going so well, until one day in the 2nd grade, when I snuck out to go to a soccer match. 2 big girls approached me on the street. "Hey you, give me your bag." "No way." One of the girls grabbed me while the other tried to pull my bag off my shoulder. Suddenly our neighbor spotted us.
Hey, what are you doing?
The girls ran off in a hurry, and the neighbor took my hand.
"I'm taking you home to your parents, Missy."
"Oh no, not my parents." When Mom saw me, her face turned red with anger. "What are you doing out, Laura?" Once she learned about the incident, she totally lost it. She took away all my toys and grounded me until further notice. "Until you can learn to be a grown-up, you're not going anywhere." I already don't go anywhere." Mom was about to slap me when Dad came between us and stopped her. "Such a rude kid." The next morning, Mom woke me up at 4 a.m. "You're going to learn self-defense with your dad every morning and night." "But Mom, it's not even morning yet." "You start now." I had no choice. He began to teach me kickboxing every morning and jujutsu every night. One day, I was heading to an advanced math exam. My mom had been grilling me about this paper for a year. She wanted me to rank number 1. I was on my way to the exam room when I suddenly spotted an adorable boy with glasses cornered by some bigger kids who were pushing him around. I knew I had to go in for my paper, but I couldn't ignore this. I ran in between them. "Hey, stop it." Is this little girl here to save Devin?" "This little girl will kick your big butt." I kicked one of the boys on his knee and he fell. When his friend ran to get me, I dodged him easily and pushed him away. The boy was totally stunned.
"You're awesome."
Suddenly, my teacher came out of the exam room.
"Miss, this girl just attacked us. She's crazy."
Before I knew it, I was being dragged to the principal's office. I already knew what would happen now. He called my parents. Mom came in like a raging bull. "You missed the exam? You beat someone up?" "Mom, they were bullying someone." "So what? Are you Mother Teresa or Wonder Woman? Mind your own business. How dare you ditch your exams like this?" "Dad, I did the right thing. You know that. Say something." I knew Dad agreed with me, but he was just too weak to say anything in front of Mom, who was acting like freaking Godzilla. She signed me up for a replacement exam in 3 months and told me to get to work. The next day, the boy I helped, Devin, came up to me and thanked me for saving him from the bullies. He thought I was amazing and asked me out on a date. My first date ever! And he was just so cute. Of course I said yes. Devin and I began dating, and I did everything I could to keep it secret from my parents. I got a secret phone with my savings to text him, and I'd sneak out every night to meet him. I started to think that life wasn't so bad after all. Until one day, Noah, the gorgeous soccer player from my school, came up to me during lunch.
"Hey, go to the Blue Pearl Cafe at 5 p.m. Watch what happens."
"What?"
"Just do it. It's very important."
With that, Noah walked away from me. That was so weird, but I decided to go anyway. When I reached the cafe, I saw Devin sitting there arm in arm with another girl. What? Devin kissed that girl right on the lips before she left. Oh my God! Devin! You cheater! The whole cafe turned to look at us, but I didn't care.
"Laura, what are you doing here?"
"I'm dumping you!" I walked forward, grabbed his plate, and dunked all his food over his head. Just then, another girl walked into the cafe. "Devin, what's going on? I'm here for our date." Oh my God! I told the new girl the truth about him, and she grabbed some food from another table and chucked it right in Devin's face. Just then, the manager showed up and threw us all out of his cafe. "I hope you rot in hell, Devin!" And with that, I ran back to school. I was going to find Noah. He was practicing soccer with the school team. I pulled him aside and demanded that he tell me how he knew about Devin.
"I've seen him around with you, so I knew you were dating. But I saw him with other girls too."
"Why did you tell me?"
"Because I kind of have a huge crush on you."
"You what?"
"I'm not sure if you remember. We used to play soccer together before you stopped showing up for practice. I've always liked you, and I didn't like the idea of you dating that slime."
Oh my God. Noah had a crush on me?
I know it's kind of weird and sudden, but do you want to go out with me sometime?
He was so stunning, and I wanted to say yes, but I couldn't get Devin out of my head. How could I ever trust a guy again? I had to turn Noah down.
"Maybe we can just play soccer, like old times."
"Yes, we can try that." I started playing, and it was the best fun I'd had in years. Everyone loved me and asked me to try out for the official soccer team. I cleared the tryouts easily, but I had to make sure my parents never found out about this. One day, after practice, Noah came to me with a whole bunch of roses and a couple of friends playing guitars. He asked me out on a date, again.
Oh my God, you're dating Noah?
I turned around to see Devin behind me, and he looked really mad. It's none of your business what I do with my life. Tell me the truth, Laura. Noah told you about my dates, didn't he? So what if he did? I always knew he liked you. He was always staring at you. Go away, Devin. Yeah, before we make you. The entire soccer team stared him down, and he had no choice but to back off and walk away. I turned to Noah and said, I'm sorry, Noah. I really like you, but I just can't trust someone so soon. That's okay, Laura. I get it. Come on, let's prep for the semifinals. The semifinals of our tournament went by like a breeze. We had trained hard, and our skill and teamwork were totally unmatched. When I scored that winning goal, I literally lost my mind. The thrill and joy was too much. I wrapped my arms around Noah and gave him a kiss right on his lips. The entire stadium began to hoot at us, but I didn't care one bit. Everything was perfect until I heard it. Laura! I jumped away from Noah and literally screamed in shock. Mom? Dad? What are you doing here? Devin called and he told us everything. You've been sneaking away every day to play this stupid game? My mom began to fight with me in front of hundreds of people. I had never been more humiliated in my life. You're grounded! Forever! Mom, the finals are tomorrow. Come on, honey. We can't make her miss that. Why not? She should be punished. She is a bad daughter. To my surprise, Dad finally put his foot down. He told my mom that I was an amazing daughter and that he'd had it with her bullying. My mom went purple with rage. Laura is playing tomorrow, and there's nothing you can do about it. I love you, Dad. I hugged Dad. He'd finally accepted me. My mom refused to say one word to me from that day on. I won the soccer finals 6-0, and without our knowledge, a scout had come to watch the match. They picked me up, and I got a full sports scholarship for my undergrad degree. None of my other teammates got that offer, including Noah. He got into a good college, too, but it was thousands of miles away from me. You have to take this opportunity, Laura. You're going to be great. I loved him so much that I really tried to make it work long distance, but it just became too painful for us to keep missing each other. We had to end things, even though we still loved each other and were on excellent terms. My soccer career was thriving, and I was playing at the state level, topping every chart in the women's league. During a final match with Penn State, I fell and twisted my ankle so hard that I blacked out instantly. When I woke up, I was rushed to the hospital where the doctor told me in clear terms, you can walk and run if needed, but you can't play soccer ever again. My heart was broken, and it felt like my life was shattered. I went back home, and my dad consoled me and supported me. My mom made a few snide comments about how she was right, but Dad chased her away. I believe in you, Laura. We'll get through this together. I eventually started teaching self-defense and soccer classes for little kids in my city. It was good pay, and I really enjoyed working with children. One day, I got a text from Noah, and I flipped. I didn't realize we were in the same town now. He asked to meet me for dinner, and I was shaking. My jaw fell when I saw Noah. He was drop-dead gorgeous, just as the day I met him. He wasn't here alone. Some of our friends from the soccer team were here with their old guitars. Noah had 100 roses, and he gave them to me before he asked me to be with him again. And this time, I said yes, and jumped into his arms. He lifted me up in the air as I kissed him passionately. Noah and I started our lives together, and eventually got married 3 years later. My dad attended, and my mom didn't, which was totally fine by me. A year after our marriage, I became pregnant with our first baby. The pregnancy itself was a breeze, but the delivery was tricky. There was a complication, and I had to go into surgery, which really scared us all. Thankfully, both my daughter Claire and I made it. When I'd recovered, the doctor said, I'm sorry, Laura. Getting pregnant again could be really dangerous for you. That complication would happen again. At first, I was heartbroken because I'd always wanted a big family. But once the grief passed, I said to Noah, I'm grateful I have Claire, and I still want her to have siblings. We adopted 3 children after I had Claire. Claire absolutely fell in love with her siblings, and Noah and I got to give our 4 children a wonderful, loving home.
On a hiking trail one day, I caught sight of a boy in the distance all by himself, and my heart stopped. Why was he so close to the edge of the cliff? It seemed like he would fall over any minute. I dashed forward and pulled him away. We both fell to the ground. Our eyes locked for a second, but I quickly backed away.
What'd you do that for?
I thought you were gonna go over. I was just trying to take a picture of a really rare butterfly. Thanks for ruining it. I said I was sorry and brushed the grass off myself. Just as I was about to walk away, he suddenly took my hand. Hey, getting to see your eyes up close was kinda worth it. I'm Jack, by the way. Oh, my heart. He let go of my hand abruptly, and I could see a girl coming over like a raging bull towards us. What do you think you're doing? Stay away from him. I couldn't forget that moment for a week. Hi, my name is Rubina, and it was my first day at my fancy new high school. My parents had moved from Pakistan a long time ago and now owned a restaurant. I wanted nothing more than to become a chef, but they wouldn't hear of it. I had to be a doctor. They didn't move all the way to America for me to be a cook. As I walked into class with Claire, I froze when I saw the boy from the trail and his annoyingly pretty girlfriend. No, he obviously didn't remember me, but maybe she did, because she hated me from the moment I came in. Elena was one of those perfect girls with perfect hair who knew all the answers and never got less than an A, and all she could talk about was how she was going to Harvard like her daddy and granddaddy. She also felt so threatened by the new smart kid in class. That's me. I could tell that she didn't like that I had guys flocking around me. A boy from class told me the other day that I looked so exotic. He wanted to know all about where I was from. Another one said he wished he could move to Pakistan if all the girls were as gorgeous as me. Geez, why don't you guys just all move there? I don't even know why you're jealous. The only boy I want is with you. Which leads us to my first ever B+ on a math test. It was hard to focus with Jack in class. My parents were furious. It was like I'd brought dishonor to our entire family. When I was your age, I walked 20 miles to school every day with a heavy backpack. You have everything you could want, princess. Getting good grades is the least you can do. And don't turn out like your sister. That girl has given us nothing but grief. I sighed. We didn't talk about Fariel much, unless it was to give an example of what not to do. She'd become a model and gone off with her loser boyfriend. I missed having her around, though. It was cultural day at school, and I was so excited to be wearing my traditional clothes and sharing some food from back home. I'd cooked up a secret family recipe. When I walked into class that day, I had girls gasping at how pretty my clothes were. Of course, Elena loudly announced that she thought I looked really weird. I think it's actually a pretty cute look, babe. You should try it out sometime. I'm sure Rubina would be happy to help. The vein on Elena's head looked like it was gonna pop. During recess, we joined tables in class and were about to share the food we'd brought. Suddenly, I found myself tripping and falling face forward. I stared around in horror. Everything was on the floor, and I was a mess. Claire helped me up, but one look at Elena's smug face, and I knew she was behind it. I was so furious and embarrassed, I just walked out. I grabbed my things from my locker and decided to go home. I just walked a block away from school when I heard someone call out to me, "Jack." "I'm so sorry for what happened, Rubina. I just wanted to make sure you were okay." He hugged me and I cried some angry tears into his shoulder. I pulled away, but he was still holding me by the waist. "You're the girl from the trail, right?" "Yes, yes, yes!" I knew it was you. I couldn't forget those green eyes, like deep pools covered with algae. You know, the green stuff. "Jack, you're really bad at this." He laughed too, and he leaned in to kiss me. The universe had conspired to make this moment happen. I gotta fix things with Elena first. I'll call you soon, okay? I almost skipped with joy on my way home. You know how rare it is to find your soulmate? This was fate. And then I got struck by lightning. I had no idea that most people survive being struck by lightning, and I was one of them. I opened my eyes and there were lots of lights and people talking around me, and a guy with a really worried face. I slipped away again. I woke up and had no idea where I was. This wasn't my room. Where were all my boy band posters? "Oh, thank God you're awake. How are you feeling?" Blank. "That's what I'm feeling, stranger." "Who are you? And where am I?" He looked shocked, and he told me that lightning had struck me yesterday, and he explained that he was my boyfriend Jimmy, and I was at our apartment. Had this lunatic kidnapped me? I was beginning to freak out. I ran to the bathroom and locked myself in and told him I needed to see my parents. I heard him talking on the phone to someone. I turned to the mirror, and I screamed. Why did I look so much older? OMG, were those lines starting to show under my eyes? And what was that? A white hair? Just then, I heard a knock on the door and a familiar voice. "Open up, Rubina, it's Fariel." I opened the door and my sister hugged me tight. She also looked so much older than I remembered. What had happened to the hot model? She remembers you. She doesn't have any idea who I am. Okay, I was feeling sorry for this dude because he looked really hurt and he seemed nice, but what was going on? Rubina, what's the last thing you remember? I remember kissing Jack and going home from school. They took me to the doctor, and after much questioning, it turned out that I had lost all my memories for the last 10 years. I was stuck feeling like I was still 17 because I didn't remember anything from my life after that. But I was actually 27 now. The doctor said my amnesia could go away on its own, but they couldn't be sure. Fariel decided to take me to her place since I didn't feel comfortable with Jimmy. He looked really sad as he put my bags in her car and said he'd come and see me soon with picture albums. Maybe those would help jog my memory a bit? I had so many questions. Where were Mom and Dad? Fariel told me they'd gone out of business 2 years ago and had decided to move back to Pakistan. I was devastated by that news. I loved that restaurant. Fariel said she'd left her boyfriend many years ago and fixed things with Mom and Dad and moved back into our house. She was still living there after they'd left. Of course I remembered this place. This was home. The door was opened by a very silky 13-year-old girl. Fariel introduced her as her daughter, Cedra. Mom, I know who she is. We meet like every weekend. Yes, sweetie, but Auntie doesn't know who you are anymore. Her brain's gone a bit mushy. The next day was just as crazy as I tried to understand what had happened all these years. Apparently, I'd gone to med school and graduated with flying colors, and I had my own clinic now. That was so lame. I was supposed to be a chef. I talked to Mom and Dad on Skype, and they said they'd come and see me as soon as they could get a flight. By the way, Mom, do you remember me dating a guy called Jack in high school? I don't remember, Baita. The word Baita means kid in my language. It's something Mom will probably keep calling me, even when I'm a grandma. Maybe you kept it a secret from me? That was entirely possible. I said the connection was dropping and hung up. What had happened to me and Jack? Hadn't he broken up with Elena after that magical, life-changing kiss? Jimmy came by the next morning with a pile of photo albums. As he walked me through all the birthdays and trips, I could see him looking at my face, hoping I would remember something. He really had such warm, kind eyes. I felt awful disappointing him. Why don't you leave these here and I'll look through them again? He smiled sadly and said he'd come again later. Oh, I almost forgot. Here's your phone. You forgot it the other day. Yes, that's what I needed. And I found a Jack on my phone. My hands were shaking as I dialed the number. Turned out it was Jack the plumber, who'd fixed the pipes in our place last month, apparently. Great. I didn't have Claire's number either. I wanted to catch up with her, and if anyone knew what had happened between me and Jack, it would be her. I searched for both of them on Facebook, but they didn't seem to have accounts. No one uses Facebook that much anymore, Aunt Rubina. I've been telling you since forever to make an Insta account. Why was this 13-year-old weirdo calling me Auntie? Then I remembered that I wasn't actually 17 and that she was my niece. Whatever. Fine, if you insist, set up this Insta account for me. She rolled her eyes and took my phone. A few minutes later, I had a profile on Instagram, and we found both Jack and Claire there. I sent them both invites and spent the whole day checking my phone. Thank God Cedra had shown me this awesome channel, my story animated. I laughed and cried over the stories all day while I waited. As I was about to go to sleep that night, I got a notification. Jack had accepted my invite. How is it possible that he was even cuter now? And I couldn't see any wife or girlfriend. I left him a message saying I'd like to meet. Almost instantly, I got a reply. Hey, never thought I'd hear from you again. I'd love to catch up. Meet me at the Starbucks on 5th Avenue? How was I going to sleep tonight? Just then, I got a WhatsApp message from Jimmy. Good night. I started going through all our previous conversations, and it seemed like he really loved me. It made me feel kind of warm and fuzzy inside, but I couldn't remember that feeling of loving him. I woke up feeling so excited about meeting up with Jack. I had to decide what to wear. Yuck. Why did being 27 mean that I only had boring clothes? Where were the ripped jeans and cute crop tops? I remembered Fariel saying that some of my old stuff was in the attic, so I went up hoping to find something there. And I did. This was perfect. It was the dress I was wearing the day Jack and I kissed. He'd loved it, and maybe I'd get lucky again. Okay, so I had to beg Cedra to zip me up while I held my breath, but I still looked good. My heart was racing as I walked into the coffee shop. He looked up and smiled, and I was spellbound again. He got up and kissed me on the cheek and said I hadn't changed at all. I really haven't, Jack. He asked why I'd wanted to reconnect after all this time, and I told him my whole crazy lightning story. I'm just trying to remember things. What happened between us? He looked really surprised that I'd forgotten everything. Well, I broke up with Elena and asked you out, and we dated for a year. It was really special. He said when I was going off to med school, we'd decided long distance was going to be too hard, so we went our own ways. I felt heartbroken. How could I have possibly let my soulmate get away? He took my hand and said he'd felt so good hearing from me. He wanted to see me again. And of course I said yes. Maybe this was fate's way of letting us have another chance. He walked me back home, and just as he was about to leave, he turned around. I've been wanting to do this again for so long. And he pulled me in for a long kiss, leaving my head spinning. As I snuggled up on the couch to become Jack's cyberstalker, I realized Claire still hadn't added me. I looked her up on Google and found out where she worked. She was a partner at some big law firm. I called her workplace, and the secretary put me through. A few seconds later, I instantly recognized Claire's voice as she asked who was speaking. Hi, Fancy Pants Claire, it's Rubina. Remember your best friend? Suddenly, there was complete silence, and then she just hung up. What on earth? The doorbell rang. Someone had sent a bouquet of white lilies for me. How I'd always loved lilies. I read the note. Hey, would you like to come over to my place for dinner tonight? I'd like you to get to know me again. Let me know. Jimmy. Man, this was getting confusing. I mean, Jack had just kissed me and asked me out, and here was my real boyfriend, and he was just so sweet, and it was just dinner, right? I texted him and said I'd be there. When Jimmy opened the door, I couldn't help thinking he looked really cute all dressed up. And here I was in Cedra's t-shirt. We walked out to the balcony to have a candlelit dinner for two. This was definitely a date. When he placed the food on the table, I cried out in surprise. OMG, how did you know that's like my favorite thing in the world? Of course I know. I learned the recipe from your mom ages ago. Boy, did he know how to make his way into a Pakistani girl's heart. It was just really fun and easy talking to him. I didn't even realize how quickly the time had gone by. Want to dance? I don't know if you remember this, but you love dancing. I always have. As he pulled me close and we slow danced under the stars, I could feel my heart racing. Why did he smell so nice? I kind of really wanted him to kiss me. Trying to distract myself, I said that it was really weird that my best friend Claire seemed to be avoiding me. He suddenly stopped short. You mean Claire from your high school? You've told me about her. You guys haven't spoken to each other since you graduated. I was really surprised. Why? You said you caught her and your boyfriend kissing at the graduation party. I pulled back horrified. What? I told Jimmy I had to go and ran out of there before he could stop me. I cried all the way home. How could my best friend who knew everything do this? How could Jack? The next day I stormed off to the car dealership he told me he owned. He looked really surprised to see me. Hey babe, I thought we were meeting I slapped him hard on the cheek. You kissed my best friend and you tried to fool me because I couldn't remember stuff? Babe, listen, that was such a long time ago. Well, what about the ring on your finger now? All of his employees were staring at us in stunned silence. I wish I'd forgotten you even existed. Goodbye, Jack. The stupid boy I'd met on that stupid trail was always a scumbag. When I got back home, I tripped over a suitcase and cried out in joy. Mom and Dad were here. As I sobbed and hugged Mom, I thought she smelled like my favorite things in the world, cinnamon and jasmine. Suddenly I felt dizzy, like my mind was spinning out of control. What was happening to me? It felt like my life was playing out before me. I remembered the graduation party, the first time lightning struck me, and my time at med school. And I'd come back. And on the plane ride home, I'd met Jimmy. They say lightning never strikes the same place twice, but it had. It struck me twice. When I was 17 and when I was 27 years old. The first time nothing happened, but the second time it had hit me, I'd lost all my memories of the last 10 years. But now I remembered everything, and I remembered that I'd found my real soulmate. And he was not a stupid high school crush. He was the real deal. And I had to marry him before he ran away. I told everyone I had to do something really important, and I rushed out. I just had to make one stop on the way. Jimmy looked really surprised to see me at his door. That night when I got struck the second time, I was going to ask you to marry me. I kneeled on the ground and I said, Jimmy, would you marry me? And I handed him the ring I bought before I lost my memory. His jaw dropped open and he said, you remember me. And he just pulled me in tight and hugged me. He said in my ear, there's nothing I want to do more than marry you, Rubina.
Look, Dad. Look at that bright, shiny star. Do you think it's Mom watching us from heaven?
Don't be ridiculous, Amara. It's just the North Star. Stars are just giant balls of hot air and matter. Come, it's time for bed.
I felt so disappointed as I walked away from the telescope. I really wanted to believe it was Mom. Dad always got so weird whenever I brought her up. It seemed like he never wanted to talk about her. My name is Amara, and people say I'm a child prodigy. My dad is a scientist, and ever since I was a kid, I've heard him say that science is the most important thing in life. And I decided that I would become a physicist like him one day. But that day came sooner than anyone had expected. You see, my teachers in school soon discovered that I was a genius, and I was bumped up quite a few grades. I was done with high school by the time I was 10 years old. By 13, I'd graduated from college, and by 16, I'd gotten my PhD in astrophysics. Soon enough, I was hired as a professor at a university where all the students were older than me. Once I entered the lecture room, and one of my students looked at me pitifully.
Are you lost, kiddo? You want some help?
Yeah, I want you to sit there and be quiet.
What?
Just take a seat. I'm your professor.
Hey, don't lie, you idiot. That's not funny. It's disrespectful.
Shut up and get lost before I make you regret the moment you saw me. The guy's face turned red and he started yelling at me.
Don't you have some respect for adults, kid? Your mama didn't raise you well, did she?
When he mentioned my mom, I got mad. Don't mention her. Don't talk like this about her, you good-for-nothing moron. And I left the room. Minutes later, I returned with the head of the department, and he introduced me to the students. Their jaws dropped open and the room was awkwardly silent. That guy looked shocked. He left and I never saw him again. I started teaching, and students really liked me and my teaching style. Even though I was really proud of everything I'd achieved so young, I sometimes envied other kids who seemed to be having fun with their family and friends. Dad was always too busy, and so was I. And I had no friends my age, except Tanya, my next-door neighbor. She was into fashion, and I never understood what she was talking about. Once, she came and said, "Amara, I feel down. I just broke up with my boyfriend." "But you broke up with him last week, no?" "Oh no, not Mike. Today I broke up with James. And tomorrow I'll dump Marcos. But after he brings me dinner. You know, food is every girl's weakness." Oh God, this girl. But speaking about weakness, one day as I was getting ready to get to work, I saw the most awful tweet on my phone that changed my life forever. Joan Feynman had died. I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. I knew she was 93 years old, but she was a pioneer in astrophysics and my personal heroine. I was so devastated that I could barely focus on my lessons that day. That evening, Dad asked me what was wrong. I told him I was really shaken by my idol's death.
Oh, that's so pathetic, Amara. To feel sad about someone's death? That's just so silly. I thought you were more mature than this.
Dad, she's my role model.
I can't believe you're like this. You're too emotional to be a real scientist. So disappointing.
I bit my tongue and didn't tell him that NASA had offered me a position on the International Space Station. I just went into my room. I decided to watch a documentary instead. It was about how single women who don't have boyfriends live shorter lives than those who get married. It seemed silly at first, but then they presented hard scientific evidence, and I was convinced. I did not want to die young. And then I got a brilliant idea. I should have a boyfriend. It's not like I was dying to have a boyfriend. I just really needed to test out this theory. When I walked downstairs for breakfast, I made an announcement. "Dad, what do you think about me having a boyfriend?" My dad almost dropped his fork into the food he was eating.
A boyfriend? Why?
"I'm just a human with emotions, Dad. I deserve to love and be loved."
What does that even mean? You're too young to have a boyfriend.
Oh, weren't I young when you made me work as a professor?
That's something else. It's because you're the smartest kid I've ever seen.
Oh, so I'm smart to teach and not smart enough to have a boyfriend.
Romance is for dumb people only.
Oh, Dad, I made my decision. I'm not asking for your permission. I'm just letting you know.
I can't believe you're doing this. You're like animals now, like a monkey.
Oh, I don't mind being a monkey. I just want to live longer.
What are you talking about?
Nothing, Dad. You won't get it. Dad didn't look pleased at all, but he didn't say anything else. We ate in silence and I left for work. I had to meet lots of guys. I reached home and called my friend Tanya. "I want to have a boyfriend."
What? Is this a prank?
"Oh, come on, Tanya. I'm just a girl like you."
You are?
"Tanya, I'm serious. I need your help."
Okay. You want one?
One what?
One boyfriend or more?
Oh, no. I would just like to start with one, please.
But what did your dad say about this?
Oh, him? He's evil. Trust me. He doesn't want me to have a life. But I'm done listening to him. Tanya then downloaded a bunch of dating apps on my phone. I worked on my profile and put up my best picture that showed me winning the government grant last year for special research. I didn't have a single request in days. What's wrong, Tanya? Don't guys like smart girls? Oh, poor Amara. Just come with me. I had no idea about the torture waiting for me there. I hated shopping, and she dragged me through stores, picking out short pink skirts and Hello Kitty tops. But Tanya, no one would take me seriously at work if I wore this stuff. And no one is going to send you a request on the app if you have a picture of yourself in a lab coat. Just try it on. It's a really cute look. She took me to the salon next for some extremely painful procedures. I was being attacked by thread and wax and hair tongs, after which those women proceeded to slap makeup onto my face. Next, Tanya took some pictures for me and uploaded them onto the app. When I looked at the dating profile, I couldn't recognize the face I saw. I shook my head and went along with it. Apparently, Tanya was onto something because soon enough my phone was buzzing with notifications. It had worked. The next day, I went dressed exactly as Tanya had taught me. As I was walking out the door, Dad looked like he was about to have a fit. The first boy said I didn't look anything like the picture on my profile, and I needed to learn how to apply makeup better. The second one didn't even let me get a word in. He just kept talking about his bodybuilding and kept asking me to touch his biceps. Boy number 3 was just really angry about everything and shouted at the waiter for not giving him ketchup with his fries. The fourth one just sat silently for 30 minutes before he said he had a session with his therapist and he just left me to pay the bill. In 3 days, I had 14 dates, and it was clear something wasn't working. I needed to meet people who I had something in common with. I decided to make a list of all my favorite science and cultural clubs and museums, and from the next day, I attended every meeting and party. I went to classical concerts and painting exhibitions and tried to talk to every boy I could find. I finally met a guy who seemed really interesting. Sam. We spent 3 evenings discussing books, physics, and our favorite insects. Then on the 4th date, I noticed his phone ringing when he was in the bathroom. We were in a quiet cafe and the loud trilling made everyone glare in my direction. I quickly picked up the phone and said, "Sam's phone, who's calling?" The answer on the other end made me almost drop the phone.
His girlfriend. Who are you?
I was shocked and threw it to Sam, who had just come back to the table. When he saw who it was, he looked at me speechlessly, and I just walked out. I was devastated. I went back home and clutched onto my NASA acceptance letter and sobbed. I sobbed because all boys seemed like jerks, but after a day of staying in bed, I decided I needed to continue with my experiment. I had to find someone single. I booked an appointment with the internet's finest matchmaker and set off to meet them. When I told them all my details, they said my IQ was too high and they didn't have anyone who could be matched with me. Fed up and angry, I stomped home. My dad, who had been watching all these changes silently, stopped me that day.
Amara, what has gotten into you? Why are you behaving like such a stupid person?
Something inside me snapped, and I yelled at him. "You never talk about Mom and her death. You never once asked me how I felt when she left us. You mocked me when I told you I felt sad over my idol's death. I'm really scared, and I'm just doing all of this because I don't want to end up alone." And with that, I just stormed off to my room in tears, and Dad didn't follow. When I came down the next day, my father had made my favorite pancakes. That surprised me. He gave me some coffee and sat me down. I was shocked to see him clutching a picture of Mom.
Your mom was the love of my life. Her death devastated me, and no science or logic can explain that pain, so I don't talk about it. I don't know how to.
I stared at my father. I couldn't believe he was talking about his feelings.
I'm sorry that I was selfish and never let you express or process your emotions. You were only a kid, and it's your loss too. And the only reason to be with someone is because they're your soulmate, not some stupid study.
A tear slid down my cheek. I told Dad about the NASA mission, and he hugged me in delight. I emailed NASA back the next day and accepted their offer. I flew to the training session and finished my lessons. In 3 months, I was on the International Space Station. I couldn't believe I was in space. I looked at the stars around me and felt closer to my mother than ever before. It was beautiful. I stared at Earth in the distance and felt a surge of happiness. I felt free. 2 months later, I was back on Earth, and I got into the plane to go back home. The seat next to me was empty, and then I heard a voice.
"Hey, Amara."
I turned and saw a man with spectacles and a kind smile. Peter? It was my old school friend Peter, who had left school early. We laughed and talked about old memories. At the end of the flight, he asked me for my number.
Amara, would it be okay if I asked you out sometime? I always had a crush on you.
I smiled and said yes.
Hi, my name is Caroline, and my life is literally the stuff out of television. When I was 4 years old, I started having the hiccups. I just chugged some water, thinking it was going to go away soon. 72 hours later, the hiccups hadn't stopped. I was crying and freaking out now. I said to my big sister, "Carly, please take me to the hospital." The doctors had no idea what was wrong with me. They checked my throat for irritation, blockages. There was nothing. I was a normal, healthy 4-year-old girl who just couldn't stop hiccuping. 3 months turned into 3 years, and my hiccups never stopped. At first, it was so hard. Our parents were gone before I could even remember, and Carly had to take care of everything. All the visits to the hospitals, the insane expenses, the stress. She was going nuts. The only thing that made her feel at peace was that I was smart, and I got excellent grades at school. I was the top of the class 3 years in a row. I'm so proud of you. Oh, my precious little genius. Carly loved my grades, but it made the kids at school hate me even more than they already did. So what if you're the topper? No one can understand what you're saying, Caroline. You sound like such a freak. I can't help it. Have you tried drinking water? Let's make her drink a bunch of water, guys. I drank like a gallon of water really fast, and it made me so dizzy. These kids were jerks. I felt the puke coming, and I didn't hesitate. I let it all out on the kids around me. Ew, she's disgusting. My quirk pissed off the teachers too. When I was 13, I was taking a test when my teacher literally blew up at me. No one can hiccup for this long. You're obviously faking it to mess with the exam. Why would I do that? I get the highest score in class. Ugh, so annoying. I'm calling your sister and we're ending this. When Carly reached the school, she was red with anger. She told off my teacher in front of everyone and threw a bunch of medical bills right into her face. Look at those bills. Does that look like she's faking it? Huh? It may be a real condition, but she is disturbing the class. Then I don't want to be in her stupid class. I'm the only math teacher here, you brat. Don't talk to my sister like that, or I will kick your butt in front of your students. It's okay, Carly. Just find me a different school, because this one sucks. And that's how I got taken out of school right in the middle of the year. Okay, I know this is bad, but don't you worry, Caroline. There will be plenty of schools that will want you. Carly had no idea how right she was about to be. You see, one of the kids watching the spectacle at school had recorded it. He posted the video on the internet, and it kind of went viral. In an instant, my condition became famous in my little town. Everyone in the comments was bashing the teacher for how rude she was and praising us. People started waving at me on the street, and the kids in my neighborhood stopped throwing eggs at our house. Carly and I even got invited to do a radio interview with a celebrity.
Why are you interested in us? A girl with non-stop hiccups? Lady, your kid's gonna be famous.
Famous? I had no idea that I was special. As Carly took me from radio interviews to TV segments, I watched in awe as people were amazed by me. I can't imagine your life, Caroline. You're so brave, and your sister Carly is such a wonderful human for raising you. This was so much fun, and Carly loved the attention. She adored getting us dolled up for the interviews, and the money coming in really lightened her workload. I was so happy to help her out. We finally bought our own house with that money. I joined a new school and got ready to start a new, better life. I was heading out for my first day of school when I saw 3 strangers in my apartment. Oh my God, were we getting robbed? Carly, someone's in the house. Oh, it's okay, Caroline. This is just the crew. The crew for what? I'm making a reality show about renovating our new house. You'll be in it, obviously, because you're the hiccup girl, but it'll mostly be about the house. I couldn't believe this. Carly signed us up for a show without even asking me. I got really annoyed at her, and she begged me to forgive her. I know I should have asked you, but I had to say yes. You're too young to get how huge this could be for us. I don't have time for a show. I have school. They'll come to school with you. Say what? This was so embarrassing. I walked into the first day of school with a camera crew around me. Everyone was staring at me, and one girl laughed loudly and said, "Can you believe her? So self-obsessed." That's the hiccup girl. Doesn't she have her own show now? Hi, hiccup girl. My name's Caroline. I just ran out of there. This was so overwhelming. When I finished freaking out, I realized the crew had been filming me the whole time. Oh my God, go away. We're just getting your reaction.
This is great TV.
The crew was relentless. They followed me everywhere, and whenever they were around, people started acting really weird. Like one day, my chemistry teacher just stopped teaching us and started singing. This is my only chance to showcase my real talents to the world. Love you, Hiccup Girl. This song is for you and Carly. I wanted the earth to swallow me right now. And this was just the start of the craziness. People started stopping me in the hallways to do choreographed dances for the cameras. Couples would stage loud, dramatic breakups in public just to create drama and get on the show. People were going nuts. Even if they seemed like they just wanted to get to know me, there was a hidden agenda, like with Adam. I always thought he was cute, and when he asked me out, I happily said yes. When I suggested leaving the crew at home for the date, he was like,
Whoa. We need the cameras there.
"Why?"
That's the whole point of being with the Hiccup Girl. You're famous, and I'm gonna be a model one day. It just works, baby.
I got up and dunked my juice all over his stupid head. I'm not your baby. You can find someone else to launch your career. I ran out of there before the cameras could spot just how sad I was. And all this insanity at the school and the filming at home, even my grades started to fall. I just couldn't do this anymore. I went to Carly's room to talk to her about all this. When I opened her door, I saw Carly making out with one of the cameramen. Oh my God! Carly! Oh, Caroline, don't freak out. Trent is my boyfriend.
Fiance, babe.
Oh, dang, I forgot. Trent just proposed. We're getting married? No way. We're going to announce our relationship on the show tomorrow. The fans are going to love it. Carly will tell you in front of the cameras, too, and you have to act totally surprised. This is so important to me, okay? Of course I said yes, but I stormed off and slammed the door shut behind me. I doubled down on my studies and started ignoring everyone at school to save time. People started calling me snobby, arrogant. Even the crew started getting annoyed with me.
What are we supposed to record if you're just in the library all day? This is so boring.
I really didn't care. I had to achieve my goals, just like Carly was achieving hers. Her surprise love engagement to her own cameraman made her a sensation online. She followed it up with a surprise wedding episode in Hawaii, and the fans fell in love with them. We were celebrating after the wedding when Carly came up to me with some surprising news. My lawyer gave me the go-ahead, Caroline. I can officially adopt you as my daughter. Are you serious? Yes, I have the adoption papers right here. A little surprise for you. I was completely speechless. For a moment, I couldn't breathe. Because I was full of so many emotions, I just ran to my sister and grabbed her in the tightest hug of my life. I'd love to be your daughter, Carly. What you've done for me?
Caroline, can we do another take of the reveal moment? I think we could do better.
Excuse me?
When Carly shows you the adoption papers, your reaction isn't, really working. I need you to show more emotion. Maybe cry loudly or faint. Let's do one more take.
You interrupted my real moment to tell me how to fake it?
It's not a big deal. Just one more take.
No, nuh-uh. Not happening. I'm not doing this again. You are insane. You need to stay away from me and my reactions.
You need to do your job. For weeks, we've just been recording you hiccuping in the library. Do you know how boring that is? We're the ones who answer to the boss.
You know what? You can tell your boss. I quit. Chaos broke out then. Half the crew started filming while I fought with the other half. Carly tried to step in and calm us down, but there was no stopping me. I can't live with that crew around me anymore. Caroline, I know it's tough, but this show is the best thing that ever happened to us. To you? I hate it. And if you hated something this much, I'd never force you to do it. Carly was defeated by that. She knew it was true. She still begged me to put up with the crew till college. Just one last season. If you quit before that, we lose millions of dollars in bonuses. Money that can take care of us for the rest of our lives. Caroline, please. God, what wouldn't I do for my sister? I agreed to put up with the show for one more season and prepared myself for another year of misery and isolation. Little did I know that in another month, my life would change forever. I went for a regular checkup at the doctor's office, and he said the magic words.
We can stop your hiccups, Caroline. We have medicine for this.
Oh my God, I couldn't even process this. Stop my hiccups? They had been my identity for so long. I didn't even know what to feel as I ran home to tell Carly. Carly was stunned into silence, but the crew started sharing their opinions right away.
You can't touch your hiccups. The contract says your condition is crucial. The show could get canceled tomorrow if you do this.
We can make enough drama for the show without my hiccups.
There is no way. People love the hiccup girl.
I don't want to be the hiccup girl anymore.
If you do this, you will lose all your bonuses. So you might as well quit.
Carly suddenly stood up. We quit.
What?
We're going to stop her hiccups.
You're crazy, right? The hiccup girl is a moneymaker.
She's not a moneymaker. She's my sister. We started this show to make something good come out of her hiccups. But stopping them is always the priority. She is my priority.
Then the show will get canceled.
So be it. When do we go to the doctor's next, Caroline? I hugged my sister tightly, fresh tears flowing from my eyes. We finally put an end to the show and used our savings to survive. Carly managed to get a new job in no time, and I got into the college of my choice. The doctor prescribed a medication to me that actually worked. And for the first time since I could remember, I was not the hiccup girl. I was just Caroline. Hi, my name is Eve, and my story animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. You see, I was born to a crazy single mother who had absolutely no idea about who my dad was. She was an ex-model and mostly hung around rich men who could meet her expensive demands. One time when I was 3, she left me alone at home to go out partying with her friends. I left the house and went to the neighbors and spent the night there, and Mom didn't have any idea. On my first day at school, I said to Mom, "Mommy, wake up! It's my first day at school."
School, huh? Who are you? Go away. Let me sleep.
Yeah, I dropped myself to school on the first day and every other day because she always woke up in the afternoon. It was pretty much like I was raising her and not the other way around. Well, that was pretty much her routine until my 10th birthday. She suddenly barged into the house with a big box in her hand. Surprise! OMG, she remembered my birthday. I ran to hug her when suddenly she stopped me and said,
What are you doing?
"Trying to ruin my dress? Stay away and listen. I have a big surprise for you." With that, she showed me the rock-sized diamond ring on her hand and told me she was gonna marry a billionaire. I thought she was being funny again, but to my surprise, she indeed got married and we shifted to a pretty big mansion in the city. But I was the happiest about finally having a dad. He appeared to be a nice, humble man. Once he ripped his pants, but then he just sewed a patch on them himself.
Oh, darling, why don't you just get a new pair? Oh, honey, you know I don't like spending much on myself. It's fine.
I was touched by his simple way of living, something Mom knew nothing about. My only issue now was my stepsister, Olivia. She was a year older than me and looked at me like she'd eat me alive when we first met. "Hi, I'm Eve. I hope we get along well." But she just ignored me and left. What was wrong? For days, I thought she was mute, until one morning I heard her shouting at the top of her lungs. "I told you that woman was after your money, but you never listened to me." She was talking about my mom. I rushed downstairs to see what was happening. She took all the money and jewelry and everything else she could get her hands on. What? Mom had run away, leaving me behind? I was devastated and burst into tears, but then my stepdad hugged me.
Oh, sweetie, don't cry. You're gonna stay here with us.
Oh my God, you're so sweet.
You're gonna stay here until I get back every single penny of all the $20,037,576.03 that your freaking mother stole.
What? He was keeping me as a mortgage for his money? What a psycho! I tried to talk my way out of the situation, but he was such a cheap creep. You know my mom would never come back for me. She doesn't care for anyone but herself.
Then I'll make you work instead. I will make sure I have my money's worth back from you.
Gosh, what I thought was his simple way of living turned out to be his cheap way of living. He literally licked the food off his plates and drank the last drop from the milk carton to ensure nothing was wasted. Ew, that expired last month.
So what? I paid for it.
He was a total psycho. No wonder his daughter was so annoyed all the time.
I really wanted to get along with her, but for some reason, she always avoided me. Hi, Olivia. Do you want to have breakfast with me? No. Olivia, do you want to go shopping? No. Olivia? No! But I didn't even say anything.
Whatever. Now I was just worried about all the work I'd have to do to repay Mom's debt.
I felt like Cinderella, only this time it was the stepfather.
But then I had an idea.
Every time he'd ask me to do something, I'd make sure to cause trouble. Once he asked me to clean the house, and I picked up the most expensive vase that he owned, and boom. Oops! I'm sorry, it slipped. He went completely nuts and started shouting like a mad dog.
Are you kidding me? That was so expensive. Forget cleaning. Go do something else.
He made me switch hundreds of different chores before he finally realized that there was nothing I could do without endangering his precious things. And now I was free to do whatever I wanted, except for leaving the house, which wasn't too bad. But I missed going to school. My stepdad had hired a teenage schoolboy, Tim, to tutor Olivia and me at home in order to save the expensive school fee. Tim was 2 years older than me and such a cutie. I had a huge crush on him. The next few years, I spent all my time learning from him, and we grew quite close. On my 14th birthday, he even bought me a cake. My first birthday cake ever. I was so happy that I hugged him.
Eve, I have a surprise for you. Let's go out and celebrate.
Go out? You know I can't. Stepdad'll kill me if he finds out I'm missing.
No one will know, I promise. I'll get you back before he returns. Trust me.
I could have jumped from Mount Everest if he asked me to with that look on his eyes. So that evening, we sneaked out of the house and he took me to a special place to surprise me.
Open your eyes, Eve.
The zoo? He brought me to a zoo on my birthday to surprise me. What was he thinking?
How do you like it?
Yuck! I hated it, but I had to pretend like I was amazed and excited by his surprise. I love it! I just can't wait to go in and watch all those animals. Imagine what it'd be like to see those sexy, hairy monkey legs up close. Yay!
Huh, I knew you'd love it, 'cause you can actually relate to them so much, right?
What? Relate to them? Did he think of me like some animal stuck in a zoo? All that time, he just kept yapping on endless information about all these animals that I couldn't care less about. By the time we reached home, I was so done with all the animals on this planet. And Tim.
Hey, Eve, I just want to say, it was an amazing day.
Yeah, whatever. This was it. I could no longer stand this weird place and the stupid people in it. I climbed up the window and packed all my stuff. But while I was climbing down the window, I heard some weird noises. I thought I was gonna get caught, but what I saw next shocked me. It was Mom climbing out of the window below me. Mom? What are you doing here? Susie? What are you doing here? You forgot my name? What's wrong with you? But I still recognize you after all these years. That's something. Oh, my baby. No. Mom, stop. We both fell to the ground in the bushes. What are you doing here? I'm here for you, baby. I don't believe you. And what do you have in this bag? Cash? Jewels? Money? No. Clothes. Who do you think I am? A thief? Yeah. Suddenly some lights turned on in the house, and I hissed to Mom. You tell me why you're here, or I'm gonna shout, and your husband will definitely send you to jail. Oh, no. Sweetie, I'll tell you.
I found your dad.
OMG! My dad? My real dad? You're not lying, are you? Of course not, honey. Have I ever lied to you? Okay, I swear on all my money. It was hard for me to digest the fact that Mom had come back just to make me meet my real dad and risk it all. But what if she was right? I had to see for myself. So we smoothly sneaked out of my stepdad's house and got on a plane. I was so excited. When I stepped out of the cab, my jaw literally dropped. This house was even bigger than my previous home. Is this where Dad lives? Are we gonna live here now? He's not cheap, is he? Oh no, he's an amazing man. When we got into the house, I saw an old man walking with a stick. I ran and hugged him. Hi, Grandpa! I'm so happy to finally meet my dad's side of the family. Oh, no, honey. That's not your grandpa. That's your dad.
What?
He couldn't be my dad. I looked nothing like him, and he was already around 80. I pulled Mom aside. Mom, how can this guy be my dad? Do you have any proof? Oh, honey, don't you believe me? Of course not. I didn't believe her, but then the old man came to me and said,
My daughter, you've grown up so much. I feel so sad that we've never met earlier.
and saying that, he hugged me tight. I could literally feel the warmth of his love. He was such a nice person. Well, even if I wasn't his daughter, I felt like I could just keep him company. The next few weeks were the best. We played, talked, and laughed together, and I literally felt like the happiest person on earth. Then one day he told me that he was gonna put all his money and fortune under my name. No, you cannot do that.
Why not?
Because I'm not your daughter. I was afraid this might give him a heart attack, but what he said next almost gave me one.
I know that.
What? You know?
Yes, of course. That woman, your mother, I've never seen her in my life. She thinks she's fooling me, but the fact is, I don't mind it.
Then why are you doing this?
Oh, Eve, I've never had any kids or family. I was always so busy with work that I never married. Now I have all this money and these riches, but no one to share them with.
But why me?
Because you're a nice person. You've been through so much, and yet you had the courage to speak the truth and refuse all this money. I admire you for that, and I'm even more convinced now that you deserve all this.
Oh, Dad! I hugged him tight. Finally, I had a person who understood me and loved me. I had someone I could call family.
It's okay. You can call me Grandpa if you like.
Of course, I continued to call him Dad, and he was the best dad ever. And Mom, she didn't get a penny. Dad passed away by the time I graduated school. With his inheritance, I opened several old age homes all across the country and donated the rest of the money to charity. I sold Dad's mansion and bought a cute little house, which is always full of good friends, laughter, and warmth. Things that money just can't buy.
Hi, I'm Maria from Mexico. Everyone called me the Crystal Girl because I was so delicate and always at risk of getting hurt. In fact, my whole life was caught inside a bubble. But before continuing, don't forget to like and subscribe to My Story Animated. Once when I was little, I hurt my 2 little arms and cried so much. When Mom saw me cry and suffer as a newborn baby, she went crazy and grew crazier since then. Maria, don't get on there! No, Maria, you know you can't play on the swings. You can't ride a bike. No, no, no! When I was 7, Mom made a protective shield around me, so I literally grew up in a bubble. Life was not easy living like that. I never had friends. I never went to birthday parties, movies, the sea, or shopping. My whole world was those 4 walls inside my house. I was even educated at home. Mom played at being my classmate. Is there anything more creepy than that? Maria, do you want us to go to recess together? Mom, you're not a girl. You're my mother. I want to go to school. Please, I beg you. Oh, Maria, how funny you are. Let's play in the yard. The one that arrives last loses. I hate my life. The years went by. Mom decided to change the bubble models, and I got them air-conditioned. My life was boring, very boring, and Mom was becoming crazier and crazier. One day when I was 9, Mom left the front door open. I tried to get through it, but my bubble got caught in the middle of the door frame and I was trapped there for 3 hours. All my neighbors saw me and made fun of me, but something that I had never seen in real life approached. A little puppy. I managed to get my hand out of the bubble and touched it. The puppy drooled at me, and it was the grossest and most exciting thing so far. Of course, Mom punished me. No TV for a whole week. But when I was 12, something unbelievable just happened. Maria, come here. I want to introduce you. Meet Mario, your new friend. We said hello, and Mom gave us a list of things that are forbidden and another list of things that are allowed. But Mom, Only let us play chess and put together puzzles and watch documentaries of wild animals? Take it or leave.
It's okay, Mrs. Lopez. We will be fine.
And I was looking at him like an alien. The only person I had ever seen up close was Mom, and she wasn't very pretty. Mario had dark skin and green eyes, and when he spoke, he moved his hands exaggeratedly. He almost spoke with his hands. Mario hadn't seen many people either. Maybe yes, but definitely not one like me. Mario became my best friend. With my mom looking at us all the time, we invented a secret language through chess.
Maria, I have to talk with you.
Tell me, Mario.
I'm in love with you.
And I'm in love with you. Are we a couple?
We are.
Mario and I became inseparable. We communicate telepathically. One day, Mom had a very bad cold. She sneezed, coughed constantly, but thanks to the cough syrup, she fell asleep. Yep, it was my time to get closer to Mario.
Psst, Mario, come here. Are you sure?
Yes, and this is how I got my first kiss.
What do you two think you're doing? Mario Pinto Fresias, get out of here right now. Do you want to spread a plague to my daughter?
No, Mom, please.
Mrs. Lopez, please, don't hurt me.
And so I was locked behind Mom's bars again, and I never saw Mario again. My heart was broken, but Mom didn't care. I became a very quiet teenager. I read the books that Mom bought me. With not many options, I made up a parallel world within mine. When I looked at an illustration in a book, I managed to get inside it with my mind. I was in the jungle. I stroked elephants. I fought with lions. Another day, I flew to the moon. I was an astronaut and I nailed a flag on Mars. One not-so-fun day, I got into a scary story, and I quickly fled from there. Another 2 years passed, and no one came to rescue me. When I turned 16, I managed to convince my mother that I wasn't going to break into 1,000 pieces. My method was not very conventional.
Maria Lopez, get down from the top of that table right now.
You will get your hand broken. You already know that you are very delicate. I'm not getting off, Mom. I am not made of glass.
Enough, Maria. You are punished.
I'm sorry, Mom. I'm 16 years old. You can't have me in a bubble anymore.
Well, no bubble, but you will take these pills.
What pills are those?
No questions. You take them.
It sounded better than the suffocating bubble, so I agreed to take those remedies. But strangely, I started to feel weak, practically unable to get out of bed. Those days passed me like a nightmare. I was totally scared. I didn't know what would happen to me, and my mom was getting crazier every day. I turned 17 and decided not to take my pills anymore. When Mom brought them, I was lucid enough to start pushing them aside in my mouth. When Mom left, I spit them out and hid them in a jar. I was better without the pills, but I didn't want to hold on anymore. One night, I decided to flee. At the train station, I made a list of all the dreams that I had been waiting to fulfill and that I had only imagined. To travel, parachute, go to a water park, learn to swim, and swim in open water, run a karting race, try an exotic food, make friends, take revenge on Mom, fall in love, write a book. All these dreams looked impossible, as I had nothing but myself and my bag. To travel, I needed money. I started singing on a corner, and with the money I raised, I was able to get away from there. I danced in the rain, I made friends, I could feel what it feels like to be alive. At last, the jail was over. One day I climbed a cliff, and when I was there, so high up, feeling that I could breathe freely, I thought of Mom and all that she made me miss by not leaving her house. I told myself I was never gonna let anyone lock me up again. And of course, I fell in love. Jose, the guitarist, had olive skin and the most beautiful honey-colored eyes. We spent a month together and he was a great traveling companion. I didn't want to tie myself to anything or anyone, but Jose couldn't understand, and he left. I had my list of dreams to fulfill, and that was all I had in mind. I traveled and traveled, did things that thrilled me. When I ran a go-kart race, sadly, I had an accident, and I broke down. That's not because I am made of glass. It just happens when one lives. It strikes. But while I was unconscious, they called my mother. When I opened my eyes for the first time after the accident, I saw her huge, on top of me. I felt totally collapsed. It was like the freedom and happiness I had never existed.
Easy, Maria, my little one. Here I am to take care of you. Look how you ended up. No, Mom. I don't want you to take care of me anymore. You make me sick. Sorry, Maria. Here's the rule. I have your custody because you can't take care of yourself. You won't get away with it. I think the medication is confusing you a bit. Mom is going to take care of you. Stay calm. And just like that, this doctor was whom I could talk to telepathically because, coincidentally, it was Mario. Mario, thank God it's you. You have to save me. Of course, Maria. I'm never leaving you again. Ma'am, are you responsible for this young lady? Yes, I am the only one responsible. She is very sick and she cannot take care of herself. Mario, tell this to Mom. Exactly everything I tell you. Very well. What a good mother. So devoted. As you know, your daughter has a very serious fracture. We're going to operate on her. No, I will not be separated from my daughter again. I'm going into the surgery room with her. Please, have a glass of water. We put Mom to sleep with a powerful sedative. We left her at the hospital. Mario left a very clear indication. This patient must start psychological therapy. And because of that, I took revenge on my mother. And at the same time, I fell in love. And so, I checked my wish numbers 8 and 9 off the list. Mario asked me to marry him, but I said no. I didn't want to get married yet. We have all the time in the world. And so, we wrote a new wish list. But this time, together. Wondering what happened to my last wish? Write a book? Right now, I am writing the last sentence of my book. And this is my story, how the crystal girl turned to steel. Hi, my name is Cassia. For as long as I can remember, I was the shyest kid you've ever met. When I was little, I would hide behind my mother's dress when meeting new people. My first grade teacher thought I couldn't speak for a full year. My parents were so concerned that they took me to a child psychologist to try to get me to open up a little. What the doctor figured out that my parents couldn't is that I had a huge imagination. I wasn't good at talking to people, but when she read me a story, she could see my eyes light up. I loved stories of knights and princesses and epic quests, even a dragon or two. Then, everything changed when she put paper and pencil in front of me and asked me to write my own story. Soon, I had created a world of monsters and mazes and heroes who would say the things that I never could. My psychologist was absolutely stunned. She had never seen such an expansive imagination in someone so young. I had found my calling. The only problem was, I came from a very strict, old-fashioned family. My parents are both doctors, as are my grandparents. Our household was all science all the time. Not a lot of room for what my mom called silly kid stories. Throughout elementary and junior high school, they forced me to join sports teams and go to math camps to try and make me more sociable, but it didn't work. I had the writing bug. When my parents would go to bed, I would turn my flashlight on under my sheets and write my epic stories. A sword that speaks, a princess trapped in the underworld, a knight who is half monster. I never felt more alive than when I was writing my stories. One night, my nosy little brother came into my room while I was writing and discovered my stash of notebooks. He ran into my parents' room yelling that I had been making up stories in secret. They were not happy. The next night, they held a family meeting in our living room. Silly stories are not a career. You have to learn somehow. He took out my stack of notebooks and put them in the fire. I was so mad at him. I got up and left. I slammed my bedroom door hard. Flash forward a couple of years to high school. I hadn't written a word in a long time, but I was starting to come out of my shell a little bit. I was getting straight A's. I had some friends. I was even getting some attention from boys. That's when I met Ethan. Ethan and I sat next to each other in English class. I mostly kept my mouth shut during class discussion, but Ethan would say the smartest, most interesting things, and he had the dreamiest hair. The only problem was, my shyness was back and at an all-time high. On my first day of classes, he asked me what the date was. I was so flustered I couldn't even speak. September? I said. Real smooth Cassia.
real smooth. How was I going to figure out how to talk to this guy? One day, I saw him after class signing up for something. As soon as he left, I crept up to see what it was. An audition for the school play. He's handsome, smart, and an actor? There could be an opportunity here. If we were in the same play, we'd be forced to talk to each other, and maybe he'd see that I'm not a total weirdo. But auditioning? In front of people? I was going to need some help. I enlisted my friend Stacy, who was one of the most confident people I had ever met. She helped me choose a monologue and memorize it. She made me feel so comfortable. It felt like a breeze. But when the time came to audition and the adults were sitting behind the table, I opened my mouth and the words didn't come out. Oh no. It was the longest 5 minutes of my life, and the director was not impressed. To make matters worse, when I was leaving, Stacy walked right past me into the audition room. Why didn't she tell me she was auditioning? The following Monday, I checked the casting announcement. Ethan was cast as the lead, and Stacy was his romantic co-star. Oh my God, this could not get any worse. Then I looked for my name, all the way at the bottom. I was playing a serving maid with no lines. Some plan this was. So there I was at every rehearsal, watching my former best friend and my crush do romantic scenes together. Stacy was looking at me from the corner of her eye while touching Ethan and holding his hand. Ugh. So gross. She is terrible. To make matters worse, the play was really bad. The story was nonsense, and the dialogue was even worse, and I had to listen to it every day. One day, as I was leaving rehearsal, I overheard the director and his assistant arguing. They both agreed the script they had written was not working, but they couldn't agree on how to fix it. Just then, I had an idea. I walked up to them and told them that I could fix the play. They looked at me like I was out of my mind.
Why don't you leave this to the adults?
Said the director. I told them again that I knew how to fix the play, and I could prove it to them, if they just gave me 24 hours. I told my parents I had a big chemistry exam the next day, and I had to study all night. They believed me, and I could see the proud look on their faces. That night, I wrote and worked until the early hours of the morning. I had rewritten the entire play. First thing in the morning, I dropped it on the director's desk. When I arrived at rehearsal after school, everyone was whispering to each other. Then the director got up in front of everyone and said,
"Today, we got an absolutely brilliant new draft of the play. I am amazed. I need to thank
you," I interrupted. "You did such a great job on the new draft of the script." I had just realized that if my parents found out I had written this play, I'd be permanently grounded. The director kept my secret, but privately told me what a great writer he thought I was. Wow! The play was a big hit with the entire school, and even though no one knew I had written it, I could hear how much they liked it. The only hard part was Ethan. I had put all my feelings about him into the script, and those lines were being read by Stacy of all people. The whole point of doing the play was to get close to Ethan, and now he felt further away than ever. And he was wonderful in the play. When he spoke my words, I felt like he was the only person who ever understood them, or understood me. My whole family came to see the play. After the show, my parents said they were glad I was getting more comfortable with speaking in public. Little did they know I had written my own lines for myself. I had kept the secret well, but I was tired of lying. Mom, Dad, I wrote this play. I don't want to be a doctor. I want to write. They were furious with me.
I should have never let you do this play. You're right back to writing these useless stories. For the rest of the school year, no friends and no going out. And when you are at home, you are studying your sciences.
I didn't care. I was tired of keeping my true self a secret. With my newfound confidence, I marched over to Ethan. "Hey, I just wanted you to know that I think you're really cool. Do you want to go out sometime?" He said, "Sorry, but I'm seeing Stacy." Stacy? I should have known. If only I had acted sooner. Soon I found out that Stacy had even told everyone in the cast that she had rewritten the play. What a liar. Did Ethan believe that? I was so mad. "How could you do this to me?" I asked Stacy later at school. "I thought we were friends." "You were never going to take credit for the play, and you were never going to make a move on Ethan. So I did. What are you going to do about it?" Oh my God, who did she think she was? So I decided to do something all right. For the next few months, I wrote and wrote and wrote. I was grounded, of course, but it's not like my parents could take away my computer. After a while, I had a polished draft of my new masterpiece play. I sent off my script and my essay to a handful of colleges across the country. A few months later, my friends were starting to receive their college admission letters. Where were my letters? I was cleaning the house one day when my mom's purse fell off the counter and a bunch of paper fell out. Inside, I found a letter from my top school in New York City. I opened it. I got in! Where did you find that? My mom roared. You are not supposed to see that. Well, too late. That fall, I began my studies at a prestigious drama program in the heart of New York. My writing professor was a famous playwright who loved my writing. She challenged me to be a better writer and nurtured my talent. Near the end of my first year, I had a new play and was auditioning actors to be in it. Imagine my surprise when I saw who walked in. Ethan, my high school crush. Of course, he was perfect for the role. We spent the next month rehearsing and laughing and getting to know each other with the rest of the cast. He and Stacy had broken up. The opening night at the school was a big hit. After the show, a man walked up to me and told me he was a theater producer and asked if I had thought about moving my show to a bigger stage. This was all happening so fast. 1 year later, our show opened on Broadway. My family was there apologizing for not encouraging me. I didn't see what a talent you are. Your father and I hope you can forgive us. We're so proud of you. I forgave them and gave them a big hug. Life's too short anyway. At the end of the show, the whole cast made me get up and take a bow with them. Afterwards, Ethan asked if I wanted to go to dinner. Just the two of us. I definitely wasn't shy anymore.
As I entered the classroom, I could feel everyone's eyes scanning me from head to toe, and I felt like an alien. Had I walked into New York Fashion Week, all the girls were so dressed up and fancy, and here I was in my farm girl overalls. The teacher asked me to introduce myself, and I pushed my hair back nervously. Hi, my name is Jenny, and I just moved here from Texas. I could see a few kids snickering at my accent. A pretty blonde girl smiled at me and said, "Were you raised on a farm, Jenny? Were you friends with the cows and the horses?" Yeah, actually I was. I really miss my pals already. When I saw more kids laughing, I realized they were just making fun of me. What was so funny about being friends with animals? Let's see how well you guys remember the last lesson. Who can give me the answer for this in 5 minutes? As everyone frantically scribbled away on their notebooks, I raised my hand after 30 seconds. I have the answer, miss. Everyone suddenly turned to look at me. The two numbers are 14 and 5. The teacher looked stunned. Well, that's quite remarkable. Can you please solve it on the board for everyone? As I walked up to the front, I stopped for a second by the blonde girl's table. Just because I talk slow doesn't mean I'm stupid. Hi, I'm Jenny, and I was born and raised on a farm in Texas. And this is the story of how I made the most popular, meanest girl in school beg me to love her. But before I continue, click like and subscribe. Later that day in the cafeteria, I walked around cluelessly with my lunch tray. People in the city seemed a lot more unfriendly than back home. I decided to go to the bathroom and eat alone when someone called out to me. Hey Jenny, come join us. It was that girl from my class. I reluctantly walked over and she introduced herself as Katie and her friend as Amanda. I didn't mean to make fun of you, Jenny. I think you're absolutely adorbs, and you should hang out with us. We're the most popular girls in school. We'll help you fit right in. I was really surprised, but also uber grateful that someone wanted to be friends with me. So I started hanging out with them. And she wasn't lying when she said she was the most popular girl in school. Anything Katie wore or did became an instant fashion trend. One day, she came to school wearing a ridiculous hat, saying it was all the rage in Europe. And the next day, everyone was wearing the most abnormal hats I'd ever seen. Another time, she broke the heel of her shoe and was seen walking around the corridor wearing only one. And the next thing I knew, everyone was going around wearing only one shoe. These city people were so weird. Everyone was just nicer to me now that I was by Katie's side. I was getting invited to parties all the time, and I was always getting compliments on my wardrobe, picked out by Katie, of course. I was doing really well in my classes too. In fact,
the math teacher put me in the advanced class and urged me to join the Mathletes competition. It'll look so good on your college applications. But Katie was horrified when I told her. Ew, that's social suicide, babe. And boys don't ask out nerds. That was sad news for me because I really had my heart set on one cute jock in our class, Alex. Every time he smiled at me, I had butterflies in my stomach, but I didn't want him to think I was some geek, so I didn't join the Mathletes. Besides, with my busy social life and tutoring Katie and Amanda after school, I really didn't have too much time. One afternoon, the two were over at my place and I'd gone downstairs to grab some snacks. When I came back, I heard them saying something that made me stop in my tracks. Ugh, Katie, how long do we have to hang out with this loser? Shut up, Amanda. She's practically doing all of our math assignments right now. Do you want to fail math again? My dad will kill me if I do. We need the lame farm girl. Furious, I flung open the door to my room. I'd rather be a lame farm girl any day than a two-faced, backstabbing city witch. Get out of my room before I kick your skinny little butt. Jenny, come on. We were just kidding. Get out now. I took all the clothes and shoes she'd picked out for me and dumped them in a large garbage bag. I was so stupid for trying to fit in and being like her. Just then, I noticed that something was missing from my shelf. Oh, no. Feeling panic, I looked for it everywhere. In my drawers, under my pillow, under the bed. I turned my whole room upside down and I couldn't find it. Oh my God, this was the worst thing that could have happened to me. Katie had stolen my diary. I was sweating bullets thinking about what she'd do with it. Just then, I got a message from her with a picture from my diary. I lost my heart to a city lad's smiles. Alex, your blue eyes are so divine. You look at me and give me butterflies. Send me shooting straight to cloud 9. Let's meet tomorrow for lunch as usual. Shall we? This girl was pure evil. The next day when I met her and Amanda at lunch, I really wanted to throw my traitor smug face. Katie, I want my diary back. Babe, of course I'll give it back. You just have to do one little thing for me. I want you to steal the final math exam. My jaw dropped open. Are you crazy? I won't do that. Her face looked really menacing. Oh, yes, you will, if you don't want posters of your little love poem everywhere. There's only a week left, and I can't study for it. I need you to steal it tonight. Amanda will go with you. Of course, Katie. I'll just go steal the key from the principal's office from his secretary's desk, and we'll sneak into his office at night. Easy peasy. Seriously? This girl would jump off a bridge if Katie told her to. My stomach churned at the idea of breaking so many rules, but I really didn't have a choice if I didn't want to be utterly humiliated. That night, as we snuck into the school and headed to the principal's office, I felt absolutely terrified. But Amanda was in her element. She confidently unlocked the door and we crept in. She headed straight for the file cabinet and told me to hold up the torch while she looked for the paper. Just then, we heard some noise outside and we both froze. We heard footsteps coming closer. I instantly switched off the torchlight and dragged Amanda behind the big desk. As the door slowly creaked open, I closed my eyes and started praying to all the gods out there. This was it. I would be expelled. My parents would disown me. My life would be ruined. Whoever had opened the door suddenly closed it, and I let out a huge sigh of relief. And then we heard the lock click. Oh my God, I left the key in the door. It's probably that creepy janitor who lives here. What are we gonna do now? I completely lost it. Oh, we're just gonna have to wait till morning for the principal to find us here and expel us. And you know who gets to save her butt? Katie. Your best friend is a bully who doesn't care about you or anyone, Amanda. Friends don't get friends into trouble. That's not true. You're just jealous. Oh yeah? Then why didn't she come with us and sent you instead? I'll tell you why. She doesn't care about you. She doesn't care. Amanda stared at me silently for a moment. You're right. Katie really only does care about herself, and she's not even nice to me. I'm such an idiot. Listen to me, Amanda. We're not stealing anything. We have to figure a way out of here, and then we can deal with Katie together, okay? We tried opening the window, but it wouldn't budge. Suddenly, Amanda pulled at my hair. Ow! What was that for? Nothing. I just needed this hairpin. Why didn't you tell me you were wearing one? And with that, she marched towards the door and started tinkering with the lock. That stuff only works in movies. Just then, the lock clicked and the door opened. Amanda turned to me and grinned. Let's get out of here. The next morning, Katie was waiting for us at the bleachers for the math paper, and we certainly had one for her. You see, Amanda and I had spent the whole night making one up. I handed the exam to her and said, "Now can I have my diary back, please?" "Not so fast. You're going to help me solve the paper and learn all the answers. You'll get the diary right after the exam." I'd kinda expected that, so it was time for me and Amanda to launch part 2 of our revenge program. She would follow Amanda secretly and find some dirt on her, and she would catch it on camera. I helped her prep for the exam all week, while Amanda hung out with her as usual, acting completely normal. One evening, Amanda turned up at my house looking super excited. I got it. I caught her on camera. I watched the video of Katie sneaking into an empty classroom, and minutes later, a boy showed up. I recognized him as Katie's boyfriend's best friend, and then the two of them started making out. Seriously, this girl was just the worst. On the day of the math exam, just before it was about to start, Katie winked at me. Wish me luck. Not that I need it. I grinned as I got the math paper and started working on it. Oh boy, this was gonna be so much fun. As soon as it ended and we all went out, Katie came charging towards me like a mad bull. She grabbed me by the arm and dragged me to an empty classroom. "What did you do? I didn't know a single answer on the exam paper. Are you crazy? You made me fail the final. I'm going to completely ruin you." "Not if we ruin you first." We turned around to see Amanda walk in. "What are you talking about, stupid? This is your fault too. You couldn't even steal the right exam." "Oh yes, I could. I just didn't. And this is what I'm talking about." And she thrust her phone in Katie's hands and played the video. Katie's eyes went wide in horror as she watched herself. Amanda quickly snatched the phone from her before she could smash it into a wall. "Give my diary back, Katie, or this video is going to be making all the social media rounds in no time, and everyone will know you're a cheater." Katie screamed in frustration and took the diary out of her bag and threw it at me. "Also, you just lost the only real friend you had. Being pretty or fashionable means nothing if you're a jerk on the inside. You're always going to end up alone." And with that, I put an arm through Amanda's and we walked out of the classroom. I decided I was done trying to be anyone but me. I joined the mathletes and actually won the competition for the school for the first time in years. And I'm friends with all the math nerds now. We're a pretty cool bunch. Oh, and on Valentine's Day, I wrote my lame love poem to Alex on a card and asked him out. We've been dating for 2 months now.
Hi, my name is Anna, and I'm from Sweden. Please like and subscribe. I used to live with my mom and my 5 other siblings in an age-old house that looked haunted. And my mom is no less than a witch. Where the heck is everyone? This house is a mess. I'm out for like 30 minutes and you turn it into a pigsty. Well, having 6 kids was no joke, but I was the oldest one, and when anything bad happened, it was all on me. My diamond ring is missing. Who took it? Everyone pointed at me like I was some thief. No, Mom, I didn't even see it. Oh, so now you're blind? No, I just didn't see it. And since when are we so rich that we have diamonds? You don't even have a job. But Mom looked super mad about it. She turned the whole place upside down, only to find it in my youngest sister's diaper the next day. And for some freaking reason, she blamed it on me. You fed her the ring. I can't believe you do that to a baby. Mom, that's crazy. Why would I do that? She glared at me like a raging bull, but then she went ahead and cleaned the ring with a tissue and put it on her finger. Oh, my precious. Ugh, what a psycho. Sometimes I doubted if she was even my mom. Then one day when I was 14, I saw her taking money from some old woman. I stepped closer to hear them, and what I heard next shocked me. I don't care about the money. You can have as much as you want. Just keep that child away from my family like you've done for 14 years. 14 years? And child? Could it be that she was talking about me? Was I adopted? I had to find out the truth. After the old woman left, I confronted Mom. Mom, who was that woman? And why did you take money from her? And what child was she talking about?
Ugh, nothing. She's just an old woman who helps me feed you brats. Do you think it's easy for a hot, single woman like me to survive on my own, huh? Go back and clean some dishes, now. Ugh, she was clearly hiding something, and I had to find out what. I kept an eye on Mom after that, and the next month, I saw her taking money from the same old woman again. If Mom wasn't gonna tell me, I was gonna find out the truth from the old woman, myself. After Mom went back inside the house, I secretly got into the trunk of the old woman's car and followed her all the way to her place. And God, this place was huge! As soon as I got out, some guards held me for trespassing, and the old woman looked at me like she'd seen some ghost. You, what are you doing here? How did you even? Suddenly, she pulled me to the side and went all bonkers on me. I know why you're here, but I won't let you destroy my family. If you go anywhere near my daughter and reveal the fact that you're her daughter, you're done for. OMG, what? I was her daughter's daughter? She was my grandmother? This was insane. I have a different mom other than my crazy mom? No wonder my fake mom treated me like garbage. I was in complete shock, but just then, she started pushing me out the gate. Go away. Go back to where you came from, or I'm going to lock you up in the dark. What were these kiddish threats? I lived with a psycho woman all my life. I wasn't afraid of anyone. I pushed her away and ran inside the house in search of my real mom and screamed loudly, Mom! Suddenly, a gorgeous-looking lady sitting on the sofa looked at me in complete shock, and surprisingly, I looked just like her. She was definitely my mom. Who are you, kid? I'm the daughter you gave away 14 years back. Gave away? What are you saying? I have no idea. So you didn't give birth to me 14 years back? Oh my God. But how? How is this possible? She looked just as shocked as I was, but then suddenly she came and hugged me. I can't believe this. You look just like me. But the doctors told me you were a stillborn child. Where were you all this time, and how did you find me? But before I could say anything, Granny pulled me away. Oh, you're scaring the poor child with so many questions. She looks so tired. Come, love, I'll show you to your room. She quickly took me into a giant room and pushed me onto the bed. So it was you. You told Mom I was a stillborn child and kept me away from her all these years? Why did you do that? It's good enough that I'm allowing a rat like you to stay in this palace. And now what? You need answers too? Listen to me, kid. Keep your mouth shut and do as I say, or I'll stop sending money to your family and all your little siblings will starve. What an evil witch! I decided to keep quiet for the time being and find out what was really going on. Later that evening, when I went down for dinner, I learned I had a sister, Maria, who was a year younger than me. Mom invited me to sit down next to her and started asking me again how I'd found her. With Granny glaring at me, I made up a story about how I'd traced my family history on a website. That sounds like complete rubbish. What website? Get a DNA test and prove it. No, that's not needed. I know she's my daughter. Look at her. She's every bit like me. We don't need any proof. Suddenly, Maria dropped a bowl of soup all over me. Oh, I'm so sorry. It just slipped. Let me take you to the washroom. She took my hand and walked towards the washroom. But the minute we entered it, she turned into Satan. This time, it was just a bowl of soup. Next time, it'll be you in a pot of hot boiling soup. If you don't leave this place right now. Oh my God, this house was full of psychos. But what Maria said was right. I had to get the DNA test done just to verify things. And indeed, I was her daughter. But I still didn't know if she was a good one. Then one night, as I was lying in my bed, Mom came into my room and started talking to me about her life. At first, I was hesitant, but she was just so sweet. Don't mind Maria if she's cold to you. She's just really attached to me. She'll be fine. And honey, I'm so glad to have you back in my life. Suddenly, I had tears in my eyes. For the first time ever, I knew what it felt like to have a loving mother, and she was just awesome. But my happiness was short-lived because Mom was going out on a business trip for some time, and that meant I was stuck with Granny and my evil sister now. At school, she was like the boss of the bullies. Once, she saw a girl wearing the same dress as her and she said, "How dare you try to wear the same dress as me?" Saying that, she grabbed the girl's dress and tore it to pieces in the corridor full of students. What a witch! Later, after school, she and her minions surrounded me on the playground and started throwing balls at me. "Dodge this, moron! You think you can come into my life and take away everything from me? Including my mom? In your dreams, jerk!" That was it. I grabbed a ball and threw it right in her face. She fell to the ground on her butt. I have no interest in what's yours, Maria, but I'll rightfully take what belongs to me. And don't you dare think for a second that I'm weak. I picked up my things and went back home, but I knew trouble was coming. A few days later, I was called to the principal's office, and she said I was being suspended for bullying. What? I didn't do anything. I don't even know anyone here yet. Why would I bully anyone? And that's when Maria came into her office looking like a mummy. "I'm the one that you bullied and then hit brutally." What the heck? She was such a drama queen. I tried to explain the situation to the principal, but she didn't listen to what I said. I stormed out of there in anger and went back home. But then suddenly a maid came running to me, saying Mom was back and she wanted to see me in her room. I went upstairs, but there was no one. And then I saw her cupboard open and jewels scattered on the floor. I quickly went ahead to pick them up when suddenly Maria and Granny barged into the room along with Mom. "I knew it. You're no more than a low-life thief who wants to steal all our riches. Now you're gonna serve in jail, Anna." "What? Are you crazy? I was just picking them up." "To steal them and then sell them. We know who you are, and we also know that you're not my granddaughter." With that, Granny took out some piece of paper and shoved it in my face. "It's a DNA test that proves you're not my granddaughter. So none of your lies are going to work now, liar." What? That had to be fake. But then I looked at Mom, and that look on her face, she was falling for Grandma's lie. And just then, Granny called my fake psycho mom into the room to testify against me too. Yes, she's my daughter. She has a habit of stealing and running away from home, and she keeps having these hallucinations. OMG, how can you even say that? And for what? Money? You're disgusting. Yeah, that's how she acts up all the time. But I have the nurses with me, and we're gonna take her away, don't you worry. What? No. Mom, please, don't listen to any of them. They are all lying. I wasn't stealing, and I am your daughter. I even have the proof. I ran to my room to get the actual DNA tests and showed them to Mom. She looked super confused, but just as those nurses were about to take me, she stepped forward. "No, that's enough. Don't touch my daughter. Get your filthy hands off her." "But Mom, she hit me and broke my hand." "Yeah, liar. The same hand with which I saw you eating like a pig in the kitchen." Mom looked raging mad. She asked everyone to leave and took me back to my room. "Mom, I swear." "It's okay. You don't need to tell me anything. Just sleep for now." She put me to sleep and went away. But soon after, Granny came into my room with my fake mother. "You're so evil. Why did you lie to her?" "Because I want to get rid of you like I did 14 years ago." "But why?" "Because you were her love child. If word had gotten out, it would have ruined her reputation. I had to protect her." "So you gave me away? Your own grandchild?" "Grandchild? You're just a filthy rat." "Enough. I can't believe you do that, Mom. How could you?" But I did it for..." "No. Stop lying. Stop saying that you do things for me. You kept my own child away from me for all these years and let me think that she was dead? You're mean and evil, and you do everything for your own sake, Mom. Just get out. Get out of my house right now." Mom threw Grandma out of the house and gave my fake mom away to the police for lying and keeping me away from my mother all those years. "Oh, honey, are you okay?" I'm fine, Mom, and I'm so glad you believe me." "Of course, honey. I lost you once, and I can't let that happen again. And I'm sorry you had to go through all that, but I promise I'll make it up to you. And I will always love you. I love you too, Mom."